Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break.
Bear, can you let Alindo back in, please? He's lost his Wi-Fi.
This is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than red counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pasco, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. We would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket.
Good morning, good evening, good dawn, good dusk, wherever you are in the world. It's guerrilla cricket, and good morning. It's early here. It's just coming out to 8 o'clock in the morning, which isn't too bad as life goes. I was going to choose 9 to 5 as our theme tune for this series, because it feels a bit like a job today, which is cool. England have won the toss and have decided to bat. Shall give you the teams before introducing my compadres. England are going in with Ben Duckett, Phil Salt, Joe Root, Harry Brook, Joss Butler, Liam Livingston, Jacob Bethel, Bryden Cast, Jofra Archer, Adil Rashid and Saqib Mahmood. India welcome back the skipper Rohit, which we're hoping, he's got a lot of ODI hundreds, but he's been awful recently. Jaiswal, Yashravi Jaiswal is opening with him. Shreyas Iyer, Shubman Gill, Hardik Pandya, Axar Patel, KL Rahul, Ravindra Jadeja, Hardik Rana, Kuldeep Yadav and Mohammad Shami. As I said, England are probably, after the last World Cup in India when they got hammered and decided to win the toss and field in what was 40 degrees C or whatever it is, they're probably scared and decided that they should bat first. I doubt it's 40 degrees C today and they probably could have bowled first. But they decided they want to put runs on the board. ICC Champions Trophy obviously coming up, and these are the only 3 warm-up games we have to see how it pans out. I am joined this morning by our masterful man in India. It's an Indo Dutta. How are you, mate?
All well. Welcome to the ODI series. It's Bear.
Well, hopefully it goes better than the T20 series did anyway. And over from the weather cave, it's Messi Jez. Good morning, Messi.
Good morning. Happy to be with you. It's 39 degrees here, so keeping warm for all of you.
Is it summer yet, or is that late spring and it's just really bloody hot?
No,
it's midsummer.
End of summer.
Oh, right, okay. Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, of course it is. What am I on about? Yeah.
But it's about 24 degrees in Mumbai, so it's very pleasant.
Where's this? This is in Nagpur. Where's
This is Nagpur. Yeah.
Nagpur south,
Nagpur
north?
Nagpur is middle, actually.
Oh, okay.
But Nagpur can get very cold in the winter, but I don't know what the temperature is. Messi, do you know the temperature in Nagpur?
It's about... I looked last night. I've just got to look now. It's something like 25 degrees, I think.
Okay, yeah, it's pretty similar. Yeah,
Yeah, well, that doesn't seem
it's
so
nice
bad.
weather for cricket.
Exactly,
Yeah.
nice weather for cricket, so it didn't matter whether they bowled or batted, but they've decided that they are going to bat. So England will open up, I presume, with the same openers that we had during the T20s, which will be this dude.
Get up on there. Salt, yeah, Phil is here. Want you to push it good into the offside. Scores runs around the park. There's no way you can hide. Push it. Salt, yeah, Phil is here.
And this guy.
30 degrees, by the way.
Okay.
Not very tall. And duck it. But sometimes the extra hard.
And duck it. And duck it.
Who do we think is going to open up for India then?
Shami, I would have thought.
Bowling? Yeah, Shami.
Shami. Okie dokie. Well, we'll guess at that and we'll give him a jingle.
It was a good guess.
Yes. 34, back from injury. He's had a tough time of it, hasn't he, in the last few years?
Yeah, he's had a pretty tough time, but I'm glad he's made his comeback because India could well do with him at the Champions Trophy. India making I think the two debutants here, Yashasvi Jaiswal and Harshit Rana.
Yeah, I wouldn't worry about those two. Jaiswal I expect to score 100 on debut. First ball by Shami to Salt is driven up to mid-off. And there ain't no run.
Can I say we've got a very good opening on YouTube as well. Richard Milgate has super chatted €2 for us. Thank you very much, Richard. Today is super chat a profanity day.
Oh, I like that.
So if you want to swear, you got to do it in a super chat.
Okay, nice.
Yeah, but the nicer.
Sorry, just got to get your super chat jingle in.
No problem. Sorry.
That's okay. Shami in, second ball onto the hip of Phil Salt, who clips it out to mid wicket. And again, there's no run. Now you got to remember in ODIs, they don't have to go off like a rocket. I think Salt finally figured that out at the end of the ODI series in England, but then he's played a load of T20s in between, so he's probably got a bit confused in the middle.
But it's interesting that in India, of course, brought in Varun Chakravarti last minute into the team because of how he performed in the T20, but he's not going to be a part of the 11 until I think India slowly needs it.
Ooh, that one rises a bit on Phil Salt. Tries to drive it flat-footed through the offside, but not a straight bat. Funny that. Fortunately, he doesn't get a little nick through to the keeper, and he remains.
Well, we got two more super chats already. Stephen Kelker sent us €2.50 saying, please ask Anindo to swear profusely.
You've got to have further super chats to allow me to do that.
Well, Jay Grover says for £2, he says, who and we in hospitals.
That's a
good
nasty
start, Jay.
Nasty thought. Next ball is driven out again by Salt. It's a little bit wider, a little bit fuller. He once again misses it. Head to head, 107 ODIs. Didn't see what the results were. I think England were ahead there, weren't they? 154 to 44, which seems a bit odd. I'd have sworn in recent time. Well, maybe not actually. Last couple.
I was just talking about Varun Chakravarti, and I think The thing is, the transition from T20 to ODI, they're going to let him take some time to do.
Ooh, that one swings in a little bit, but Salt just drives it back up the track and
Bowling a
no
good
run.
length. Good line, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, I was funny enough. I went and saw Dan last night, Norcross, and we were talking about Rohan Chakravarti, and neither of us can figure out how he's so successful, apart from the fact that it's T20 and everyone's trying to hit him. I mean, he just seems to me he's another like Sunil Narayan. Well, yeah, but he doesn't really.
They're just swinging.
Yeah, well, exactly. Half the time he's just bowling seam up like 70-mile-an-hour seamers or something. Yeah, it's a bit like. It's a bit like Molesley, but it comes out the back of the hand and he's got more variations. Nice cut by Salt, last ball of the over, but straight at the fielder at point and there ain't no run. But I mean, a lot of it, sometimes you see him, he just basically bowls seamers, but not at any great pace.
You know what puzzles me? We can keep discussing that. What really puzzles me is how people get out to Ravi Bishnoi.
Well, again. It seems to be that spinners that don't spin it in T20 are so successful.
No, if he spins it, it's going to be a googly because he does not know how to bowl a leg spin. It can't be rocket science.
Yeah, I know, but England against spin, we all know. I mean, it's historically we're fucking shit. So
So Leah is with us, says good morning. Jay Grover says just got in. There might be a testing of YouTube's profanity policies. Phil Green says morning all, let the fun begin. Hindi Songs Forever says hi Super Crew. King Messi, I'm back. Raj Singh from Toronto, Canada. Good to have you with us, Raj.
Yeah, good to have you with us.
And Jay says, has Bear got a cancerous growth on his forehead or has his comb over slipped?
Yeah, I need a haircut, man. Everyone says, loads of people I know who are my age after this. I'll give you his jingle in a second. His first ball. Oh, he's pretty quick.
Oof.
It's wide of the off stump. Fished that, but a little bit by Duckett. But
He's
no
pretty
run.
quick. Yeah.
He is quick, yeah.
He's a tall, hit the deck bowler. Yeah.
And I pulled out his bloody jingle the other day, and now I can't find him. Oh no, we don't have a jingle for him. That's right. I looked for it, but we don't have one. Unless Mog's somewhere in the meantime. Mog, are you there? Mog. Oh,
5 minutes. You've got 5 minutes, Mog. Well, he's got 10 over, so you've got 10 minutes, Mog.
Yeah, I checked out in our Gmail. We don't have one. Next ball is defended by Duckett. Butler doesn't bother picking it up. Goes off the mid off, and there is no run. Where was my train of thought? I can't remember what I was thinking.
Arshdeep sitting out, Harshit Rana making his debut. His performance the other day against England coming in as a concussion sub.
That's where I was at. Yeah, no, I didn't. I mean, we all thought it was a bit dodgy at the time. I didn't realise until a couple of days later, because I didn't really read the press, that there was actually quite a kerfuffle about it, wasn't there? Harshit around the wicket and cut nicely by Duckett. Beats the man at point. It's not going to quite reach the boundary. Is that Jadeja? It is Jadeja. I'm not getting used to this. They come back for 3. Didn't quite make it to the boundary. Good bit of fielding. Yeah, there was quite a bit of kerfuffle, and I can understand. Didn't England do something stupid in the last to make a point of it? I can't remember. I was reading something about it.
Yeah, and I think what's his name? Joss Butler. At the next T20 at the toss, he makes a comment.
Yes, our four super subs or something. Yeah, that's right.
Seriously, Joss.
That was quite funny.
Good
like
trolling, very good trolling.
It was a bit dodgy, it has to be said. And the fact that Shivan Dubé then played in the next game as well. That's wide short. Ooh, that was aerial for a little while. Phil Salt thrashed it through the offside. I don't think he caught all of it. He caught enough of it. And it's the first boundary of the day as it goes out to the point boundary for 4 runs. Aerial between point and cover.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Generally, Javagal Srinath is not a bad match referee, but I think he screwed up on that occasion.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if you get a concussion, you're not supposed to play for 10 days or something, are you?
No,
2 weeks?
There's no such. See, that depends on the team and what they decide. So maybe that's what.
No, but I thought medically, I thought that. Well, I mean, certainly
no.
Yeah,
It's up to the team management to decide.
Oh, okay.
What their rule is. Yeah.
Okay, driven out to point and there's no run. Yeah, but medically, I think it's dangerous to get a similar knock on the head within 10 days or 14 days.
Took, or the team management took a decision that they were going to.
Yeah, we don't care, Dubé. You can die in a line of duty if you get hit on the noggin.
Well, we've got 1.45 billion.
Yeah, exactly. We got a few spares, you know. But surely he's. The weird thing about that though is he's not so pivotal to the team. You'd have thought they'd just abide by the rules, and there's someone else they could have thrown in. They were 3-1 up already. Well, Salt's come down the wicket. Nice. Is there anyone out there? There isn't anyone out there. Oh, and it's kicked on like you would on a golf green. It was a miss hit. Salt's come down the track. I think he was trying to lamp it over Cow for 6, but he's got a thickish inside edge.
That really went like it had just seen the hole and didn't want to get in.
Yeah, well, exactly. And then he must have got a thickish inside edge that went aerial over square leg, and it's hit the ground and it's kicked on like you won't see golf balls when they kick on the green. Made its way to the boundary. It'll be 4 runs.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
Paul K23451 says, morning gents, tell Woody he's a plank, appreciate the coverage. Jay Grover says, Anindo does the best gorilla swearing, hands down. It's like a left hook below your guard.
Well, when Anindo tends to swear, he just genuinely is quite actually angry. That's because he loses control.
You're more right than you know.
No. I've seen it. When India have been playing stupidly, I've seen. And we all do it. Everyone's there. I mean, I'm quite easy to get there, but you know, around the wicket is Shami, his second over, bowling at Duckett this time, who just defends out to the covers and there's no run. England are 11 for none after 2.1 overs. I guess England will be looking for 350 minimum. That seems to be
interesting comment from Kieran Roseblade. He says, morning all, delighted for Root to be back, but this Brendan McCullum chap is a one-trick pony, and to be honest, the trick isn't even that good when he's seen it for 3 years.
Well, he's coming in for a lot of stick. I'm going to defend Brendan. I like it. I've always enjoyed it. Shami is in. That's nicely driven by Duckett. Beats the inside of the man in mid-off. He's a little bit wide. Good timing. Don't see many of those from Duckett. Off drive, genuine off drive down to the boundary. It's 4 runs.
4 on the floor, and one more 4 than the 4 before. That's what 4s are for, to get funky on the dance floor.
So I would say that I like a lot of what he's brought attitudinally, but what seems to be missing is getting people to take responsibility for their play as well.
Yeah, I know that, but Shami around the wicket into the legs of Duckett, who flicks that nicely down towards deep square leg. There's a long leg, which Harshit Rana. Long way round for him to get it pick it up, allows England to come back for 2. I don't mind that. I think it's getting rid of the fear of losing, really. Frees the mind, you know.
But
the thing is, he's either in or out. I think. You know,
it's a pendulum, and I think it's just swung too far.
Well, possibly. We've lost a few fucking T20s to India. Do I care? No. We won. The last thing we did in Test matches was win a series in New Zealand. We won every Test series last summer. We only lost 2 Tests last summer.
You're running about 50-50 on Test results. That's what
I know. Yes, Shami bowls that around the wicket and beats is beaten on the outside or the off stump, and there is no run. Yeah, but most tests we lost were against. We lost 6 of those tests we lost against India away, and 2 against Australia at home. 1 against Sri Lanka when we won the series. 1 against New Zealand when we won the series, and we lost 2 against Pakistan on let's say doctor pitches. We didn't care that they were doctored, it was entertaining, but that was the case. We pretty much won every series at home. That's left alone outside the off stump, there's no run. We won some Test series away, and we lost to the big 2. Well, we didn't lose to Australia at home, we drew with Australia at home, but we got hammered by India away. That wasn't unsurprising. But yeah, so when you look at results of the actual series that England have played in, I think it's pretty good results.
It's better than it was. There's a long way to go.
Under Root, we won fuck all for about 2.5 years. You know, I mean, okay, it was COVID and all that, but Shami around the wicket to duck it. Last ball of the over. Hits him on the pan as he tries to swing it into the leg side. Feels like he missed out there. Maybe he did. But it was the last ball of the over. It was a dot ball. And that over went for 6 and England at 17 for none. Messi.
Sorry, Anindo, I've been stealing your space, mate. You
No,
want
no,
to get
no,
a
no.
word in.
No,
Okay.
no, it's absolutely fine. I'm just going to go for it. You've got social media.
Mayak says, morning all. Jay Grover says, hey up, Colin and Mayak, top lads. Mog is brewing the darkest profanity in his music cave, says Stephen Kelk. Siddhu says, why are both teams wearing fucking blue? Who's batting, who's bowling? Jay says they'll be wearing white next, then you won't know where the hell you are. He also says, I regard Butler with fear and loathing, but that super sub comment was fucking mint.
I know, it was genius. Harshit Rana is in, gives it some width, but Salt can only drive it straight to cover and no run.
So there's only one way to differentiate between the two teams, as I can see it, as far as the dress is concerned. England has red stripes on their shoulders, and India's got the Indian flag on their shoulders.
Oh yes.
And they have different sponsors. That's pretty much it.
Yeah, I don't know
I've
how
never
we
seen
get through
India
through Test cricket all these years with all that white.
I know. And without people's names being written on the back. How the hell did you identify anyone?
Yeah, tough times. Driven at by Salt once again, and it goes through to the keeper, and there's no run. As he missed it, funnily enough.
Speaking of cricket whites, I can tell you that Sri Lanka are 121 for 3 in Gaul against Australia in the second test.
So what was that? 123 for 3?
And 21 for 3, yeah.
That's not so. They decided they want to toss and batted this time, yeah?
Yes, they did. And it's a very slow wicket, actually.
Well, hopefully they can get a big score on the board and put some pressure. That was good win by Australia. Driven, that was in that stumps by Harshit Rana. And it was driven back to the bowler, and there's no run. Morning, Jason has arrived. It's good to see. Hendo, is I noticed, isn't on till overs 30 to 40. And I'm a little sleep in. I'm not going to be in on Sunday. We've got a special guest on Sunday.
So tell us who it is, because that'll draw people in. Well, hopefully it will.
Well, we've got Count Binface coming in.
Oh, right.
I don't know if he's Count Binface. He's a bit like the Monster Raven Looney Party were. He's a kind of protest guy. He was up. I think he was up against Theresa May in her constituency in the last general election, and he's been in several. I think got Salt in the knackers as he tried to pull that into the leg side. He's not showing much pain. Oh no, got him just above.
He got into all kinds of trouble with that one.
Yeah, missed it completely.
Did it come down after it hit his bat, you reckon?
They didn't hit his bat. It went into his stomach.
It just went and hit his midriff. So.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oof. Yeah.
Hit that six pack. Well, at least we haven't lost a wicket, which wouldn't have been that unsurprising. Salt facing up. Rana defends it back to the bowler, and there's no run.
The least number of ODIs played since the World Cup. India's played 6, Pakistan 9, New Zealand 9.
I don't think
how many has England played?
Probably only about 12 or 13. I would have thought we hardly played
that's it. Double what India's played.
Yeah, true. It's not really a lot.
Champions Trophy, that's not great to know, right?
I like the Champions Trophy. I mean, it's literally going to be done in 2 weeks. Every game has something.
Yeah.
Travis Head has just got Kamindu Mendes caught it slip.
I presume it's turning on day one. That's defended by Salt. Yeah, no, it won't do, but at least the wicket will do something. That's defended last ball by Salt out to the covers. Horrible looking angle of the bat and position, but square enough in the bat, and it's out to cover, no run. Over to you, Messi.
Okay. Stephen Kelk says, if losing control is a prerequisite for high quality swearing, I'd hate to be around Russ from White Line Wireless when he's angry. Jay says, have you seen Trump's cricket portrait? Also, he seems to be like Modi. Kieran says, no, the bear is wrong. McCullen is rubbish. We want Mott. We want Mott. Yeah,
Fuck
that's
Mott.
good.
Mott was useless.
Mott was about the most useless of the lot. I'm sorry.
Yeah, he was. I thought he was.
He
really,
just didn't suit England.
No, I don't think he had enough experience at that level of the game. I mean, down the leg side and there's no run. It'll be a wide, of course. He'd never done. I mean, he'd taken England's women to a good place. That's fair enough. But I think it's a different level.
Well, someone needs to take England's women to a good place now.
They fucking do. I think England's women have got to learn to take the criticism and realise that they've now reached the echelons that they wanted to be at.
Well, they found a way not to take criticism. They just don't speak.
Well, they don't want to take it. It's just that's defended in the leg side. Well, no, it's not actually. It was attempted hoik by Duckett, and he got an inside edge onto his pad. It just dribbled out, and there's no run.
Didn't Sophie get into a lot of trouble because she didn't want to speak to the press or something?
Well, yeah. I mean, this is it. It's all quite petulant, and we don't want to take criticism and leave us alone. But I think they've reached the level now where they've got to treat themselves as professionals. And when you're a professional sports person, you're open to criticism because the fans want results. And if you don't produce the results, and the way they played in Australia, I mean, the fielding is fucking atrocious. Clubs.
It's like modern corporations saying, "I don't want quarterly results."
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's not. That's a nice drive by Duckett, but this time mid-off is just a little bit narrower. So skipper Rohit, he's looking a bit lardy these days. It has to be said. He's been enjoying his food. He's had a new baby, I believe, and through the keeper, and there's no.
It's his wife who delivered, I assume. So
yes. Well, obviously he's not given birth, but
he shouldn't be looking like that.
Well, as much we're just talking about the women taking criticism. There you go. Around the wicket, Shami, and this time Duckett tries to guide it down a third man, but gets too much of the bat on it. It goes point, and there is no run.
So Virat's not playing this one. He's injured.
Who? What?
I think there's Virat Kohli not playing.
Right, he's injured.
Yeah.
Well,
Gill is playing instead of him.
Well, I think Kohli's got some time left in the Test squad. I think Rohit's retired. Did Rohit retire? Or am I just imagining that? He didn't.
No.
He should do. He's been pretty poor.
I think one day is really their format.
Yeah,
it
possibly.
really suits them. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see how they do.
Defended back to the bowler and there's no run. I presume Virat's in the ICC squad and he'll be fine. Is he going to be back? What's his injury?
I don't know. He's in the squad. He just couldn't play today.
Oh, okay.
Like Bumrah's, I think, playing only in the third one, so he's not in the squad until the third one. But that's probably not because of injury. I mean,
yeah, that's just giving him time off, isn't it?
Rest and recuperation. Yeah.
Well, he was. What was his injury by the end? Was it just fatigue by the end of Australia, or was there a muscle problem?
No, I think there was a muscle problem.
Oh, okay.
It must have been fatigue as well.
Yeah. Oh, well, exactly.
Crazy amount of bowling he was doing.
Exactly that.
Wow.
Duckett has come down the track.
That is a fast outfield. That is a bloody fast outfield.
Yeah, and they're not massive boundaries ever in India, and that's driven nicely. Duckett down the track, smashes it through the covers, on the up, and it goes for 4 runs.
You ask where I live, here's the address I give, the phone.
When he hits it, it really stays hit.
Yeah, he does.
He's an almighty heave at it.
I mean, Duckett, well, he's got a test average now in the mid-40s. I mean, he's shit or bust, but he's more shit than bust. Oh, that's out though. Oh no, he's got away with it. Fuck me. Duckett's tried to hook down to the leg side, got in all sorts of horrible position. Bottom hand came off the bat, fat inside half of the bat. I think he was trying to clip it over mid-wicket. He took one hand off it, just about ballooned over whoever was at mid-off. Was that Rohit, the skipper? And then it's kicked on and gone to the boundary.
I think it's Hardik, maybe.
Okay, and then they said very fast outfield, and it's just rolled on for 4 runs.
Once it gets past you, it's a 4.
Yeah. Well, high scoring ground, hopefully. You know, I'd like to see England get to 350. They're 26 for none after 5.
Okay, so it's just gone down. Sorry. Mark Arnold says it could be worse. We could have Southampton Football Club's current form. Mike said, sadly, Ireland versus Zimbabwe test isn't being broadcast in the UK and Ireland, but is in India, Pakistan, Bangladesh and Zimbabwe. I can't find a stream for it. You'd think it'd be either on YouTube or ICC TV if that was the case. But
that went over the keeper. So Salt has come down the track, and again he's trying to lamp it somewhere over the leg side, but he's got a fucking massive great top edge, and it's flown and flown and flown, and it's gone basically where long stop would be, and it's gone for 6.
No one had any idea.
Jeez.
He's really got away with that one. That could have literally gone anywhere. For him, it went for a maximum. Nice. So I'm going to move on to 32. First ball of the over as well.
Salt is pretty amused with that one.
Yeah. Well, man, we saw enough of it in the T20s, don't we? Getting used to it now.
Yeah.
Safest shot in the book. If you could do that every ball, you'd be a superstar. Harshit is in. Oh, that's aerial. And again, he gets away with it through the infield, and it's going to race away for 4. 10 off the first 2 balls of the over. That was one of these.
Oh.
So England not losing a wicket and starting to hit the ball a little bit more freely. They're taking some chances and getting away with it so far. That was aerial pretty much all the way out to the 30-yard circle, but between, oh my word. He's gone across and gone to slog sweep that, and he's made it. He made it. It looked like a top edge, but again, it's gone for 6 over deep backward square leg. Well, they're going for it, and they're getting away with it.
And Harshit Rana is just making it very easy for them.
Well, that was...
he's bowling it short.
Well, that was full, but he rolled his fingers across it, so I think it's an attempted slower ball. And Salt's gone right across, and Slog swept it really with a big top edge. Well, it seemed like a top edge. It went all the way.
That was an off-spinner almost.
Yeah, almost. Took the pace right off.
I can tell you, Dhananjaya De Silva was out first ball to start. Sri Lanka 127 for 5.
Ooh, that's not good. Meanwhile, Salt, that's a more conventional shot. It's gone across and just slogged it out to cow corner. 4 more runs.
2 + 2 is a remember.
Not a great debut for Harshit Rana, that's for sure.
No, this over's gone for 20 off 4 balls. 6-4, 6-4.
Yeah.
And
well, he deserves it. He's bowling like shit.
Well, I thought it's first over. Is this third over?
No, this over is really.
Yeah.
This is third over.
Well, you know, batsmen get hold of you. That's the nature of this beast. The short form game, the white ball stuff, that one's better. It's on the stumps, a good length, and Salt can only play it out to cover, and there's no run. But England have raced on to 46 for none. Come up to the end of the 6th over.
Leah says it's wild to think that Joe Root has never won a test match in Australia. Well, England haven't won a test match in Australia for 14 years now, so there's a lot of people in that position.
Yeah, there's a lot of people in that position. You know, exactly that. We haven't done anything since 2011, have we, really?
Yeah, that's right. Kieran Roseborough says, the thing I can't stand about this England team is that when they give up, it's like a toddler who's having a strip. I wish they'd stand and show some sort of spine when they're going.
Oh my word, that one he has got hold of, and that's where some of the shots were going before. He stood up, it's bowled a bit short, and he's got on a back foot, lamped that over cow corner. It's all the way for 6. 26 off the over with 1 ball to go. Oh no, 26 off the over. Full stop, wasn't it? That was the last ball of the over.
If they're taking 3 fast bowlers to the Champions Trophy, Harshit Rana should not be one of them.
Not judging by this.
Judging by his first 3 overs.
Well, they'll take Arshdeep, won't they?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So it'll be Arshdeep, Bumrah, Shami. Yeah.
Shami.
There you go.
Yeah.
And then
Mike Yeah. Mike says Count Binface was up against Boris in 2019 in Uxbridge as well. Stephen Kelp tells us he was recently interviewed on Richard Herring's podcast, so, he's moving up all the time. Jay just says, Binface, mint. Stephen Kelk says, Road is lardy because he has just eaten a new baby. Leah says, because he can eat over 30 eggs in one sitting.
Well, there you go. Next over started. Duckett defends first ball out to the onside, and there is no run.
Okay.
It's okay. So Sri Lanka managed to fuck it up at home again. They lost to us 3-0, didn't they? Last time we were out there. However, Root got a double ton.
That was a low point in their cricketing history.
Yeah. I mean, they did all right in that last test against England. I think England kind of let them. Yeah, England do let.
I'm not talking about Test cricket since the border Gavaskar Trophy.
I mean, they do kind of have let things slide at England when they've won series, as that's cut out to point and no run, and also when things look like they're just going to go away from them, they do tend to capitulate. I don't mind that, because I've seen enough cricket to know that it is going to happen eventually, and sometimes
of course.
Sometimes I'd rather just get out of here quicker than sit around watching the painfully as they grope around to the end. I mean, I much preferred it, for example, when England were losing to India in the last test series, the last two test series. When England were losing the test series before, they just looked like, fuck it, we don't know what we're doing, and just tried to defend balls and just ended up getting fuck all and getting out. At least this time it's like, we don't know what we're doing, but we'll flay at it and see what happens. That's an interesting four. Duckett has sliced that over the top of backward point, fairly well timed. It's not carried down to Kuldeep Yadav, who's at deep third man, and then it's pitched and spun past him, and he'll get himself 4 more runs. On the second bounce is when it's spun as well. Interesting.
Yeah.
Always makes the fielder look like an idiot.
Just Kuldeep was going to pick it up.
Yeah, exactly. It happened. Shami around the wicket to Duckett. That one he defends back to the bowler, and there is no run. Salt's on 34 off 21. Duckett is 21 off 18. England off 56 for none in the 7th over. So a good start by England.
Yeah, very good start.
I've seen them go dramatically downhill from here, but
400.
The bookies will have it about there, but
it's a lot of good starts that suddenly dry up, though.
Indeed. Let's see what happens when the spinners come on, eh? They've got Jadeja. He can usually dry things up.
They've got Jadeja, they've got Akshar Patel, they've got Kuldeep, and they've got Washington Sundar.
Oh, well, what we've all been calling for, Root back at number 3 in an England ODI.
They don't have Washington Sundar in the team. 11, right?
No, I don't think so.
No, I think they've got Jadeja, Akshar, and Kuldeep.
Yeah, Kuldeep is definitely there. Jadeja's definitely there. Shami into his 4th over, has gone for 19. Harshit Rana has been pummeled. That one's that's a good stop. Unfortunate from Duckett, timed that quite nicely off his legs, but straight the man at square leg. So there is no run.
I suspect Hardik Pandya is going to come in to replace Harshit Rana. They'll be very brave if they.
10 overs is power play, isn't it? Got to remember the rules for ODIs now.
And the rules for the GPL, Bear, which is worth 51 quid.
An hour and 15, so it goes off at 9:15. Although I think I shut it at 8:15, so I might have to go and open it up. That one is defended into the offside, and there is no run. I think I got my timings wrong and opened it at 7 and closed it at 8:15, which is a bit dumb.
I don't know that you did.
Oh no, I got it right actually.
Yeah.
That's good. It's early, I actually stayed up when I didn't fall asleep on the sofa, which is what I normally do. I thought getting up at 6:30 would be fine. I normally fall asleep on the sofa about 10:30, 11, and wake up at 1, go to bed, and then I'm up. Like the last couple of days, I've been waking up at like 5:30 and 6 in the morning.
Yeah, same here for some reason.
Yeah. But then yesterday I couldn't sleep and I was up till 1 and I had to get up at 6:30. So it's not so great, but it's not so bad. England 56 for none. I think that's the end of the over, Messi.
So I misread this one from Mayank. I read it as Kohli hurt his knee yesterday, is wearing a strap on, but actually it just says he's wearing a strap.
Yeah.
Bumrah is still injured post-Australia with swelling in his elbow. Jay Grover says Messrs is now auditioning for a gig as a US air traffic controller. Well, I'm old and fat and white, so I'm fully qualified under the new regime.
Well, absolutely. Well, we are into spinning. First ball from a new bowler.
Excellent.
It's hit straight back past him. I always think he's another one who I don't really think does much with the ball.
3, 4.
I can
No,
see
he
it.
doesn't.
No.
He bowls darts.
Yeah, exactly. He's a dart bowler. Only good for containing, really, and then people getting themselves out. Which is fair enough. That happens in white ball cricket. That's why I don't think he'll flourish in any test team abroad from India. The bowler, I will give you a jingle after this second ball, which is driven and half stopped. Oh, cover! And there was a bit of a yes, no after you, Claude. But eventually they went through, and the throw was into the pitch, and that gave Salt enough time to get through. Half stopped at cover. The bowler, I'll have to go and get his jingle out actually. Well, no, here he is. So what will we see from Duckett? Reverse sweep or sweep first ball?
Just a reminder to super chat your profanities to us, particularly when something annoys you, whether it's us or the cricket, and we'll read them out no matter what.
All right.
But we'll read them louder if the super chat's larger.
Yes, that's exactly true.
Well, Axel bowling with his sunnies on. Bowling. Oh, it's a traditional sweep.
Well, sweet.
From Duckett, and he's got it behind square enough that it's gone down to the boundary, and it's going to be 4 runs.
4 on the floor, and 1 more 4 than the 4 before. That's what 4s are for, to get funky on the dance floor.
That's a good sweep, got across, went outside his off stump, dragged it round. Who was that down there? Was that Jaiswal down at deep backward square leg?
It might have been Kuldeep.
I don't think it was Kuldeep. Anyway, he ran past, made the dive, couldn't quite get there. There's the reverse sweep. It's gone up. Oh, it's going to go for 6. Is it going to? Oh, I think it has gone for 6. You know, I think that's reverse sweep for 6. Umpire wants to give it a 4. I thought it went over, but no, umpire's pretty certain it went for 4, so we'll give it a 4.
Bro, I was off by 1 ball.
Well hit reverse sweep. He's fucked a few of those in the T20, but he's got hold on that one.
Yep.
Really nice shot. And this one he's hoiked into the leg side. I thought it was a bump ball maybe, but it's gone a long way for a bump ball. Down to wide long on for a single. Salt now overtakes Duckett. Duckett now overtakes Salt. He's on 30 off 24. Let's have a look at this. Oh no, it bounced a good foot or 2 in front of the rope. A little bit of dust out the wicket. Axel Patel around the wicket into the pads of Salt, who just clips it into the vacant space at mid-wicket and get himself a single. Now from deep mid-wicket comes in, there's only 2 out. And that over went for 15. England doing really well here.
Yeah.
Leah
Leah says, oh dear, Rana, I can see his Reddit nickname already. Kieran says, can we get a spin masterclass from Bear when the spinners come on again? How are they bowling sliders? What's a googly? Can someone give Bear a ball so he can demonstrate the wrong'un? Stephen Kelk says that India should continue to bowl Rana to make it more likely that an India swears profusely.
Well, it seems to me, you know, someone like Axar Patel, he's just rolling the ball. He's not really getting any action on it to get the revs.
That was a very poor over.
I mean,
He wasn't even bowling in the right places.
no, he's bowling pretty flat darts. It's quite effective in white ball cricket. A lot of people do it. And you'll always pick up wickets, especially later on, as people are trying to hoik you anyway. Slight variations in pace help
Not
you.
in the power play.
Not really in a power play, exactly. You only got 2 men out. Anyway, Hardik is in, as predicted by Anindo, and hoiked by
Lower
Salt.
ball.
Straight, it was to mid on, and to get himself a single.
Yep.
Salt has finally found some form after failing in 4 T20s.
Yeah, I think the last T20 he really came into his own.
Yeah, he
Well,
just couldn't carry on. I mean, England were really never going to win that, were they? I mean, that was a fantastic innings by Abhishek, and those sorts of innings don't come along that often, and very rarely do you lose if someone does that. So,
Do you know that he didn't have a single shot behind square on the offside?
It was
Just
That's
no
pretty incredible.
nicks.
Yeah.
full and wide by Hardik, tempting Duckett, who has a swing, but it only missed it. It went through to the keeper, and there is no run.
Yeah. I think both Harshit Rana and Aksha didn't get something right, which was on this pitch. I think you do need to slow the ball down, which is what Hardik's doing.
You can turn your picture off,
these guys
Kat.
are finding it difficult.
Thank you. Yeah.
It's been only 2 balls, but I think he's got the right idea.
Hardik again bowling across Duckett, who has a flay at it.
Figured that out.
Gets an inside edge onto the ground, and there is no run.
Which makes me think Kuldeep might be pretty effective here.
Well,
Yeah.
we shall see. He's certainly become more effective in the last few years, hasn't he?
Oh yeah, the last couple of years he's
He's been really
pretty
good.
amazing form. Yeah, and he is genuinely difficult to read. So I mean, it's you have an excuse if you get out to him, but I agree. To Bishnoi or Varun Chakravarti,
Yep.
we'll see.
You would see how effective. I mean, this is it. Are they going to be as effective in an ODI as they are in a T20? That one is clipped round the corner to Rana. They'll get through for a single. I mean, the thing is, in the T20, in the modern,
Kuldeep's proven himself in all 3 formats.
Yes.
So you know he's going to be effective. Yeah.
but I mean, in a T20 where you've only got 4 overs and you've just got to keep going, you haven't got time to figure someone out. In an ODI, I think you've got time to look at someone for a couple of overs and knock around the single, especially in the middle of the game, and then
And a lot of the batsmen forget that, right?
Yeah. Well, this is the problem. I think they play too much T20. I mean, there was a couple of ODIs a couple of years ago with England where they were constantly getting out in 35 overs because they just play it like a T20, not realising they had so much time. And I think, as we've talked many a time on this show, nice cut by Duckett, backed away to the leg side. Not sure it's going to go all the way to 4. It's not. It's pulled in by Jadeja, I think. Oh my God, we're going to have a run out.
Oh, what a fuck up.
What a fuck up. Salt has gone back for 3rd, and Duckett just hasn't moved. And Salt's run himself out. There probably was a 3rd there, I have to say, but Duckett sold Salt out down the river, mate. He was off and running for a comfortable 3rd, and Duckett just wasn't going. Duckett's gone not particularly fast on the 1st or 2nd. He's just thinking 2, I think.
Yeah.
And Salt's nowhere to be seen. He's halfway down the track on the way back for 3, which that I have to say there probably was. So
there probably was a 3rd there.
There probably was a 3rd there, but instead we have one of these.
The crowd says, the crowd says, the crowd says you're out.
And
Well, that provides plenty of space for profanity super chats. We do have a super chat from Jay Grover of £2, who just says, Nobson come in a zoophilic body house. You can do better than that, Jay.
I know you can do better than that. I think it's a question of whether YouTube lets it through, isn't it?
Well, he did change the words a little to let it through. there's been considerable discussion of an Indo swearing as well, and the consensus seems to be with an Indo, it's much better when you're not ready for it and just comes out of the blue.
Absolutely. Always the best.
Otherwise, it would be too predictable.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, the new man at the crease is going to be... I've got to pick which jingle we want for him, really. Maybe we'll try this one, see what that sounds like.
His voice is high pitched.
That's the one.
Your hair like a pick, but massive runs he has hit. So there's that. Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root, actually.
Yeah. So, Root faces his first ball and gets right behind it classically and defends it up to mid-off, and there is no run.
Stephen Kelk just says, for fuck's sake. Jay says, Phil Salt is not making any friends here. They wouldn't allow me to say brothel on social chats. Bradman's.
Yes, well, that's the thing, isn't it?
Yeah, but I'm not sure that was Phil Salt's fault.
I don't think it was Phil Salt's fault. I think Duckett should have come back for the third. I think
Duckett wasn't even looking for that run.
No, exactly.
Yeah.
Well, maybe Salt should have checked that his partner was on the same wavelength as him. But you know, we're going to have a change at the end of this over. At the end of this over, Billy's going to come in for his ODI debut today. Oh, ODI debut. I don't mean that.
Ray Cyrus.
Jason is going to take over for me, not Billy Cyrus. No, and Kat is going to join us from India at the end of this over too. I'll get your thoughts on that. That's a pointless run out. England have just given one away.
Did you say Kat's going to join us from India?
No.
That's what it sounded like.
I thought that's what he said.
Melbourne.
I've just listened to Kat and Dan on their latest podcast, actually, which I highly recommend to you. Can't bowl, can't throw. Look it up. It's super fun.
We did an interesting podcast with Stephen Brinkley the other day. He's actually a really nice guy. Old, but very entertaining.
He's the one who said of guerrilla cricket that of Test Match Sofa that they're not as funny as they think they are.
Exactly that. We did mention that, and we had a good old chunter about it. He said he enjoyed He enjoyed Test Match Sofa, but yeah, we weren't as funny as we thought we were. You know. But he's an interesting book about the 1926 Ashes and the general strike of 1926. And then we ruminated about England and England women's. Round a wicket. Harshit Rana is back in. Duckett flays that down to third man, and he'll get through for a single. Must be feeling a little bit sheepish. Root is going to face up. And this is the shot. I want to see what Duckett does when he comes back for the second. He comes back for a second. He jogs to the end, looks, then says no. He says no pretty quickly. But Salt was already herring down. And
Salt wasn't looking at his partner, which was pretty silly.
No, I mean, to be fair, Duckett had only taken a couple of paces back, was quick to say no. But Salt had also gone...
Ball watching,
Salt had also gone a lot quicker than Duckett. Duckett had kind of settled on the idea that it was only going to be two. And Salt was looking to push for the three, which is a bit of a miscommunication. Root does what Root does and lets it run off the face down to a fine leg, and he got himself a single.
Jay says, I'm not saying it's Salt's fault, just saying he's a whipping boy. And Stephen Kelk says, Billy, time to make lots of references to the 1990s that he can never understand.
Absolutely. Billy loves it. We're teaching Billy about, the 20 years before he was born. 77 for 1 England after 9.2 overs. And that's flayed into the leg side. Is there anyone out there? There is. Oh, that's a fantastic catch. Is that Jai as well? He's run a long way back from mid-wicket, flayed into the leg side by Duckett, got a big top edge. Thought he was going to get away with it, but it's haired back as Jai as well. Full length dive, caught it just above the ground, heading back towards the mid-wicket boundary.
Wow.
Really good catch from the youngster, and have to give him credit for that. Well,
Running completely backwards.
having lost one, England have lost two. Bat turned in his hand, and it's a big top edge. He's herring back at full speed. Another wicket falls. Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust. We should bring the Yorkshire duo to the second member of the Yorkshire duo to the crease. Surely they'll get. Is Jack? No, Jack Farty isn't playing, is he? But that'll be. Get him on! It's this man.
Harry Brook is the future. Unless he bats away Simon Carrigan bowls.
Yep. It'll be Root and Brook out in the middle. 40 overs to go plus
It's a good start
3
to his
balls.
debut for Deswell, even before he bats.
Yep. Indeed. And rather stupid from England. I mean, that's a genuine wicket, but sold one down the river, and suddenly a really good start's turned into 77 for 2.
But to be fair, that's how Duckett's been playing since he came in today, and everything else has worked.
Yeah, it is, and if he'd have gone like that,
That
that'd
ball
been
stopped
fine.
him,
But
though.
I mean, that run out was pretty fucking pointless, and very stupid, and it's the kind of thing that annoys me.
But this looks like a football score: Root 1, Rook 0.
Yeah. Of course, Liverpool playing the second leg of the thingy tonight. Arsenal went out of the Carabao Cup last night, the semi-finals. It's always entertaining. So, Harry Brook, 21 innings and ODIs, an average of 29 and a bit. Ain't great. Let's see how he does today. Harshit Rana is going to come in. Got a wicket. He's only in his 4th over. He's gone for 39. Defends the first ball out to backward point, and there is no run. Bit of rebuilding required by England. Good start. 300 should still be on the cards. Back pretty deep. They've got both Livingston and Bethel are basically making up a 4th spinner. Well, actually, Root, Bethel and Livingston are making up 2 spinners. So they should back pretty deep. Who's coming in after? I'm just trying to think what still to bat. Who'll be in next?
Bethel, I presume, wouldn't he?
Will Bethel be in next? Just Butler next. Liam Livingston.
Oh, right.
Jeff.
Yeah, it should be Butler.
Yeah, Bethel will be 7.
Right.
Bryden Cars.
Bryden Cars 8, Archer 9, Adil Rashid 10, Sakib Mahmood.
It's good
So
batting up. Right down to 8.
Yeah, it's better than their T20 lineup, isn't it?
Yeah, this is much more balanced. And the problem is with England, isn't it? It's having spinners. You've got effect. Oh no, so Adil Rashid is our main. Oh, that's out. Surely, it is. Brook has been strangled down the leg side. Well, I think we'll have a change at the end of this over. We had 3 fucking wickets in the last 2 overs. It's dragging on forever. That was the last ball, actually.
For 8.5 overs.
Root's got inside that. He's tried to just guide it down a fine leg. He's made a complete mess of it and got an inside edge that's gone too fine. Has been caught behind.
Yeah, Brook, not Root.
Yeah, well, I did say Brook, didn't I? I thought I said Brook.
No.
Oh well, I meant Brook. In my mind, I was saying Brook. Anyway, he's going to get one of these.
Fuck off! Just fuck off!
I'm now angry, and I'm heading off to go have some toast. Jason's going to take over from me. Billy is going to give you what you do. You're commentating. And Kat's. Hello, Kat, joining us all the way from Melbourne. Yeah, well, I was all right until 2 overs ago, but we'll discuss that later. I'll see you in a bit.
Okay, just so you can let Jason know that when he goes on to socials that the next one is from Leah about the last time England won a test match in Australia. Catch you in 40 minutes.
Thank you, Messi. Hi, Kat, how are you?
Hey there, Billy. Hi there.
Well,
And
very
I
poor.
don't think we've got Jason yet for socials, but he must be on his way.
No, he's on his way. He's just putting the headphones on now. Hi, Jason.
Hello, everyone. Well, didn't expect to have this man in this early, because it's not a T20, it's a 50 over game. Anyway, I shall jingle him up. It is the T20 captain, and also the ODI captain.
Pryor ain't no loss, 'cause we found someone Sutler. Okay, he can't spell Joss, but he also can't spell Butler. Joss Butler. Just because he is Joss Butler. 1 S and 2 T's, Joss Butler.
And on swearing
England's greatest ever white ball batsman comes to the crease, and once again England need him, and Root will face up to Pandya and gets on the back foot and defends it. Back to him for no one. Well, all of a sudden, Cat, England in trouble, having started quite serenely.
Yes, I just came back. I went off to the gym and I came back, and Salt hit a 6 and a 4 and a 6 and a 4, and I thought, they've got this under control. But not to be. We've had 3 very quick wickets.
3 quite poor wickets as well, you have to say. I mean, the run out, whose fault did you think that was? I mean, I think it's a bit of 6 of one, half dozen of the other, because Duckett didn't run the first 2 hard, which hanging off this ball, Pandya comes in once more and Root in similar fashion defends it, but this time on the front foot. Back to him. He didn't run the first 2 hard enough, which is something you're always taught as a youngster that you've got to do. But the thing is, he did then say no very quickly, and Salt wasn't looking at his partner. So whose fault did you think it was?
Salt was running, and he was almost, half a lap ahead of him, and that's one of the reasons. So I probably blame Duckett a little bit more for not running the first 2 hard enough.
Yeah, I'd agree. I'd edge towards him. Root faces again to Pandya. 77 for 3 England, and defends again on the bounce.
But maybe, if they were going at the pace of Duckett, that third was never on. It would have been Duckett run out if he'd attempted it. So it was the right decision not to go for the third at his pace.
Yeah, definitely.
They're both in the change room now. They're having a shower next to each other, and they're discussing it, I'm sure.
Well, you've got to think, if you run someone out, or at least involved in a run out, you are responsible for going on and getting a few more. And Duckett therefore hasn't done his job at all in that manner. And
that's right. If only to avoid the argument.
the pitch looks like a decent one as well. So England, these two need to build a partnership. Root faces, that's back of a length, and he nudges it into the offside, but it's good fielding at kind of slightly front of point as it went to him on the bounce. What do you think would be a good score for England?
300. They should still be able to get it. They bat really deep. We've got, some fabulous batters in at the moment. And, Joss Butler loves this. He loves the chance to score big and get a century and rescue the team. So until there's a couple more wickets, Billy, I'm still confident of the 300.
Yeah, I'd agree. We bat deep, but it's not really deep. Bryden, Cast, Archer and Rashid can both hold a bat. Cast coming in at 8, I think today.
That's right. We've got 7 to
slightly
play
wider, and it jags back, left well alone by Joe Root for no run.
Yeah, we've got a few more batters left here for England, and then you're right. Once you get into the last 4, it's dire straits. They're capable of having a thrash.
Yeah, exactly. Was that the end of the over?
It's 1 ball to come. I think.
1 ball to come. Messi says it's Lear. On Lear was the last.
Yeah, I'm on it.
Very good. Well, Root is about to play out a maiden here, and he does as he just defends a fuller delivery from Pandya for no run. So the score is the same, 77 for 3. Jason.
Leah says, "Hi, Cat." Jacob says,
"Hey, Leah."
Never mind swearing on GC. Cat knows Batman and Bobbin are the only guaranteed moneymakers on GC.
That's right. If you would like to see Batman and Bobbin, if you throw some money, they're right here next to me on the couch. Yeah, they both are.
Stephen Kemp says, "Hello, Jason, Cat, Billy. Billy, do you know the song of the Macarena?" I think they're trolling you on your age again, your youth.
Yeah, no, I've heard of that. I've heard of that one. I've been at a couple of parties when I was about 10.
Kieran Roseplay says, "Guys, let's try and be positive. England were doing okay for about 7 overs, which is better than they've been doing in the T20s. They were doing okay in 2 of the T20s. They just were absolutely rubbish in the last one. Anyway, here comes Harshit.
Harshit, who's been responsible for a couple of those wickets, comes in for Butler's first delivery, and this is defended back to him.
You're right, Billy. It looks like a fabulous pitch, right? I mean, it looks a good batting pitch is what it looks like.
Well, I think the boundaries are quite long straight, but not necessarily wide. It definitely looks like a really good pitch, and as always with Indian outfielders, they're quite quick usually, so you'd definitely be thinking 300 plus. But it's tricky from this position. I think England would probably take 280, to be honest. I mean, I think who was that commentator? Hang on, after this ball, Harshit comes in once more, and again it's defended 8 dots in a row for England. India building some good pressure. Who said that England we need to be more positive. England had started quite well.
Yeah, someone on the socials being positive. It's very unlike our fans here.
Well, it's very unlike us, but I think it's a measure of our white ball situation at the moment.
That was Kieran Roseblade, by the way.
Kieran, I think it's a measure of our white ball situation at the moment. They're all slightly down in the dumps about it because you almost feel like England could be out for under 200 here as Butler defends it again back down the pitch for no run.
I mean, this is the run up to the Champions Trophy, right? So we've got it's good practice here for both of the sides.
It is and it isn't, because I think despite the fact they're next door neighbours and the matches are going to be played in Pakistan, they're quite different conditions than they are to India
and the UAE.
Yeah, exactly. I was just about to say
yes, but I'm talking about England matches in particular. They're all played at Lahore, the one right next to the border.
Harshit comes in. This is full and dug out. Butler for no run, 10 dots in a row. A lot of pressure being built here. Kat, you have to say, is something about to give.
Yeah, it's a fabulous pressure from the Indian bowlers, and so I imagine they'll keep the fast bowlers churning through.
Yeah, of course they've got some fantastic spin options that England just don't have at their disposal.
Both of the wickets so far to Harshit Rana, who's been not the most economical, but also not the worst.
But
we've had a couple of very
good
economical.
response after he went for 26 in the first over.
Yes.
Harshit will come in again, and that's on the leg stump this time, and defended once again for no run. So route 1 off 8, Butler 0 off 5. There's one delivery to go to avoid 2 maidens in a row. It was a really wonderful catch by Jaiswal to remove Ben Duckett. Very difficult, running over his shoulder, diving at full length. Duckett out for 32, who was looking dangerous. So difficult, Kat, to take those and keep your eye on it the whole time.
Incredible. That was a fabulous catch. He was running full pelt as well. And I think these days, with all the collisions that they've had, it's very difficult to run full pelt at the ball with quite that level of confidence.
Yeah, there has been quite a lot of nasty collisions, mainly involving Australians, to be fair, who never back out of going for the catch.
But it will face up, and this time it's pulled nicely, and that ball will race away for 4. So finally, Butler off the mark. England move on to 81 for 3 to end the 12th.
And we have a super chat last. Jay Grover sent us £2. He says he's off to the shop. Here's a Batman and Bobbin tax.
Batman and Bobbin, you've been asked for. You've been summoned. Come here.
And Leah says England are in dire straits. Time for Root and Butler to turn into the Sultans of Swing.
First up, we have Bobbin. Good girl.
Hello, QT.
She's not going to talk to you. She'll just,
Hardik will come back in. He's had a good start. Maiden in his last over, and this is defended. It's like they'll take a quick single, which they do scamper through for. Root was definitely, Butler, was definitely very, very keen to get on strike there, and Root gives him a thumbs up. Another run out would have been absolutely disastrous for England, but that was good quick calling, and they were both keen for it.
And I like that the dot balls have been soaking up there, given the rest of England's top order, middle order, the chance to put their sunscreen on. Butler came out fully sunscreened, so he was obviously ready.
Oh, he's such a delicate little flower.
Well, India at the moment with all fielders kind of behind square, really. You've got a deep point, deep third man, and a backward square leg, which is an interesting field. So anything over cover and over mid wicket is a chance for a boundary here, and that's defended off the inside half of Butler's bat, and they'll scamper through for another single. These two are usually very good at rotating the strike, aren't they, Kat?
Yeah, that's right. They're used to batting together. And so that quiet confidence of soaking up the dot balls, not caring too much, knowing that they can open up their shoulders at any point. Didn't really feel like they were taking any terrible chances at the end of that almost 2 maidens in a row.
Also, it's so nice to see Root in a white ball England shirt again, and he faces up on 2, defends, back to Pundit. I mean, you'd think he has to be in my mind, he's an absolute cert for our T20 side as well. It's ridiculous that he's not in it.
The main thing I don't like about the ODI kit is that how similar these two teams are. I mean, if they were playing basketball, you would never let them wear these 2 blues. So they should, talk to each other, and there should be a home and away strip, and they need to wear 2 different colours.
We have another super chat from Messages, who says, because bobbing gets me every time, sends us 10 Aussie dollars.
I better get Batman too. Come on, Batman.
There's some serious love for your doggo, by the way, from Stephen Kelk. And Hindi Songs Forever asks, is a dog a Scottish Terrier, Cat?
It's a...
and they're in once more, and Root defends into the offside, backward point collects. And there is no run.
Batman is a toy poodle. You can't even really see his face here. He just looks like a black blob. Bobbin is a Shih Tzu cross toy poodle. She looks like a Shih Tzu. So yeah, that's her breed. A little bit fluffy.
Well, England's run rate that was quite comfortably above 8 for a period has now dropped down to 6.5, and you can't blame them. These two know that they're absolutely vital.
I don't actually mind. I don't mind this at all, so long as they commit to batting for the majority of the innings, because we know that they will speed up once they do start committing to scoring some runs.
Absolutely. Well, Pandey will come in for the 5th ball of his over to Root, who's 2 off 11 so far, and this is on the offside. Root drives really nicely, but there is a fielder out at deep cover, so they'll jog through for a single. Yeah, they're just ticking along. I mean, 84 for 3 on the face of it isn't necessarily bad going, but when you just think about the manner and the quick mini claps that England had, then it's pretty poor. And Hardick, you see today, has been bowling slightly back of a length to these two. He doesn't necessarily want to be driven through the covers, and there was a bit of swing earlier on, wasn't there, Kat? But all dried up now, as you'd expect.
Yeah.
Well, Hardick is in again to Butler to complete the over, and this one is Fuller, and it's off the inside half of Butler's bat, and it squirts out to where the square leg would be, and it's raced around, and they'll come through for a single. So that ends the over. England 85 for 3. Jason.
More super chat from Messages. He says, damn it, I can't allow Batman to feel left out. Another 10 US dollars, thank you. Jagover says, Leah, I think I've got about 3 of your musical reference over a decade, and that was only because there's film soundtracks. Leah says, I'd like to troll Billy with obscure references to the Spectral Sorrows, but obviously people from my generation would get those. And Stephen Kemp said, indeed the key to troll Billy is with well-known 90s, 80s, 70s cultural references, and then ask him to consult with his great-grandparents.
Yeah, they're both all over my head, those ones. Absolutely. Oh well, India are turning to spin here. Called up Yadav, who I have to say I always really enjoy watching bowl. Averages 26, 172 wickets so far.
And because I like his jingle, we're going to jingle him up. Here we go. Ooh. There seems to be dead air in that jingle.
Butler taps his bat down, and facing he goes for a little lap sweep first ball, and he plays it quite nicely, and the fielder will come round at final leg, so there will only be a single.
Don't know what's going on.
I quite like this decision now to bring the spinners on. They kept the fast bowlers for as long as they were getting dot balls, and as soon as Root and Butler felt comfortable enough to start hitting, then let's change it up and bring a spinner on. I think it's a good call from the captain.
Yeah, well, you're never going to put Yadav into the power play, whereas you can put Aksar and Jadeja in.
Yeah, I have to say it's amazing the confidence of Butler, who's faced a lot of spin, to just go and lap sweep first ball as Root defends this. Back down the pitch for no run. It was full from Yadav, but not necessarily on the shots. Really nicely played. And I mean, I think that's what makes him such a good player, as with all the greats. He's a 360 player, isn't he, Kat?
Yeah, that's right. And even though the run rate is dropping, it hasn't dropped below 6, so it's still on target for whatever they're aiming for, which is probably north of 300.
Kuldeep will come in once more over the wicket, and this is a reverse sweep this time by Root, who's connected very nicely with this. A wonderful shot, and it goes 4.
It's Nissan She.
That's more like it. Right.
He played that. It was wide, and he played it really nicely with beautiful control. Got his hands to it quickly, and absolutely raced to the boundary.
Okay, let's try that Kuldeep Yadav jingle again. There it is.
Well, he's in, and this is pushed into the offside, and they might look for 2 here. We don't necessarily want them looking for 3. In fact, it might go all the way for 4. No, it will be pulled up just beforehand, and surely they will come back for 3 here, and I'm pretty sure they have. Nice shot.
It was a pretty leisurely attempt to save the boundary there. It was almost as if he was deliberately letting it get as close as possible, but it was fielded nicely in the end.
Yeah, I agree. I suddenly thought it was pretty obviously hauled in, and then it just picking up. A nice shot from Root under its eyes. Immediately just looks so in control, Root.
It's the fact it's Axar, isn't it, that's chasing it, who is a bit lanky and a bit languid when he chases the ball. And
a bit stiff bending down there, I think he was, Jason, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Well, the field's changed here. It's a leg side dominated field really for Kuldeep Yadav as he comes in. This is turned into the leg side, and these two will jog through for a single.
And already 9 runs from this over, and still a 1 ball to come. So they've really upped the pace, and maybe the pace bowlers will come back not too soon, Billy.
Yeah, I think. Well, they'll stick with Kuldeep for a while. Definitely, it'll be interesting to see what they do with the other end. I probably think that they'll have 1 seamer and 1, maybe go hard at the other end, 1 seamer, 1 spinner, and keep it like that for a while before they go to both spin, maybe around at the 20th over. Or could go to actually, and Root will turn this into the leg side, and there'll be no runs, slightly fuller. To end the over, England 94 for 3, 14 gone.
Jay Grover sends us another super chat for £5 English with a well-worn and recycled joke. I once went to a zoo and all it had was 1 dog. It was Shih Tzu. Sorry.
Does that mean do they have to appear again, or have we done enough appearances for the number of super chats we've received?
I don't think we can never have too many appearances, but there's probably not enough time. And Jacob says to Stephen Kemp, telling that joke was so bad I had to pay to make them.
Yeah, you got to pay for those jokes when they're that bad. We're going to get Batman back on the key, even though he doesn't really appear very well on my my laptop camera. I do have a very good camera, I just couldn't be bothered getting it out, so you've got my laptop camera. Here we go. Here we go, Batman. Have a look in the camera there.
Oops.
Oh, got both of them now. Oh, here we go. This is a challenge. This is a challenge. Not so great for audio. You do have to be on video in order to get the most of this.
They're blocking your microphone as well.
Yeah.
But
I think I've turned off the mic.
Like the spectral hand that's dumping them on your lap gently, because they're not exactly. Not exactly.
Jason, a very aggressive start from Salt and Duckett. I think my problem with Salt, I don't know about you, it's just his inconsistency.
It is. They are. I mean, they did flash up their averages over the last 6 ODIs. I think they're averaging somewhere in the order of 50 or 60 per first wicket, which is good. And
that is good.
You just said for 8 overs England were winning that power play, but then certainly losing 3 wickets in the last 2 and a bit overs, you'd say that it's probably advantage India just slightly.
Yeah. I'd say definitely. But I think it's the way. If England, if the shoe was on the other foot and it was England who'd taken 3 India wickets, you'd say it was pretty even, or India with the advantage. Not only because they're in home conditions, but also just because their depth of batting and their power and their talent.
Yeah.
Which for a time is what everyone said about England's white ball setup. But Brendan McCullum certainly has a big job on his hands.
But the point is that Brook is horribly out of form at 4.
Yeah.
Butler numbers are declining in this series goes on, and at 5. No, once you get past the first 3 wickets, you're struggling to see where the runs are going to come from.
Would you switch Brook and Butler round, or even Brook and Livingston, give him a different role?
He's got to find runs from somewhere. I don't know what the magic source is for him to get into form, but he needs to find that and find it quickly. I mean,
yeah. Well, the thing with the Champions Trophy is you've only got 3 games. So
you've really got to make. You can't really afford to drop anything in the Champions Trophy.
Well, yes. I mean, in effect, they all matter because you could be out of the tournament after 2 games, let alone 3.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Coming back from drinks in a moment. Is it Jadeja coming into bowl?
It is.
They're going both spin.
Let me jingle him up. Ravi Jadeja, where are you? You are
England's 2 best players of spin facing this. He comes around the wicket and it's defended nicely by Butler, who actually pushes it into the offside, and there will be a single.
Talk around whilst I find the jingle because it's not in the cart.
When we hear the jingle, we'll make a start.
Well, I think probably a good move, Kat, to bring Jadeja on and go both spin. To be honest, it's interesting to see if there is any turn in the wicket, which there hasn't been so far. And that one once again goes on with the arm, and it's defended into the offside by Joe Root.
Very, very little spin here at all, and we know that the first over went for packets.
He comes in once more. This is Fuller and driven down the ground, and they'll jog through for a single. Root ticks along at 11 or 17. It's the thing that Root does so well is he'll just score. Score it easy is slightly the wrong word, but you literally think that he's done very little, and you'll look up and he's just striking. He's always got a decent strike rate, and that's the thing he does best. And these two, there'll always be some runs around, and this one's flatter from Jadeja and turned into the leg side by Butler, and they'll come back for a single. England edging ever closer to the 100, 97 for 3 at the moment. The other thing, Kat, is both spin at both ends means that they're getting through the overs very quickly, which of course puts England under more and more pressure. And that's turned into the leg side by Joe Root really nicely. They might look for 2 here. Fielder comes around quickly and hurls it in. They do come back for 2. That's really good running and good to keep the pressure on. They're not letting Jadeja settle here.
And the only way to slow down this rapid over from Jadeja is to actually score runs in the field. He certainly gets back to his top of his mark faster than anyone.
Root taps his bat on the ground and looks up to see the left-handed Jadeja bowl, and that's a really nice delivery and defended back into. Yeah, there's been absolutely no spin so far, Jason, has there?
No, it's pretty. I mean, the only person who will get spin, I think, substantial spin, is going to be Yadav. I mean, both Jadeja and Aksar are more very much angled in dart bowlers. Although Jadeja does occasionally get one rip when the conditions allow, but I don't think they're going to allow it on this pitch. He looks a bit of a belter.
Yeah, especially with the ball being nice and hard. It's difficult potentially to turn it that much. Well, Root 13, Butler 10. That was the end of the over, actually, 99 for 3. Sorry, I didn't realise the over.
But the next over has already started.
Yeah, the next over has already started. We'll do some methods in between in the over if there is any. On the back foot from Butler and turned into the leg side for a single.
If you've got a message, you're going to have to whip it in, Jason, while they're taking some runs.
Yep, we have a super chat, so as fortunately a dog is already on screen. Jago says, off to the shop, anyone want out? Stephen Kelk says...
There's so many super chats, I'm just going to leave Bobbin on the screen altogether, which takes the pressure off me. I'm off screen now.
Yeah. Indeed, otherwise Cat would have to rename them Macaulay and Culkin. Isn't that right, Billy? And that's some more 80s and 90s references for you there.
I think I vaguely get that reference, but I'm not quite sure. I've heard it from somewhere. Called the 10 off his spell so far, and this is flighted nicely and defended back down the ground by Root.
We need one of those sitcoms or movies. Maybe someone on the socials can let us know where there's like a bunch of old age pensioners and just one youngster.
Coldick comes into Root on 13 around the wicket. No slip in for India. At the moment, this Root gets on the back foot. Really good quick hat except they have a fielder out at mid-wicket. He'll hurl it in as they walk through for a single. Root just looking at the bottom of the bat there, maybe he slightly towed it.
Yeah,
it's a bat that he's got a lot of tape around. It must be one of his favourites, Jason.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
to be fair, he does put swear words on his favourite bats.
Does he?
Have you not heard the story about
Go on, you have to tell him between balls. This is on the back foot this time by Butler, who plays against the spin into the offside, and they'll get a single.
Famously put on the top of one of his bats, just F it. No, as sort of a motivational thing.
I do. Yeah, that vaguely rings a bell now that you said it, but that's an interesting approach. Well, he's on 14 at the moment, and at this time he defends it only back to Kuldeep, who's had 3 off his over so far. He's flighting it quite nicely.
Really for Kuldeep?
No, I mean it's quite unlikely he's going to get one coming from over the wicket left arm. If he went around the wicket, he might get a little bit more, you'd have to say. But no, you're right. It really does look like a good pitch. And this is it's on the leg stump, and Root will tuck it into the leg side. They will not get a run this time. That's the end of the 16th, 102 for 3.
Stephen Kelk asks for crunchies and a 6-pack of Strongbow from Jay Grover. And Jay Grover says, "Has Cat just stuffed Bobbin? I hope the feed is glitched." No, he's...
Bobbin is still alive. She's just going to sleep. That's not very social, Bobbin.
Well, I mean... they're allowed.
Bored of our chat.
And Leah tells us about Kieran Culkin's new movie out. Yes. So forgetting that they started so young, they're only just turning up around about 40 now.
Jadeja comes in, and this is driven by Butler straight to cover where there is no run. These two have just calmed it down a little bit. 25 off this partnership. It was looking a bit dicey for the moment, but you're always, with Root and Butler at the crease, 2 of England's greatest batsmen of all time, things are just a little bit more comfortable for England. I think everyone in the dressing room will feel more comfortable as well. This is the first one that we've seen just bounce a little bit from Jadeja off the straight.
Bit of turn too, because that just hit the outside half of the bat. It turned him round very slightly.
Well, I wonder if a bit of the surface flaked up a little bit, but it didn't really. As this one's straighter, and this does go on the arm quicker, flatter, and it's off the inside half of Butler's bat this time. But it only takes, as England have found out playing Test cricket in India, it only takes one to turn before it gets in your mind, and then the straight one becomes the most dangerous delivery. This is off the back foot by Butler and punched down the ground. Well, they'll get a single.
And they're certainly getting bat on every single delivery. Hasn't found pads, hasn't beaten the bat. So it's pretty easy batting at the moment, isn't it, Billy?
Yeah, they haven't given away any chances. You're absolutely right by that. Jadeja comes in again. This is too full, really, and it's pushed down the ground for a single. But they haven't tried to. They've gone about this in exactly the right manner. I mean, the thing is, Brooks' delivery, for those who have just joined us, his wicket, I think it's the kind of wicket you get when you're out of form. He was slightly in 2 minds. It was down the leg side. He just had a little flick at it while also trying to pull his hands away, and it went behind, and this one's turned into leg side by Butler for no run. England 104 for 3 of the 17th. But yeah, that's the kind of wicket you get when you're out of form, really. I mean, I don't know. I wouldn't say it's that unlucky. I think it's a poor shot.
No, it's him, trying to do all the basics right, like get into line, and in fact he got into lines, which meant that the well-directed bouncer was perfect to tuck him up. Anyway, on to the chats. Apparently sweary motivational stuff is not for cricket alone. Leah says, fun story, a baseball player, Billy Ripken, I don't know whether he's related to legend Carl Ripken, has a baseball card with fuckface visibly written on its bat.
Yadav comes in, and this is really nicely reverse swept by Root. They might get a couple here, England, but I think they've just stuck to the single they have.
And some very surreal stuff from Jay Grover. Cat's feed is like a Jean Cocteau movie. Bobbin is a Dadaist icon. And Stephen Coe says, one more and then I will leave the lad alone. Talking about you, so beware yourself to be trolled now.
Kuldeep comes in, that's flighted nicely and driven nice timing from Butler, but India seems. I quite like these fielding places from India. That's a deep mid off, and they only get a single England. They've kind of stuck the deep leg side boundary, which is forcing England to go against the spin if they want to go over cover or something and try and get a boundary. These two won't be too frustrated by not scoring boundaries though, especially if they keep taking the striker on, and this is defended by Root down the pitch for no run.
Yeah, had a couple of overs of 9 or 10, and then these spinners have really tightened it up. We've just had 2 runs, 3 runs off the last couple of overs.
All deep. Comes in, and this one does turn a little bit, and it's nurdled into the offside by Joe Root with an open bat face. And deep backward point will pick up, and they'll get a single. Yeah, he's been good, Kuldeep. I mean, a wealth of talent in the India bowling ranks, you'd have to say, Kat. I mean, who do you feel like is the most dangerous?
Apart from Bumrah, Kuldeep is my favourite Indian bowler, I think.
Yep.
If you have to have one fast bowler and one spinner, they're my choice.
Who would you say is the most threatening spinner that India have in their ranks for England in today's game? Kuldeep will come in over the wicket, the left armour, and it's driven down the ground nicely by Butler. And they'll jog through for a single.
I mean, it looks like it's Harshit Rana, but I wonder if it's actually Jadeja. Because I feel like Jadeja can always conjure a wicket out of anything.
Yeah,
and so
he's a man who can do anything.
That's going to happen.
He can bowl it.
And it might be tempting a slog caught in the outfield with a clever field placement. That's my prediction.
Well, 4 off this Kuldeep over so far, 1 ball left in it, and this is turned into the leg side by Root. They'll run this really hard. Actually, it might go all the way for 4. It's good fielding though on the boundary. They'll get 2, you would think, and they do. Really nicely played that from Root under his eyes.
Yeah.
Turned it down to fine leg. England 110 to 3.
Fanny's Fart says, morning all from the hub of the world that is our local hatching, matching and dispatching office. Had a prospective bride yesterday booking her ceremony, and she had to refer to a note to spell her groom's name. Well, if she's Sri Lankan, I imagine it's not surprising, given the length of their names. Message here says, I think Kat has inadvertently come up with the means to massively boost our ratings. Just 3 dogs commentating all the time, which has to be more attractive than most of us. Yes, 3 dogs, no gorillas. No, don't Google it.
Speak for yourself, Matthew. Jadeja comes in, 2 overs he's bowled so far. That's flat. Butler defended into the offside. They'll run a very quick single. Oh, that is a terrible throw into Shubman
just
Gill.
Nailed him on the inside of his boot.
There was absolutely no reason. England had jogged through for the single. He was literally so short. Well, no, I think it's flicked the fingers of KL Rahul before it's gone into his boot and into the stumps. Oh no, it hasn't straight into the boot. You're right. You've got a bigger TV in Sydney. He won't carry any favours for that kind of thing. Root will face on 19 to Jadeja, and this is flicked into the leg side.
No, the conspiracy theorists will have that being a deliberate ploy to get Pant in the side at the expense of Rahul.
Trending on Twitter at some point. That's wow. That one has turned. Oh, he's out. It's hit Joe Root on the back leg. You'd have to say it looked like he's turned. Surely this will be reviewed. You have to say.
It was a terrible delivery. It was a half tracker. It was awful delivery.
It just I don't think it was that bad. It
just bounced back of a length.
Yeah.
It was quicker. That's the main thing. It's definitely the quicker arm ball, and I think it took Root a bit by surprise. Did bounce a bit, which is why I think they were possibly reviewing it more in desperation than hope, because that looked pretty out to me.
My problem was height, but the thing is, I'm pretty sure we'll see a replay here that it hit Root on the back leg, and 90% of the time those are out. Oh, has he got a flick on it? Has he got a little edge on that?
I don't think so, but I think it is above the knee roll, and
it's the only thing that'll save him. It's in line with middle stump, and it doesn't look like there's anything on the ultra edge.
No, he hasn't. He actually hasn't hit it. Yeah, the thing is, it's on the back leg, and as I say, they're almost always out, and it's very straight. So
yes, clever. Just as I predicted that Jadeja got the wicket. It wasn't a catch in the outfield, but that was my prediction. So we need you, Billy, now to predict the next wicket after this. What's it going to be?
Well, let's just make sure this is out, which we all think it is. Oh, it's close. It's umpire's call. He's got to go. It's straight over.
Bouncing over.
Oh well, they didn't give us the behind of the stumps, which they usually do, but Root has to go.
Yep, lucky Root.
Just when we said that nothing had hit the pads and they'd been putting bat on absolutely everything, and I didn't touch wood strongly enough there, I do apologise.
Yes.
Well, it was actually a really...
Commentator's
nice
curse from
delivery,
Cap there.
It was a really nice delivery, that, from Jadeja, you have to say. It was just a bit back of a length, slightly flatter. He bowled quite full so far, and it just got Root onto the back foot, and it's the first one that's really turned. And yeah, bouncing. And but to be fair, it was close. I mean, you can absolutely see why Root reviewed it. We didn't get the behind the view from the stumps to see how close it really was, but it literally looked like it was only just
did look like it was just clipping the bails rather than any meat of the stump itself. Anyway, that's going to bring another man into the crease. Oh, it's a surprise. It's not the man I expected. It is going to be this guy. Where are you? Where are you?
We thought it would be Livingston, but instead we...
Yeah, that's why I had queued up, so I had to quickly change his jingle, but so here it is.
Well, I think this is absolutely the right call from England to make. It's too early for Livingston to come in, really. They need someone like Bethel, who will just knock around, averaging 27 so far in his fledgling ODI career. I mean, he's a prodigious talent, you have to say, Kat.
Yeah, he's wonderful to watch. And he'll be really relishing this, coming in perhaps a little bit earlier than England would have liked. I mean, you want your number 6 to be coming in, well past the 30 over mark. So, oh well.
Well, Jadeja will come into him. Not an easy bowler to face first up, especially as a left-hander, and this is defended positively down the pitch. So no run. Bethel, of course, an IPL contract with the Royal Challengers Bangalore. So it's an interesting taste of Indian cricket as he faces up again. It's defended into the offside for no run. And you'd assume that the Lions would have played a few games out in India, so he's had a little bit of experience of Indian cricket beforehand. But not much before this white ball series, and he'll face. And this is defended down the ground for no run.
And with the run rate now, with that couple wickets, couple of lower scoring overs,
we're down below 6.
Below 6, so 5.84. So anyway, we need after we get these socials, we need your predictions, guys. Both of you, who's going to get the next wicket?
Well, end of the 19th, England were on Nelson. If you're at all superstitious, 111 for 4.
Jago has asked Fanny's fart, who are you? Since he's just commented that they are in the alter ego at the moment, and they'll come back to their normal handle soon. Grey Ninja asks, can we have a Sepultura bloody root jingle? And Stephen K says, boo, got to go to the boss man now to sell my labour. Thanks for the coverage.
Kuldeep comes in, and this is driven nicely down the ground by Butler, and they will get a single. Kat, I think the next wicket will be Jadeja getting Jacob Bethel LBW. I think he'll get one to turn
from over the wicket. He'll just fire one in that he misses, trying to work.
And what about you, Jason? What's your prediction?
I don't think that's a bad shout at all. I think now that Root has gone, Butler is committed to batting until at least the 40th, 45th over. So
Butler needs to be there.
So the most likely thing is that Bethel will be out next as a result.
Okay.
This is turned around the corner from Bethel, who'll get off the mark with a single. And that's not necessarily saying Bethel's a bad batsman, of course, but it's the quality that we all know of Josh Butler, who's currently on 17, and he had a really good really good 20 over series as well with the bat.
You say that,
but he's so loved in India, though.
But no, he started well and then went downhill from there onwards.
That's true. Like England's performances in general, difficult as a captain, though. You'd have to say there's a lot for him to deal with, especially in a losing side, and this is driven by Butler for no. Did you guys ever think with the changes coaches? Personally, I didn't think Butler would get the chop as captain, but did you guys ever think that might be an option? Kuldeep comes again, and this is turned by Butler in the leg side, and they'll scamper through for a quick single. It was
that's
good call.
Not the right person to pick your running to.
That's it.
As a blue blur came in and threw the ball in it like a rocket.
But did you guys think Butler's captaincy was ever under threat?
Possibly.
Who would it be?
The question is who is a replacement?
Salt?
No.
Salt did it in the West Indies. Livingston did it in the West Indies. They've.
Butler defends this into the offside. Well, we've got one more ball of our stint left.
Yep,
I think
we're going to have a change.
I think Salt for me. I've said it before. And Gorilla, that I'm not sure Salt should really be in the side, to be honest.
I suppose then
he's just too inconsistent for me. I mean, I definitely want Root in the T20s, and I think Salt would be the only really viable option.
I know who the long-term solution is going to be. It's going to be Brook, but he's not quite ready. Anyway, we're going to have a change. Cat's going to do some ball by ball.
114 to 4.
Bear is going to replace me, and Messers is going to come back in to do your socials. So I'll see you later.
Thanks, Jason. Hi, Cat.
Today.
Appropriately, the first message I got to read is from a cat, Cat Martin. She says, "Oh, it's Cat and Co. I'm Cat with a K, but it's pronounced like a C. Like smash the like button, everybody. Yes, please do. Comiskey is still Varun is not in this side. And who was the captain for England in the White Ball Series in the West Indies? I think it was Livingston, wasn't it, or was it Salt?
It was a combination of both,
wasn't it? Resumption of play here, and it's Jadeja with his beautiful hair coming in and bowling to Butler, immediately driving the ball out to a wide mid-off and getting a single, and the run rate at the moment is 5.7.
Yeah, I bet on Root to get a 50, which looked a bloody shoe-in until that ball, and then
I didn't give my prediction before Bear and Messi. I think it'll be Bethel out, Cornbowl, Jadeja. But this next one is not. This next one is just defended back down the pitch, and Bethel manages to survive.
I think you both said Bethel for a nice 50 here.
Well, I've also gone for England over 318 or 19 and a half.
Ooh.
Another ball. Bethel is driving the ball down to mid-on, and the bowler Jadeja tries to get a hand to it, couldn't do it, and they get a single.
Well, they should be capable of that. Well, I say that they lost probably one or two too many wickets by the 20th over, really, haven't they?
Yeah, I mean, really, you got these two in Livingston, then a bit of bashing after that.
Yeah, Butler faces up this next one from Jadeja around the wicket and straight back defensive, and Jadeja is already at the top of his mark and bowling again, and this one is pushed into the covers or out to mid-off, and they take another run. That's 1, 2, 3 from the over. In fact, yep, the over is
one ball
still
left.
Coming, one to come.
Yeah, I mean, England should be up to close to 300 by 30 overs, and you think, well, if they double that, potentially if these two go deep,
they're not all out.
Well, that's the problem.
A ball turned to mid-wicket, no run, and the score 117 for 4 after 21 overs.
Go on, Bear, as I come on air. YouTube goes really quiet.
Yes, well, I mean, that's the problem, isn't it? I mean, if these two go deep, England could still get a really good score, and you only need one or two people to get a big score. Butler, if he's there by 35 overs, would have faced 70, 80 balls, and should have his eye properly in and could go mental in the last 10, and a big score can still be on. Flip side of that is they all fuck it up and they're all out for 200.
No.
Yeah.
But look, any low-scoring ODI still has a potential to be very, very exciting.
That's quite true.
So this next ball is from Kuldeep, and it's flatter and it's low and it's pushed out into the covers by Butler. It's gone all the way out to the boundary, so 4 runs.
That's a good shot. Surprised there isn't anyone out on the deep point boundary, or out in the deep cover at least. Anyway, pick the spot
There's
nicely.
Someone there, but I think there was enough spin on that one that it just rolled away from the wide fielder. And Kuldeep is over the wicket. Butler turns this one around the corner square, and it's fielded, no run.
Still keeping going at nearly a runner ball, 24 or 30. Bethel can
Nearly
pick up the left-handed bowlers over the onside quite well. He did that last summer.
Yeah. Another one from Kuldeep. No real spin. Turned to just a forward square. Short forward square. So 121 for 4. Bethel's faced 9 deliveries. He's got his eye in now. He's on 2 at the non-strikers. And Butler on 24 from 31. He's facing up now and he's on the pull. He's getting this one out behind square. It beats the fielder on the boundary and another 4 runs.
Yeah, that was a shit delivery.
There's not one boy for me. I must have 2 or 3. I need 4.
That's what you get.
Yeah, a little tiny bit of spin actually, but way too much strain down the leg side.
Yeah, too short, too wide down the leg side. Free hit, really. Hit it in the air. Could have hit it to a fielder straight down the throat, but you know, got away with it.
In the air for a minute. This next ball, those beautiful, pitched on off, spun in to Butler, and he defends it into the onside for no run. Good follow-up. 1 ball to come in the over.
Good amount of boundaries.
Anything would have been better than the previous ball, let's face it.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, my money's still on Jadeja to get the next wicket, I think. But look, the fast bowlers may be coming back in a minute.
I think Kuldeep's pushing it through a lot, isn't he?
He is. Another ball turned through square. And that's 1 run, 9 from the over, 9 from Kuldeep's over. His figures are none for 30 from 5, 126 for 4. The score for England after 22 overs.
So, Bear, because we have no messages, it might be worth mentioning to people where you're at in terms of moving studios and so on.
Well, yes, smash the like button and subscribe, obviously, peeps. I've got an offer, the flat. I'm going to get a blue pack, I think. I'm going to order my own to stick on the outside of the building as we leave. We've been here for 8 years. But the flat is gone. It's been sold. Got complete on that, which should take 2 months or so, but I am currently looking for a new studio for Good Old Cricket, and it's quite tricky. There isn't a lot out there at the right price.
So Jadeja's having another over. He's bowling to Butler. They scamper through for a quick single. Run rate still is just under 6. So you're buying a studio or you're renting?
No, we're going to have to go and rent one.
Yeah.
But I've got to find one. And it's not easy, and it's quite expensive. Hence, we've been asking our lovely fan base. That one, oh no, over to you, Kat.
So yeah, we have we have Bethel on strike, and this ball squirts off his edge. It goes down to fine, and they run through for a single. Did it come off his pads?
No, it came off his back.
Off an inside edge. So
he dug that into the pitch, didn't he?
And already Jadeja winds up again. This time it's Butler, and Butler is driving a ball. He's a beautiful stroke out to the boundary for 4, the deep cover boundary, and another boundary for Butler.
1, 2, 3, 4.
He's clipped it beautifully off his pads, just past the outstretched hands of a reasonable dive from the fielder there.
It was cold deep in the field, wasn't it?
Someone chunky in the field. Jadeja bowls around the wicket to Butler. It's on his pads, turns it around the corner, gets an easy single, backward a square. So far from this over, 7 runs. Now we're just going to get a score in a moment from the Australia match.
Yep, a stumping.
Ooh.
It's either 5 or 6 for 150. So Bethel
I'm
is
giving
facing
it
up to...
it's a 6. Sorry.
Bethel is facing up to Jadeja, and he doesn't quite know what he's doing here. In fact, we need to watch the replay in order to describe this ball more accurately. But it's hit him on the glove in the end. I don't think he really realised where that ball was going.
I think he went down way too early, didn't he? And Jadeja knew what was going to happen.
Wound up a little bit early. Another ball's just defended poorly into the offside. Bethel doesn't look 100% comfortable. End of the over. and the score 133 for 4.
Yes, and it stumping off Kuhneman off Chandimal, who made 74 of basically half Sri Lanka's score. So they're in some strife now.
They are indeed.
Kuhneman's first wicket.
So back to where we are. So I've got to look for a space now. Earlier on, I mean, when we started this, I thought it was going to go a lot quicker. We started this in June, and we asked you all to up your patrons, and we kind of pulled back from that because I hadn't had an offer. But now we got an offer, and it's time to move. And our initial target is around about $2,500 in Patreon money, which will give us an opportunity to rent somewhere and have a little bit of a backstop if bills come in, etc., etc. We're currently up at about 1,800 and around about there, so we do need to push. I mean, our stalwarts that we never are always happy to receive money
We've got a
off.
fast bowling change here, and Shami's coming back in. The first ball is pushed out into the covers. They run through for a single.
You know, our stalwarts have been patrons for a long time, and we are ever, ever, ever grateful for you. But there's 16,000 subscribers on YouTube. A few of you could just chip in $5. It's a Starbucks, man. Starbucks in London is over £5. In fact, $5 is in American is less than a Starbucks in London. And I don't know how many people Starbucks have a week, but if you work, you probably have 2 or 3 at least a week. So just, you know, it's probably bad for you, Starbucks, whereas supporting guerrilla cricket is probably good for you.
Certainly bad for your wallet.
Yeah.
Shami's around the wicket to Bethel. Bethel's defending a ball into the off and no run.
So
the speed of Shami's about 133 kilometres an hour here. The run rate for England dropping again to 5.7.
So do yourself a favour, save yourself a Starbucks and do something morally correct, which is support guerrilla cricket. And we'll be forever grateful, and we can get a decent space and carry on going forever. As long as you support us, we'll keep going. We love you guys.
Well, you need someone's garage or something that you can set up permanently.
Yeah, that would be nice, but it's London. There's not a lot of space available.
So Shami's bowling it short, and Bethel's trying to defend. In fact, it's almost gloved it through to the keeper, who drops it even if he had of. I don't think he got a glove on it. No, it's a bye. It's gone behind. The keeper's shelled it, and it's gone dribbled down to fine leg for a single.
He sort of pulled out of the shot, didn't he? I think it got big on him pretty quick. There's a poor take by Cal Rahul.
Yeah, not the most accomplished keeping there. They're putting in a backstop. No, they're not. They're not putting in a backstop at all. Butler's on strike now. He's on 36 from 38. He's certainly caught up. And this next one's just passing by. Outside off stump, and Butler's not interested in playing a shot, which I think is the first one I've seen that they haven't attempted to play.
Yeah, he's sitting in, isn't he, Butler? He's still cruising along just under run a ball. That's the thing. He's got to be there very deep into this innings, and there's another 25 overs to go. If he's there at the end, England will probably have quite a large score, you'd have thought.
This is a classic Butler innings. He reaches sort of parity at a run a ball and then accelerates.
Yes.
Shami is back of a length over the wicket, and Butler facing up turns it forwards to forward square leg where there is a man and there's no run. So good over from Shami, just 2 runs from it, 1 ball to come.
This is the definition of the boring middle overs in ODI, this last 10, 20 overs, because England have lost wickets.
This is riveting, this one. This is
completely clammed up.
Yes.
That's interesting.
Yes. Yeah, it is.
It is interesting to see whether England can survive.
Yeah.
Another ball's just played down to mid-off. Last ball of the over, so the score at the end of the 24th, 135 for 4.
I don't want to know what I've done to upset anybody. Nobody has tweeted for the last 13 minutes or sent a YouTube message for 30 minutes. So obviously people going on strike for some reason.
They're gripped.
I don't know what I've...
Gripped by this riveting ODI.
It must be meal time. What meal are you heading into?
They could all be travelling to work in England, I suppose. It's 9.
Yes,
well, no,
right.
actually, they should all be in work.
They should be at work by now and dodging out of work, skipping out of work by listening to guerrilla cricket in their AirPods or whatever.
Brian has given the answer, really.
Brown in Brisbane says, bugger, this work caper is hampering my listening time. Why is the screen title showing the 5th T20?
Oh, it is.
Oh,
shit, I forgot to change the title. I'll do that now.
Good on you, Bear. Oh, you having
Got a
to work,
T20
Brian?
back
It's yeah. Having to work is such a bugger, isn't it?
Here comes Jadeja for his 6th over. His figure's 1 for 18. And he's bowling around the wicket to Bethel. Bethel pushes the ball past the mid-on, and that's gone out to the deep for a single.
Where are we playing today? We're playing in Nagpur, aren't we?
Nagpur.
We are indeed.
Absolutely packed ground, and they're all wearing blue, so I imagine they're all England fans if they're wearing blue.
Of course they are, yes.
Of course they are. The next ball is to Butler. Jadeja bowls, and Butler pushes it backward a point, and no run. He's on strike again. Jadeja's already coming back in. This one's straying down leg, whipped away backward a square, but there is someone there, and another 1 run.
So I was very pleased to discover you're smarter than the average 5th grade cricketer anyhow, Kate. Kat, today.
That was the podcast, that's right. We had a quiz related to Michael Bevan this week, so if anyone likes Michael Bevan, go and listen to that. Another ball's defended by Bethel. He's on 4. Jadeja's back at the top of his mark already, coming in 5th ball of the over. Bethel using his feet, dancing down the pitch, but it just squirts out to a cover point. And there's no run for him. 4 from 17. Not exactly prolific here.
Yeah, we were having an argument about whether he should be in the Hall of... Was it in the Hall of Fame for Australian cricket or something?
He went into the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
And another ball's driven by Bethel. This time down to mid-on for a single. End of the over. 3 runs from it.
I definitely
End of the 25th.
I definitely think he should. He was fantastic for Australia. There was a whole period of time where he pulled them out of the mire virtually every time. Accelerate. He was the sort of first of his kind of the ODI players, wasn't he? I mean, he was a guy who went along at a run of ball, really accelerated, played an ODI.
He kind of
innings.
reinvented it. He sort of was playing T20 before T20 was a thing.
Yeah, basically. And really brought on ODI batting as well. I mean, he was always vulnerable to the short ball, which is why he was never any good at a test match. But obviously, with limited short balls in an ODI, he was fantastic. Because he failed. He didn't really pass muster as a test match player, did he?
No, he didn't do much test batting. Shami's bowling to Bethel. This next one is not edged through to the keeper, just a dot.
I think as you pointed out that previously he didn't qualify for the Hall of Fame because he didn't play 20 test matches and they had to change that qualification.
Feels like such an archaic way of judging whether someone would qualify only by how many tests they play and not by any other format. But good idea to reassess the rules. He's in the Hall of Fame now. And he's an incredibly dull person to have on a podcast, by the way. There's 6 ball from Shami around the wicket to Bethel. Bethel drops the ball in close and they don't get a run. No, he was very entertaining. We did have him on the podcast, I don't know, 10 years ago, a long time ago. Maybe not quite 10 years ago. A while ago. I presume he's not listening to this particular broadcast.
Yes.
What would the dullest person you've ever had on your Gorilla Cricket podcast? You can say me if you like. The dullest cricketer.
Dull people are hard work on a podcaster.
Oh, aren't they? I got to say, Monty
cricketers are hard work.
Monty was hard work.
Shami's bowling. This one is played uppishly and not to the fielder. Gets it on the bounce. There's an attempt at a run out as well. So pretty sharp in the field, India. They do get the run fairly comfortably in the end, but putting England under a little bit of pressure.
I mean, the trouble is there are a lot of cricketers who think we're not serious enough and they don't really get us. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's a bit risky to go on a humorous podcast because people might make fun of you.
Yes.
Yeah.
And not many of them have a sense of humour, to be honest.
No, that's it. They've all got bloody egos. That's why they were pretty good, I suppose.
Yeah. Butler's playing the next ball out into the covers and they get another single, just 3 singles from this over so far, this Shami over. 2 singles, in fact. Yeah, look, most cricketers, you have to be one-track mind, not much else going on in your life in most cases. They don't make very good commentators either, with very few exceptions.
Yeah, agreed.
Alyssa Healy, fabulous commentator. In fact, even Mitchell Stark's pretty good. So I think we're in for them for another couple of decades.
Yeah. Well,
a lot of them start out quite good, though.
Michael Atherton. Yeah, that's true. They just ran out of new stuff.
Yeah, and then they kind of revert to type. I mean, I thought the first time I ever heard Michael Clarke on commentary was when he was injured in an Ashes series a couple of years back. No, it wasn't Ashes, it was against India. And he started off being quite, interesting as a commentator, because at the time he was captain and he was injured and they stuck him up in a commentary box. But now I hear he's just a nightmare.
Oh, he's an absolute nightmare. Anyway, we've just had another single taken off the next chamois delivery with, I think, one to come. The luxury of the fast bowler. It's short, it's pulled through square, straight to the man in the deep. And they get another run, I presume, there. Yeah, that is 4 from the over. 142 for 4. The score ticking up, and also the overs just ticked over 26.
Oh, well, I'm pleased to say we have got some YouTube activity. Leah says YouTube chat is fucked. Seems like they use a test build for a production server again. Stephen Kelk says hello from on my bike in Maastricht. I'm aiming to go and see Stephen in Maastricht when I'm on my tour around the UK and hop onto the Eurostar and go and see him, just to see the lovely new cricket ground they're building there.
How long's that journey on the train?
It's about 2.5 hours to Brussels, and then another hour and a bit, I think, to Maastricht.
Yeah,
so
it's not that far. Everything's really small over here. You remember that, Kat?
Yeah.
New bowler coming in. In fact, it's not a new bowler. It's Akshar coming in to bowl his second for the day. Straight away, this is driven by Butler down to a deep mid-off for a single.
Well, I must say, Kat, once again, we're trying to find a solution to getting over to Australia to do the Ashes, so we don't have to stay up all night. So I've done a treatment for a guerrilla travel show that incorporates the cricket. So I want us to drive around, but we need to find some sponsors.
I'm sure the patrons would love you to have a trip to the Ashes in Australia. This next ball is it's an attempted expansive drive from Bethel. He doesn't get all of it or even a third of it, and it just dribbles out into the onside, but they do manage to run a single.
Well, I did a rough sort of TV treatment type thing. Got ChatGTP to help me, funnily enough. It worked. It looked pretty good. And the only thing we need some sponsors now is some rough. A lot of people have offered us places to stay, so I kind of did a rough sort of
you
budget
weren't worried
thing.
about accommodation.
No, I'm hoping not.
Akshar bowls to Butler. Butler plays a lazy and beautiful little late drive down to mid-off again for a single.
And we figured we'd drive between venues because there looks like there's enough timing to do. Although the only one would be Perth. We'd have to drive to Adelaide and then get a flight to Brisbane. I think it'd be too long between those two tests.
Yeah,
it's a little bit far. Depends on the order.
Yeah.
Actually, I don't even really know.
Well, it's Perth then Brisbane, I think. So.
Yeah,
but what we figured is about 8 or 10 days between a test, and we reckon it'd take about 5 days if we did it leisurely between Perth and Adelaide, and then we could just fly up to Brisbane.
Akshar bowls 2 balls in a row, 2 dot balls.
So do some travel log stuff sort of in between. But if we did that, food and flights and car hire and stuff, I reckon it'd come to about, we reckon we could do it for 33 grand for 4 of us for the whole Ashes.
You think there'd be 4 of you, yeah?
Well, that would be the plan, and then we get people local in Australia and obviously do the Zoom thing. We'd have to bring out a whole bunch of kit with us. And the other thing was actually we'd hire kit out in Australia rather than bring too much stuff. Bring the computers and basically hire all the rest of the stuff out in Oz. But we might try and find some sponsors. That's what we tried last time. It failed dismally, but we might try and get in touch with the Australian Tourist Board, see if they're up for it.
Yeah, you never know.
You never know.
Yeah.
They stay a mile off because of the TV rights, right?
Yeah, possibly. But it's worth a shout. It's all on YouTube.
Yeah.
And a lot of it would be sort of travel-y log type stuff as well, not necessarily us doing the cricket, and it'd be separate little bits and bobs. It'd be like a little sort of 10 or half an hour show, either on YouTube or you can sell it to a TV channel, something like that. That was
the
my initial
airfare's
thought.
getting more reasonable again too. My airfare return from here to London is about £900, which is pretty good with Qatar.
So we have Hardik coming in now, change of bowler, and he's coming in his fourth over. The first ball is defended driven, and Pandya make sure he just grabs that.
Well,
follow through.
My brother works for some big Australian travel firm. He's a manager of an office.
Contacts.
Well, exactly, and I'm hoping. Well, mind you, the last time he tried to sell me a car, I thought, he was a car dealer, and I thought he'd do me a deal, and instead he bought a car at auction and sold me at fucking market price. So I don't know if he'll help me out with flights or not, but.
Hardick bowls a Yorker length delivery, but it's a little down leg side, and it's played out into the deep where they get another single. Butler's faced 49 deliveries for his 42, and Bethel he's soaked up 26 deliveries and managed to score 8. But he's just about to wind up, I think. Open up his shoulders, don't you think?
Well, if he's still there, he's got potential, hasn't he?
Yeah.
As long as he's not out, Butler's doing the hard yards at the moment.
So I wonder, some of the travel agencies, if you want to organise a tour with other guerrilla cricket people to the Ashes, organise your own Ashes tour. The people who organise it often get the free travel, and everyone else pays something to come along.
That's true.
Yeah, we thought we could do some pub
travel
events
agent
as
that'll
well.
do that. Another full ball from Hardick, and driven by Bethel, but straight back to the bowler again.
Like the grade cricketers managed to get over here for the last one. I suppose there's only 2 of them, and they'd have to do a live setup, but they were doing sort of pub events and stuff. We could try a few of those around Australia.
They have done a lot of work.
Yes, really I know. Well, we tried to get them on in the Ashes, and they said they would come on, but then they were obviously too busy when they were in England and didn't really respond.
So Bethel on 8, Butler on 42. The score 146 for 4. And this is short, and it's whipped away. It's pulled away for 6.
Wow,
that
was
is
a
an
good shot.
incredible shot from Bethel. Woohoo!
Thank God for that. He finally got some runs.
Well,
I just said he was about to do that, didn't he?
yeah, I was going to say you called that. Yeah.
But it was there to do. It was on his hip, on his leg stump, wasn't it? It didn't get up too high.
It was.
Nice pace. I mean, he did well
There
to
was
catch up
nothing else
with it.
he could do with that delivery.
No. And that'll make him feel good.
Anyway, he's got a lot of confidence now. This could be his undoing. Bethel then plays a ball. Just a late little push down to third, where there is a fielder just inside the rope, and he just gets a single off strike. 1 ball to come with Butler facing up to Hardick.
Yeah, so that's our plans for the Ashes. I'm sure it's not going to happen, and we'll end up being fucking stuck doing it overnight in England. But there's hope.
He's been threatening to come to Australia for about the last 12
Well,
years.
yeah.
Well, we have.
Yeah.
We've tried several times to get some sort of money to be able to get out there. One year we tried to raise 100 grand and do it so we get paid as well, but that never happened. We actually
I think
hired.
that's slightly too much money, but it is hard to get all that time off work, right?
Yeah, I mean, fortunately, me, Tony, and Hendo would be the strike force, I guess.
Yeah.
Fortunately, we're all sort of self-employed, so we could do it.
Yeah. Butler's pushing the ball backward a point, end of the over. There was 8 runs from it, but the run rate's really ticking down at the moment. 153 for 4.
Of course, we want to do it. We want to do it out of the weather cave. Is first stop.
Yeah, well, I'm hoping to get my broadband improved by then. Kieran Roseblake says, still on the school run here, nearly done though. England seem to have played India an awful lot recently. I see Kohli is wearing a knee strap, yes. Is that because his ego's got so big, or it's in danger of exploding out of his knee like a hernia firework? Woohoo, says Leah. It's not me, but to be fair, Monty is pretty hard work, I imagine. In terms of being the most boring person, yeah, Monty was hard work. A belated good morning, says Rich Turner. I'm not at work, and Rich is another person I'm hoping to see on my travels.
And we're back again live. Akshar bowling, and Bethel sweeping a ball out into the deep for 1.
It's interesting, isn't it? They pretty much got through 30 overs in 2 hours, and I bet the next 20 overs take another 2 hours.
Could be. Akshar's now around the wicket to the right-hander. Butler pushing a ball out into the covers. He's gone out to a wide mid-off, and they've run through, scampered through for 2, in fact, and that is incredible running. I don't know how they had time to run 2 there, but they did.
I think he spotted straight away that he did it wide enough that the guy was going to have to run round to pick it up, and they get back for 2. Pretty full crowd once again in India. They do like their white ball cricket, don't they?
Indeed. Butler again gets the ball through the field, out into the covers, past the circle for a single, which puts Bethel back on strike. Will he hit another 6? Let's hope so.
I don't need him to hit another 6 for another 10 overs, as far as I'm concerned. Just
Ooh,
make sure he's there.
Attempting a reverse here, and it is spanked out square, and they just get 1. But he's showing a lot more intent with his footwork, I find. The dancing feet have started from Bethel. Maybe that's a signature, I'm not sure.
He's faced enough balls now, that, and he's still there. He's been a bit lucky maybe to still be there. He's been beaten a few times, played up a few rash shots, but he's certainly capable.
And we're on 50 watch for Butler, of course. He's on 45. The run rate's only 5.5, and that feels like a good spot to be heading into the 30th over, provided these two can now pick it up a little.
Exactly. Well, if these two can last for another 10 overs and then blast the last 10, I think still 300, 320, 30 is still on. Hopefully over 318 and a half.
So flighted ball to Butler, pushed into the onside. 1 run taken, turning over the strike like absolute pros, although I imagine they haven't batted together that often, these two.
No, probably not much at all.
No.
A few T20s maybe.
Again, Bethel's dancing with his feet. We're on Dancing Bethel watch, but he takes 1 or 2 steps down the track and just pushes the ball back to the bowler, Akshar. None for 24 from 3 overs. A bit expensive. 159 for 4 is the overall score.
Should mention that in Bulawayo, Ireland are 111 for 6 in the test match against Zimbabwe at lunch. Jay Gravis come back. He says Sheffield has a glorious blue sky. Sorry, Stephen, the cider wasn't enough and no one knew what crunchies were. Nick Vickers says, hi everyone, speaking of content, big thanks to Messi and Toby for the reports from the Women's Ashes. Not a great series for us bombs, but quality reporting all the same. Yeah, Toby did a fantastic job at that. Thank you. Scorched Earth Tactics says, why does the ECB hate Karen so much? Because they like me. I don't like him either.
Well, I think he was a man of the
socials
moment.
Now, that's great, but we're back live. And Butler's facing up to a ball from Hardick, pushing the ball to mid-off and taking a quick single.
I think they gave him a long enough rope, didn't they? I mean, he was in the side for a good 4 or 5 years and it really never progressed. Had a fantastic T20 World Cup back in whenever and was the most expensive player at the IPL and then didn't really succeed and has slowly dropped off from there. I mean, he's a good professional. I just think they've moved on. He's not quick enough as a bowler. And not quite good enough and consistent enough as a batsman, really.
Yeah. So this is Hardick's 5th over. I'll go through how many overs we've got left in a moment. This is our last over, I think. Of this
it is our last over. After this, Billy's going to be back. Hendo should be here, and Anindo should be back.
Hardick bowls to Bethel. He's punching a ball into the ground, dropping it short, and there's no run on offer there. So we've got... let's see here. We have Shami has bowled 6. Rana has bowled 5. So they're being saved for the death, presumably. Akshar's only bowled 3. We have Hardick now coming into his 5th. He's bowling his 5th at the moment. Kuldeep has bowled 5 and Jadeja 6. So keeping it pretty even, yeah.
No, apparently Hendo hasn't turned up. I'll stay on. I'll be Hendo.
Oh, well, you can rant a bit then.
Yeah, he's supposed to be in here. He's probably asleep because that's Hendo. It's early in the morning. But, ooh.
Hardick bowling to Bethel, who's playing and missing. Not terribly close to edging that one. No excitement really from the field, but a dot ball.
Jay Grover says, going to the Ashes has been the holy grail for guerrilla cricket since the sofa days.
I know.
No fucking chance, though, fucking herding cats.
I've done, I'm trying to think how many Ashes I've done overnight. So I did the 2010-11 when we won. That was the first Ashes we did as Test match sofa. Then we got battered the next time, Mitchell Johnson. That was the last Ashes as Test match sofa. Then we did one pretty much then there was away one. There was 2016, 17.
It's Hardy balls again to Bethel, dropping it in short, but they're scampering through for a fantastically quick run, and the bowler is furious at the field.
That was the one where we started off in the Groucho Club, I think, and then obviously there was 2020, and then this will be the next one.
Yes, I think it's about time. Well, we never watch an entire Ashes series from Australia. It's just too hard. We are always in England for one or two of the matches.
Yeah, it is bloody hard.
Well, you should be in Perth.
Self-funded, yeah.
Yeah. And the other thing is, being in Perth is so much better than being in Melbourne in terms of timing. Yeah. So, very lucky here.
Oh, we have a Hendo. He turned up with 2 balls to spare.
Yeah. Don't waste good sleeping time.
That's efficiency for you.
Good timing, Hendo. Good timing.
We just clocked over the 50 partnership as Butler is not on 50 himself, but he's inching closer. He's on 48 as he pushes the ball through point. And there's one ball to come, so Butler will not get his 50 in our spell.
Richard Mumford says we could get 320 if these two stay together for another 10 overs or so.
That's right. When Bethel came out, we were saying it would have been better if he came out at over number 30, and now we are at over number 30. So
exactly. If we don't lose wickets, I mean, if these guys are still here at 40, then there's still a potential, isn't there? You've still got a finisher in Livingston. I mean, Livingston could come out with 12 overs to go. I wouldn't mind that so much. But these guys need to get to 38 before another wicket falls for me. Ideally 40 or 42, and hopefully the whole way would be nice.
They need to get over 200, and then the finishers can finish it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Bethel's playing a ball out to point, and end of the over. Only 3 runs from that. 162 for 4, and we will see you next time.
Indeed.
Thanks, Kat. I'll do a couple of messages while we're changing over. Stephen Kelk says, might Patreon co-financing the Ashes Tour get in the way of trying to secure quality real estate in London? Yeah, we'll do the first things first. Jay Grover says, hasn't the final word been doing this shit for a wee while? Oh, yes, for a long time and a lot of work. Richard Mumford says, I think we need at least 300. Do you agree? Yep. It looks a good batting pitch. Indeed it does. And Jay says, because the reason ECB hates Karen is because they're all in the pockets of messengers who loathes and despises the man. Richard Mumford is the next tweet for you, and I shall catch you a little later. Cheers.
Right, I'm the tweeter of renown.
Hey, Hendo, very good to see you.
Morning, everybody. Morning.
Hi, Hendo.
Axar is in, left arm driven, but stopped in the offside, and there'll be no run. Butler 48. England have rebuilt quite nicely, you'd have to say. As Butler taps his bat on the ground, looking to get to another 50. That's off the inside half of his bat as it's turned into the leg side, and they'll get a quick single, so he moves on to 49. You'd have to say that this is precisely what England have needed.
Absolutely, and now that we've got rid of Cat, India can get some wickets.
Well, Bettel faces up to Axar, and he reverse sweeps slightly uppish, but it's a nice strike, and it'll go out to a deep point where they'll get a little single. Yeah, they've rotated the strike well. Bethel has been slightly, he hasn't scored as quickly as Butler, but he's done his job.
Other than that reverse sweep for 6.
Yes, exactly. Great shot. That one, Butler, slightly edgy, tucks it into the offside in front of point, and they'll wander through for a single, and that is his 50 of 58 balls. Very nice innings. He raises the bat to the dressing room. It's almost what you've come to expect from Butler. I know he tailed off a little bit towards the end of the T20 series.
Gotta say,
a really important job he's done for England today.
Very sensible one-day batting. Sorry,
Henry. Bethel reverse sweeps once more. No, I thought it was outside it pitched outside the line personally.
I think that's close. I mean, it's Kale Rahul doesn't seem to think it's out, and he's the keeper, isn't he? He's definitely shaking his head.
Axel didn't think it was out.
I think they should.
And he's the bowler.
Well, they're not going to.
They decided against. It was a hard reverse sweep from Bethel, and it.
I think.
I thought it was outside the line.
Well, it's pitched outside leg, hasn't it? So that's the thing.
Yeah,
Yes,
that's what I thought. I thought it was. So 3 off the sacks are over so far. Bethel likes that reverse sweep, but might put it away for a while. He comes down the pitch. It's fired in, slightly quicker by Axel, and there'll be no run. Bethel remaining on 19. That's the end of the over.
Right. Well, I shall mark the milestone achieved by Mr. Butler.
Don't stop just 'cause you got to 50. Don't stop, treat it as a start. You can use this to get a better score. The first 50's done. The first 50's done.
Now on the tweets, I think Messi said the last one is from Richard Mountford. It looks like a great batting pitch. There's several from Richard, so I don't know which one is the most recent. Jago says they're all in the pockets of Messi Jazz, who loathes and despises the man. Don't know who we're talking about. Important stage of the game, since Richard. The next 10 overs or so, see who's going to get on top. I think that's a very good point. And I was just talking to Jason, having come in, and I got up this morning. Well, I said I got up. I rose slightly in my bed, looked at my phone at 8:25, and saw England 74 for no wicket. Got up a little, within about 5 minutes. Got up, went downstairs, put the telly on, and they were 77 for 3. 3 wickets in the time it took me to walk downstairs.
3 for 2.
And
Hardick will come into Butler, and that's pushed into the offside, and they might look for 2 here. No, they'll just stick to a single. They've been pretty metronomic with their line and length, you'd have to say.
Yeah.
Just looking at some of those shots from Josh Butler. I mean, it has been, by Josh Butler's standards, certainly look at those stats, just the 4s and no 6s. He has had to rebuild.
He came in at a situation,
Oh yeah, absolutely.
But we were just falling away.
I'm glad to see it, on the basis that England say when things go bad, go harder.
Hardick will come over the wicket to bowl at Bethel, and Bethel swings hard at this one, not quite with the timing that he desired, and they'll get a quick single. It was well fielded at mid-on, down to his left. Bethel gets to 20 off 40. You have to say they're playing the situation quite nicely, these two. The last 2 partnerships have been relatively profitable for England. 167 for 4. I mean, what do you think is a pass score today? The pitch does look good.
Well, sorry, Anindo, you go.
No, you go.
I don't know, I haven't seen enough of it so far, but with England, you just never know what can happen. Yeah, I would say to beat this Indian side on here, and it's a strong Indian side, you've got to be looking at 330, haven't you? But I don't think they get anywhere near that, to be honest.
Hardick comes into Butler well with this man at the crease. Anything's possible as he defends it back to him. Well, I think anything psychologically with a 3 starting with it is important.
Well, yes.
And what are your thoughts?
It's important, but it's not enough. Anything between 330 and maybe upwards of 350 is a possible winning total. Below that, I think it's very iffy.
I don't know. Yeah.
Well, that's
England won't be in 350 from this stage.
That's the confidence of Indians supporters talking there, definitely.
Yeah, exactly.
But I agree.
It's a flat deck. I mean, it's a flat deck. I mean, so and England doesn't have spinners, so there's no one to slow the ball down. And on this pitch, you need the ball to slow down.
Butler faces up and is pushed to cover from their run. Yeah, well, they do say double the score at 30. So if you go by that metric, England will just nudge above 300. I'm not necessarily sure that's the case today, if you ask me.
I think the other thing is that this is, as Richard Mountford said, we're at a pivotal moment in the game, really, where England lose two quick wickets and they're struggling to get to 250. Whereas if these two can keep going and increase the scoring rate as they do so, then 300 is in reach.
But you've got these two. You've got Livingstone and you've got Cars. I think you've got a very good chance to put on another 150 runs for sure.
Hardick only 2 from his over so far. This is pushed into the leg side by Butler. They thought about a single, but wisely decided against. We've already had 1 run out. We don't need another. Did you see that? Did you see the run out, Hendo?
I just saw a clip of it. Yeah, I didn't really I didn't have time to sort of study it in depth, but I saw that Salt. It wasn't a close one, was it? Let's put it that way.
No, Salt just wasn't looking at Duckett. He was just ball watching, and he didn't see him say no.
Well, the thing is,
I think he did, but Duckett ran the first 2 so slowly that he just wasn't.
Right.
He wasn't really out with the pace.
Duckett was very clear with his no. Maybe he should have been more vocal.
Yeah, but Salt was so far. Salt was so far ahead of him that he was. And Panday comes in. I completely agree with you that Salt was ball watching, but the thing is that Salt was already about half a run ahead of Duckett anyway, so he was so far down the pitch that it was too late anyway. England 167 for 4, end of the 32nd. Any messages, Hendo?
Certainly are. Jay Grover says, I think I gave quite a bit of... there must have been a discussion about our trip to Australia. I wonder if that'll come off. I think I gave quite a lot of money sending you to Australia. I'm not sure I'm even allowed into the country. Brian in Brisbane says, for the Gorillas trip to Australia, I can offer a block of land near Noosa to park the GC caravan. I don't know how far north Noosa is.
I've been to Noosa. I really enjoyed it. I'm just trying to remember whereabouts it is. Axel comes in, and this is full toss. Bethel planned it into, and it's swept really nicely. Good old scamper around, and they will not get a couple. He hit that almost too well, Jacob Bethel. Yeah, Noosa, really nice place actually. I'm trying to remember if it's. I think it's before Brisbane. If you're going from. I think it's...
As you're going up, you mean?
As you're going up. As you're going up on the East Coast.
Okay, I start to get nervous that far north.
Butler will face... Well, it's like getting kind of north of Watford.
No, not so much that. It's
start to get a nosebleed when you're that high.
Well, no, it's more I start to think, where do crocodiles start, basically?
Turned into the leg side, this next delivery from Maxwell by... Butler, and I can tell you that there were lots of when you got past Brisbane, every little kind of almost in the sea they'd have cordoned off areas. I'm trying to think. I can't remember what the I think was it for weaver fish? I'm trying to remember. And you had to swim between the nets. You couldn't swim past it because these things could kill you apparently if they stung you. And Bethel on the reverse sweep once more gets a fine edge. And they'll come through for a single down to third man.
Weaver fish can kill you. I mean, that's another thing.
I can't remember what. No, I can't remember what it was. I'm trying to remember what the fish was. But it was some tiny thing that. Yeah. Anyway, you had to swim in the nets. They apparently said you had to have the. Sorry, go on, Andy. That's on the back foot this time by Butler, driven from no run.
Well, I just think Bethel's either going to get LBW or he's going to get bowled with his reverse sweep against Akshar and Jadeja.
Yeah, I'm not happy with that shot, I have to say.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh no!
Oh no! That one, Butler's just scooped that one up. It just didn't quite bounce. He tried to get underneath it and top edge straight to fine leg. An extraordinary wicket for a person who'd been batting so serenely. It's a really sad end and a ridiculous way to get out. England in a lot of trouble now. 175.
Oh, that is horrible. That is truly horrible. Toe end hasn't come on, has it?
Yeah. No. I think he didn't read the line, the length right, or the ball came on slower than he thought it would.
I think it just came off slower because he's got into position and he's playing the shot. And if you look at it in slow motion, you don't really see it necessarily at full speed. He's right off the toe of the bat, so it kind of suggests that it hasn't arrived high enough up the bat for him to get hold of it. But that is a massive wicket.
I think it just got stuck in the pitch a little bit, to be honest. And yeah, as you say, a very cheap big wicket.
Yeah,
given away by.
That's almost as frustrating a wicket as you can get as far as England are concerned, because of you at least expect Joss to be caught sort of a yard inside the boundary, not at short fine leg like that. Let me just.
I think the pitch. Sorry,
go on.
No, go ahead. No, I was just saying that I think the pitch is doing a little bit, because the ball that Root got out to, I wasn't on commentary, but I was watching it on the telly, and it was just Root's bad luck, because that ball, Root had read it correctly, but I think because of the pitch, it just went on straight.
Yep. Well, England will attack with quick bowling, seemingly, won't they? I mean, you made the point, Anindo, about Cars, and yes, he's definitely got talent as a batsman, but he's not the kind of guy that I want to be relying on to get get you to 300. I mean, is he the kind of batsman? He's got good range, he can hit a long ball, and he seems a pretty intelligent guy, but has he got the nous and the experience of batting that suggests that he can sort of set up a run chase? I'm not sure about that.
But I mean, it isn't his job, Hendo. I mean, England, we seem to have these conversations quite a lot recently with England's whiteboard sides. You know, we keep saying, oh, he can bat a bit down the order, and
yeah,
you know, but it's not their job.
No,
we can't play. Oh no, I know you weren't saying that.
No,
but,
I'm not.
We can't play in this. We can't play in this manner. It was. I'm trying to work out if it was a bit of a half track or it was intentionally bowled into the pitch, that one. But it didn't get up, and Butler was in the crease and swiveled, and it was just right off the kind of top of the turn of his bat and looped.
Yep. Okay, let me do some more tweets before we move on, because I think there's a drinks break going on at the moment. Jay Grover says, I demand Anindo gets a full sleeve tat. I'm loving his nonchalant flex. Nonchalant flex? I haven't been paying attention to whether you've been flexing nonchalantly. Everything in Australia can kill you, says Messi Jez, of course, including... Well, no, possums. I don't think possums kill you. Well, I suppose if they bit you in the right place. Jake Grover.
Look cuter than they are, though.
Possibly. So does Messi Jez.
This is true.
Jay Grover comes back and says, the Yorkshire crocodiles are renowned for their viciousness and bigoted idiocy. We are very proud. Kieran Roseblade says, talking about swimming inside the nets. He said, how did Annette feel about everyone swimming next to her? Boom, boom. Message says, just realised that Sri Lanka are seriously stretching the rules by playing 3 Mendises against Australia. They are indeed. That's right. I noticed that this morning. I don't know. I was trying to work out whether it's Kamindu, Kusal, and then there's another one as well.
Harshit will come in to Bethel, who drives slightly away from his body, but really nicely timed by Jacob Bethel. They'll get a single to get Livingston on a strike. It's not a bad... Well, the situation isn't great. Livingston to be coming in, but 17 overs left. It's not the worst time in terms of the match situation for him to be coming in. You'd have to say,
yeah, giving him time to settle down a bit, because he can really hit them.
I mean, some of the best cricket I've seen from Livingston is just when he goes off the bat. He just absolutely hammers it with a bit, or maybe in some,
one of the T20s he did that, right?
Yeah. Well, he's facing up for his first delivery. Harshit will bowl it to him, and he comes down the pitch and he gets a little outside edge, and that will run away for a single down to third man. The thing is sometimes I think they experimented putting him slightly further up the order, but I feel like that meant he didn't really know what his role was. He's definitely better when he just comes in and have a swing, and I think in this case, correct me if you think you're wrong, Anindo, but England may as well just have a swing. There's no point us limping to 240, because that certainly won't be enough. I'd almost rather we had a swing and we're out for 210.
Yes and no, but I think for the next couple of overs, if Livingston, sort of plays himself in a little bit.
Harshit will come around the wicket to Bethel, who drives out to deep cover for a single. Yeah, that's definitely the case. I'm not saying that they should go. These two should go and have a slog from the off.
They've got enough time, right? They've got what, 16 overs to go.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a bit, looking at that wicket of Butler, it's just straightened a little bit, the ball, hasn't it? From outside leg stump, well outside leg stump. It was certainly short enough for the shot. And I think the spin, such as it was, is what's held the ball up as much as anything.
No, and it was about, more than 10 kilometers per hour slower than he normally has been bowling the slings.
Harshit, they've got a slip in for Livingston, and this is defended by him on the back foot for no run.
He's been bowling close to 100, and that was at 88.
Yeah, well, there you go. That's just clever use of the variations that he has. That said, it wasn't a ball that was kind of good enough to get a wicket, in my opinion. But there you go. That's life. That you're going to be cock a hoop to get Butler with a delivery like that, aren't you? Really, to be honest.
Livingston taps his bat on the ground 3 times to await Harshett's run up, and he bowls, and this is driven nicely. Not quite timed, but they will get a single out to cover once more.
A good stat coming up there. 6 overs since England's last boundary. And certainly they haven't got one since I came in here, and that's been almost 4 overs. Harshit has come back, but I'll come back to this again and again. There's much more cricketing intelligence in this Indian team than there seems to be in the England one. I mean, they're taking pace off the ball the whole time. They're thinking about variations, and we've seen it with their batting. We've seen it with Tilak Varma, the way he played in the second T20.
Harshit comes in to complete his 6th over, and this is guided nicely by Jacob Bethel. England will finally get a 4. A really nice shot. It was around the wicket, angled into him. He just about had enough.
Yeah, that was a really skillful shot. Excellent shot from Bethel. Because yes, potentially you're only going to get 1 run down there, but he's got the angle just right. He's played it so late, almost feels like it was parallel to the off stump when he played it. But beautifully done.
And to your point, I was just thinking of something. Do you think the reason why England is a bit unidimensional at the moment is that there's only one voice guiding how they're playing, which is McCallum?
I think so. Yeah, I agree. Absolutely.
What?
Sorry, I was going to say.
No, finish your point, and then I'll.
Yeah, I think that we've got the situation where you buy into the McCallum approach, or you're not part of it, and so I feel like any sort of individual opposition or thinking of playing it your own way is kind of frowned upon. It is a plan A, no plan B as far as I'm concerned, certainly in those T20s. That said, England probably weren't playing the strongest team they could, but then that again, some of that is down to the selections as well.
Well, I mean, the thing is, I don't think you can quite judge it just yet. Kuldeep will come in, and that's turned away into the leg side by Livingston. They might look for 2 here. England, they do it. Beats the man. It beats the man and races away. They might even get 4 no's.
I mean, he was just
only a couple.
He was just chasing the ball for no reason. He turned around behind the ball and started chasing it.
He was
bizarre.
He wasn't so much chasing it as accompanying it to the boundary.
That's very old-fashioned Indian
fielding,
ball chasing.
That's right. He was running past it, and then thought, but I should say, I think we said it's the new bowler, but I'll just jingle him up very quickly.
I thought that Kuldeep was science fiction until I saw him.
Kuldeep comes in. This is flighted and well. Kuldeep nearly rugby tackled Jacob Bethel standing at the non-strike zone there. Just quickly on the one-dimensional. Your guys' thoughts on McCallum? I think it's difficult. You can't really judge it as of yet. I know what you mean, but I think all about the whole Bazball, for want of a better word, Kuldeep comes in. Again, that was back of the length and defended the no run by Livingston. Is all about playing. I think it is about playing your way. It's just essentially playing with freedom.
Yeah,
so I think it's one dimensional.
But isn't there a certain definition?
But they're not asking England to be reckless and
I think they
lose
are
their wicket in that man.
I feel no, they're not. Obviously not. No one's saying go out and be reckless, are they?
I think that's the problem. Freedom's probably being equated to being reckless.
Livingston turns this next delivery into the leg side, and they'll get a single. But no, but I don't think they're saying that freedom is reckless. Maybe the fact that we disagree shows the mixed messaging within the camp.
Well, I would argue that with freedom comes responsibility. I mean, that's true in all walks of life, and I think it's true in cricket that you've got to have a backup plan if things are not going as you want them to.
Bethel remains on 28 and very nearly chipped that one back to Kuldipiadov.
Especially if you've got a longish tail as a batting team. You know, I think that's, you know, we're asking too much of the lower order.
Well, last ball of the 35th, and in India you can say you're pointing this off the toe end of Bethel's bat and half stopped at cover, but they will get a single. That's the end of the 35th, England 182 for 5.
Yeah, what I was saying, Billy, is to an extent I agree with you. I think there might be a gap between intent and execution.
Oh yes,
which is where I was coming from. That the players might be interpreting the freedom and equating it to sort of just keep hitting, right? Recklessness in shot. Maybe that's the issue, and that it takes time to come to common ground over that. Especially because of the fact that at least in the T20s, McCullum's just taken over, right?
But do you,
for the one days as well, right?
Do you guys think that the coaching job should therefore be split to give different messages? It's a false start, and there is no. Sorry, go on.
Not necessarily for England. Again, it depends on the team. So not necessarily for England. I think McCullum deserves a chance definitely because his strength also came from white ball. So he deserves a chance in there. In case, that's not the topic here, but in case of India, I think it definitely needs to be split. Gautam Gambhir hasn't a fucking clue about Test cricket.
Harshit will come into Bethel on 29, and this is slightly shorter, and they'll scamper through for a quick single. I think a leg by. I don't think he got anything on it. Maybe he did, and they will get a single. But do you guys think England's best success in terms of cricket in general, in white balls and Test, has been when they've had one coach for all three, or do you think we were more successful with a split setup?
Oh, that's a really, really difficult question.
It's a tough one, right?
It really is.
Because you're gonna look at Owen Morgan, and then it's.
Harshit comes into Livingston from over the wicket, and that's a bouncer. We haven't seen many of those today. So he comes down the pitch and has a little stare at Livingston, and there'll be no run. Go on, Hendo. Go on. Don't sound.
Yeah, no, I was going to talk. I mean, it probably needs a little bit longer to talk about it, but I've got a couple of examples that I've seen myself with regards to McCullum as a player that make me wonder about his approach to a certain extent. I mean, I have become a little bit of a convert to Bazball, or I had. And because I did think that they were modifying it reasonably well, but then it seemed to just, there's still that talk, but I don't think they have really learned.
Livingston faces up. This is it's a cutter from Harshit. We haven't seen many of those today, and it was nearly called a wide, but not quite, as Livingston went for a cut shot, but missed it.
I mean, they've also, these Indian bowlers, they've learned. I'm presuming when they were being smacked all over the place in the power play, they seem to have learned from that. They're bowling, as you say, cutters. They're bowling pace off. This is definitely a pace off pitch again, and England are finding it hard. Without that pace on the ball again, England's batting, certainly their big hitters, their stroke makers to a certain extent, are being exposed.
Well, Livingston dances down the pitch, and he's got a thin edge on that somehow.
Utterly
Harshit
awful.
has another one. That is an appalling cricket shot from Liam Livingston, trying to put pressure back on the Indian bowlers, and he has to go for 5 of just the 10. It was shorter once again from Harshit. Just danced down the pitch, tried to flat bat it, and gets an edge, and England's 6th wicket falls.
You silly little boy! What on earth were you playing at?
You couldn't have found
it's a very abject, very.
I mean, I think that just that kind of is Bazball in a nutshell. Let me do some tweets and then I'll come back to that question about Brendan McCullum. Daz Reynolds says, "Who's coming over the Test this year, please?" That'll be India. Would you believe? Also, I shouldn't forget.
Don't forget about Zimbabwe.
I was about to say, right at the start of the summer, there is a 4-day test, I believe it is, against Zimbabwe.
Why do you have a 4-day test?
Presumably because we're so snobbish, we don't think that Zimbabwe can last 4 days, more than 5 days. That said, of course, England are making, and in fact, Test cricket is making the argument for 4-day tests in general, isn't
please
it?
don't.
No, I
Not
agree.
bad.
I've always been.
Absolute joke.
I'm still a strong advocate of 5-day tests.
Well,
But
if it rains for a day, which it does in England, you're buggered.
well, there's not just that, but it's.
Oh, it's never going to rain in England.
But the other thing about that is that it's the very fact that you have 5 days that enables a test to be finished in 4 days or even fewer. Because you know, if you have 4 days, traditionally you look at that and teams won't make the effort if they don't think they've got enough time to make the effort. Although things are changing in that regard. Let's see. Total run in 50 overs, says Arman Munir. Not very many. 210, I think now, because they are following the Billy option of swinging, and well, certainly Liam Livingston was. And I'm not making that as a criticism to Billy, but just saying.
Harshit comes in. This is flicked down the leg side, but Cast doesn't get any bat on it, and it will be called a wide.
McCallum's going to breathe a sigh of relief because part of the fault now lies with Billy.
It was a thin little edge from Livingston. He just danced down the pitch and flailed at it. Really, it's such a poor shot. But I agree with you, Hendo. I think that does slightly sum it up for England at the moment. That's just not playing the situation at all.
I understand that you're under pressure because the pace is off. You haven't hit many boundaries. We've had one in the last 6 or 7 overs, but.
Harshit around the wicket, tries to tuck Bryden Cast up there.
And what
he plays it quite nicely, and there is no run.
And what I feel this talk about responsibility is that Livingston has decided that he's not prepared to put in the hard work, and he's left it to Bryden Cast, who's not actually a full-time batsman, and that to me is putting pressure on players that you shouldn't be putting pressure on, really. He is a frontline batsman, Liam Livingston, allegedly. And so he is the man who's got to take responsibility.
Yeah, I'd agree. Well, England 184 for 6 in a tricky position. It's another bouncer by Harshit. Negotiated nicely by Bryden Cast. End of the 36th over, England 184 for 6.
Okay, let me talk about total runs of 50 overs, not enough. Jay Grover, I was thinking of some political connection. I don't know. There's a discussion between Jay and Kieran Roseblade, as far as I can see. Let's have a little look. Jay Grover says he's getting a bit vexed now. Leah says now he has 3 wickets on debut. I think he dodged the Harshit moniker on Reddit. Are we talking about Harshit? Are we talking? I don't know who's got 3 wickets on debut. Is it Harshit's debut?
Yeah,
in
Harshit,
ODI debut. Okay.
And he had 3 wickets on his T20 debut as well.
Of course, as in controversial circumstances, as I understand.
Yeah.
Coldick came down the pitch there. The first delivery was just pushed by Jacob Bethler down the ground for a single. England it's an interesting scorecard to look at, to be honest, because they've got starts, haven't they? And indeed, have to say, Salt 43, Duckett 32, Root small start on 19, Butler out for 52, and Bethel now currently sitting on 30 not out. They've got starts, but no one's gone on. You really need a couple of people to be winning 60 plus in an ODI.
Well, I suppose Butler was the man who had to go on.
Yeah,
and that was unfortunate, really.
Cast faces up to Kuldip, and he's beaten all ends up there. I think it was googly from Kuldip, and it beat his bat. Cast had absolutely no clue how to play the wrist spinner there.
He was absolutely playing for the turn, or the turn back into him.
Yeah, it was a googly.
And it didn't do that.
Bounced as well. We've seen a little bit of a bounce, haven't we?
Yeah.
This one's turned. This is turned quite prodigiously. I don't think it'll be out for the appears, and they'll get a couple of leg flies down to Finley. Is it historically a turning pitch?
I think it's a little bit there.
It's a one-day pitch. It's difficult to judge because Nagpur by itself, when it's a test pitch, yes, but it's difficult to judge a one-day pitch what it's going to be like.
Yeah, it's certainly turned more as the innings has gone on.
But it does turn.
It's got a little bit softer.
It's red soil, so it does turn a bit.
Well, Cast still on none. faces up, and he does play well, the googly well this time, defends it into the offside for no run. So how do you think England go about this one? 187 for 6. 300's obviously out of the question, really. They'll try and inch their way to 250 if they can. Would be a good effort.
Yeah, 275, I think.
Collip comes in and Cast sweeps. They might get a couple here, but they wisely probably decide against it. Well, it all rests on Bethel really, and seeing if you can get a bit of support from the others. Well, I think he has to be. Do you think he has to be quite aggressive, or you think
no? I think Bethel. I think Bethel keeps going, and Cast maybe takes more of the. He is by nature a big hitter. Not saying that Bethel can't hit sixes. He certainly can. But I think he likes a bit more pace on the ball in general.
He needs to stick around as well. Yeah. Bethel's the only one who can stick around here.
Collip comes into Bethel and he does beat the man. It was a pretty poor dive. I don't know if that was Mohammed Shami or not. I think it might have been. But it beats him, and Bethel will get 4. Rohit looks particularly disgusted by that attempted dive. Bethel moves on 35.
No, it was Hachit Rana.
Well, it was nicely swept, a little under red.
Yeah, I do worry about the England reliance on the sweep. Although when you've got a slow pitch, it's not easy to hit straight, is it? So the sweep is a way of scoring.
The boundaries are long straight as well here.
Oh, okay.
Or longer at least.
I don't think, to be fair, Hendo, that this is a slow pitch. You've got Hachit Rana bowling at 143. So you're probably going to have Archer bowling at 150 here.
But I think it doesn't look massively as if it's coming onto the bat. But then again, the bowlers are taking pace off it a lot of the time.
Yeah.
Axel will come in at the other end, 1 for 30 so far off his 5 overs, and the first ball is just defended into the offside for no run by Brian Carls. I think a good call to bring Axar in here. He struck the ball's quite flat, but I'll see if he flights that one up, and it's cut nicely by Brian Carls out for a single. Yeah, if he can just flight one up above he has. He should just be trying to flight one above the eye line of Bryden Carls. He probably wouldn't resist a slog.
The only problem is I don't think Axar knows how to flight the ball.
There's something strange about Axar's action. I can't really. It's almost as if he holds the ball back. I don't know. It doesn't quite finish off his action. I think.
Bethel gets the reverse sweep out once more, and it's not really timed, and they'll get. Well, that's a safe line to be reverse sweeping on, because that's wide on kind of a 5th stump line. It's the one that he sweeps where it's on his leg stump that I worry about, because you almost lose sight of it there, and you're trying to catch up with the ball. Whereas if it's as wide as that, you're pretty safe. That one is driven by Cast down the ground, and they'll drop through a single. These two rotating the strike quite nicely. Bethel on 36, Cast on just the 3.
You always feel with England though, or I suppose it depends who's at the crease, but generally speaking, that even when England are batting with an element of caution, I'll break off.
Axel balls, and this is swept nicely, bit top edgy from Bethel, but they will get a single.
He did get bat on that seemingly. I thought he could just that was just pad, but even when England are batting this way, you just feel like they'll lose patience.
Yeah, you're probably right. This is angled in nicely by Axel and stopped by. Is that runner again? It's tough to work out in the little bucket hat there. Stopped with his feet, which isn't necessarily in the MCC coaching manual. End of the 38th, England's edging ever closer to that 200, 197 for 6.
And Indo, I would say that we're seeing some sort of retro Indian fielding here in the last few overs, haven't we? I mean, really are. Absolutely.
It was hilarious.
The accompanying the ball to the boundary, the diving over a ball, the foot. I mean, I sometimes understand. You always understood the quick bowler sent down to long leg who would stick out the size 12, but when you see a bloke doing it to cover point, it doesn't look quite so good.
Coldit bottom to Cast, no wickets for his effort so far, and Cast negotiates to quickly a bit better that time, defends it into the offside, now where there'll be no run.
I want to say that's
Jadeja taking us back to the time of Dilip Doshi.
Was that Jadeja?
Yes.
Oh my God, a man who's as good a fielder as Jadeja. Outrageous.
Yeah, he can't be having that. Coldit will come into Cast once more and trying to keep him on strike and Bethel off the strike, and he does that successfully as that one's just blocked for a single.
I thought Cos played the previous ball really well. He started to come down the wicket. Kuldeep saw him and he adjusted his shot. You don't see enough England players prepared to keep their head down long enough to adjust the shot.
Yeah, that's a very good point, Hendo. That's flighted slightly better by Kuldeep, who's bowling a lot of googlies at Brydon Carson. Who can blame him?
And
once
Carson
again,
staying very
no
deep in his crease, which is good because that's the only way he can really read what's coming, because he's
gives him a bit of extra time, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Got it, Bosness has flighted and whipped nicely into the leg side. He certainly picks that leg spinner, and he'll be down the ground to deep mid on, but he'll jog through for a single. Well, yeah. Also, I mean, he's not necessarily the kind of player who's going to pick it out of the wrist. He's more going to wait to see what comes off the pitch.
I honestly think that there are so few England players who can pick it out of the hand that the idea that Brydon Cast would be able to pick it out of the hand is asking a lot, to be honest.
Bethel faces up this time on 37, only a single from the first 4 deliveries of products over so far. England 2 off 200, and Bethel pushes this nicely into the offside. They'll come round this, he's timed this too well really to get a second, and England want to avoid a run out, so they'll just stick to a single. That was a bit better fielding, and Rohit appreciating it, clapping his team. Yeah, they'll be pretty happy. India, and of course in a 3-match series, to win the first one is absolutely vital.
I think for both the teams, this is more practice going into Champions Trophy. So
Called it balls, and it wasn't really there to cut by Brydon Cast, but he does and manages to get enough bat on it. He was out to cover.
He did actually.
His bat speed helped there.
Yeah, he actually played it well in the end, but as he went back and you saw it hurrying on, you thought it's arrowing towards middle stump, and you feared the worst as an England supporter. Let me just do some tweets. Nothing much coming through, so do get in touch on YouTube, or well, there are other ways, Twitter and Blue Sky, but to be honest, we don't use those so much now. Most people seem to come through to us on YouTube. Jay Grover is obsessed with an Indo. He says, Lordy, an Indo doing the cross-armed power pose, master of the universe. And also comes back
just for Jay Grover.
He says an Indo is a Yakuza. No clue what that means, but an Indo as a Yakuza boss makes me weirdly happy. Okay.
Sammy back into the attack. They're switching things around at the moment. This is slashed by Jacob Bethel airily, and they will get a single. Not timed at all. That could have gone very easily to point, couldn't it? An Indo. Shammy back.
That was about the only description you could use for that shot. Yeah.
Is it a good call to bring Shammy back into the attack? What do you think?
Yeah. Well, how many overs has Shami bowled? 5?
6, I think.
6. So this is 7th over.
Yeah.
I don't know if I think they bowl him for 1 over here, or at best.
Oh, this is pulled as top edge by Calf, but there's a vacant fine leg, and that will go for 4. That won't impress Shammy, but vital runs for England as the 200 comes up.
That ball deserved everything that it got.
That said, it wasn't actually.
I would have thought it was a really well-directed bouncer. Actually,
I don't think he's actually. I mean, he hasn't played it with.
It was too short.
No, total concentration, has he? It's top edge. It's a top edge, unquestionably.
Yeah. Well, Shammy comes in once more. This is on Cross's leg. She's just beginning to look a little bit more comfortable, certainly against the pace of Shammy. And that's turned into the leg side, and they'll get a single. No, I thought that was a really well-directed bouncer at, high enough that Brydon Cast was in a bit of trouble, and it tucked him up well. If they had a fine leg, it was straight down his throat. I thought Shammy bowled that nicely. I know, but
with that,
I didn't think it was a terrible ball like that.
Actually, it wasn't a terrible ball. I just thought it was a bit too short.
Maybe. I mean, but then again, Cast is a big guy, so you've got to get in to get it up there, haven't you?
This is true. This is
Bethel on 39. This is toe end skewed, and good fielding at mid on, diving to their right, and they'll come through for another single. England 206 for 6. Cast on 10. It was the captain himself, Rohit, showing an example to his fielders not to be stopping it with their feet and putting in the full length dive to his right.
But he's been fielding very well through the innings.
Bryden Coss looks up to see Mohammed Shami at the end of his mark. He'll come in and bowl to him now. The rhythmical action of Mohammed Shami, I've always liked watching him bowl, and he's bowled him. It's a swipe from Bryden Coss that just beat the bat. He didn't move his feet at all, relying solely on hand-eye coordination, and his middle stump has been rocked back, and England lose their 7th.
That's an awful shot. I mean, again, you can't be overcritical because it's Bryden Coss, but I mean, he's missed it by a mile. He's not moved his feet. Not that moving your feet is seen as an obligation these days or mandatory. But he's playing so well. He's playing well. Why pick a good length straight ball and just smear over the top of it?
But there's 11 overs left as well. If we go at 5 and over, another 55 runs, and we've eked up to 260 runs.
He missed it by 6 inches.
Yeah, he missed it by a long way, didn't he? I will, on that point, our friend, I think you may have heard of him, Tony Bishop, has got in touch. He says, is there a version of going harder that doesn't involve getting a few runs quickly, losing wickets too fast, and ending up with way less runs than if we'd gone a tad less hard to start with? Well, I absolutely think there is. And poor old
yeah, but Tony, that would be playing cricket with a sense of brain, which England seem to be struggling to do.
This is true. Swallow Diver says, I know a few overs ago, Livingston is one of the most overrated. I know it's a few overs ago, but Livingston is one of the most overrated England cricketers ever. As I say, none of these guys play enough cricket, full stop. Well, I say none of these guys, but a lot of these guys that play basically white ball only actually play enough cricket. They don't feel the bat on ball enough, in my opinion, in a match situation. You can stick people in the nets, but I think a lot of it is about is playing match situations, whether that's 4-day cricket or whatever.
I completely agree, Andrew. The thing is that 50 over cricket, which I actually think, from my mind, is a far better format than T20 cricket, is, it's put to the margins. These guys don't play any 50 over cricket at all unless they're in an England shirt.
That's true.
Every competition's T20. Shami comes into bowl, and this is defended by Adil Rashid. The Royal London 50 over Cup is effectively a tournament to give the fringe players a go nowadays, and give the others a bit of a rest with the 100 on at the same time, although they've switched that around in the schedule, I think, this year, haven't they?
It's become that, hasn't it? Anyway, we're going to have a change. Nindo is taking his Master of the Universe self
see you in next game,
I don't know, I guess he's just going to go off and fire a few people from something. But anyway, it means that I'm taking over on ball by ball. It means that Jason's coming in on socials, and Billy is moving to summarise. Bethel 40 not out, Rashid yet to score. England 206 for 7. They were 74 for no wicket. That sounds like England, doesn't it? We're going into the final power play. 5 players allowed outside the 30-yard circle, and we have one of these.
Super chat cash, super chat cash, super chat cash.
We have 2 of these, in fact. We have one from Jane Grover to you, Hendo. Well, you had so Trumpy and Small. Have you had that one?
No, we haven't. But I do want to say, if anyone's looking at the camera, and I'm going to hold my hand up to the screen, you will see that I have my ring finger on the left hand. I cannot straighten. It's bent. It's like brewer's droop.
Have you got Depetrans?
No, it's apparently called mallet finger. I did mention it the other day.
Because my mum had Depetrans and a friend of mine had it as well, which is a sort of your muscle gets stuck in a contracted phase.
Well, it's not as simple as that. This is driven out square on the offside. They'll take a single.
You haven't broken it then?
No. Well,
painful.
Well, the thing is that at some point in the day it will straighten, and I'll probably scream. Kuldeep in bowl to Rashid, and he bowls him a very clever googly. Rahul thinks he's got an under edge. The umpire thinks he has 2. Adil Rashid is not quite so sure, but for a man who's a great bowler of googlies and leg breaks and whatever, Adil Rashid completely misread that because he was making room, expecting it to come back into him.
Well, that plan
actually went away
ahead of Archer hasn't worked then.
No. Well,
well, he's reviewed it. I mean, he must know if he's nicked it.
well, I don't know these guys. I used to think that's to be true, but now I'm not sure. Anyway, here's what we're waiting for.
I was definitely in. Were you definitely in? I don't know.
Let's have a look. Oh, looks to me like he's hit over it, but you
could be a
know.
tiny little scratch, but I thought that was a desperation review.
You thought it was a desperation review?
I did. I thought, no, because we're going to be 8 down and we've got 10 overs to go, we need to keep me out here.
I don't think it is a desperation review. It looks to me like it's missed, according to Ultra Edge. And so Rashid survives. Although...
Well, I wonder what the noise was then. I mean, the Indians all went up and all were really confident. Maybe just the scratching of his spikes. We did see that one ever so slightly explode and lift up a bit of debris from the surface.
Anyway, it's one of these. Thank goodness, from an England point of view. And he bowls them exactly the same ball. And he plays it almost the same way, although more with a straight bat. Square into the offside, can't beat the infield. There is no run. I'm not sure that Rashid is picking this at all. You've got a slip in there as well. He's in, he bowls, and he drives, and that's a nice shot. If they hurry, they would get back for 2, but actually, Akshay Patel's quite quick round there, so it's just the 1.
And Rashid is quite old now.
Sorry? And Rashid is quite old, yeah. Yeah, true.
So what's he, 30? Say that, Hendo. It doesn't look like he's picked either of those.
No.
Googlies.
No.
That's all. And Rashid's only job here is to get Jacob Bethel on strike, who, as it's the last ball of the over, will just be looking to get a single.
Well, these two have just got to, I know what you said earlier, this is short, and that's pummeled by Bethel through the offside. There is a man, though, guarding the boundary, so again, it is just a single. He will keep the strike. I know you were saying, should England sort of, I don't know, find their way slowly to 240, I'd rather see them get out for 210. Well, they got past the 210. They're 211. I'm old school. I just think whatever the situation, get runs on the board if you've got those overs to spare.
Yeah, I agree with that to an extent. I mean, you definitely don't want to be leaving overs in the, there's no point them getting out with 4 overs to spare. But what I mean is 230, 240, they're going to lose the game.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
So it's almost you'd rather, in some sense, they got out for whatever 210, 220, but we're pushing to get up to 260. But I know exactly what you mean. Runs on the board is always important.
Shami starts from around the wicket to Bethel. Bethel defends into the offside. Well, I think that's just a difference of generations in a way. Is that that's the way I see it. Even allowing for sort of the way that the game has changed, I still think, and I understand those that don't to some extent, but I still think that you're in with a chance if you get 30 more runs than you would have got.
Yeah.
You've got slightly more chance.
Which is why I'm impressed with Bethel, who has pasted innings really very well. He's played second fiddle to Butler whilst he was around, and he was scoring at like 20, but now he's up to 45 from 60 balls. He's upping his rate.
Well, he's driven that
all
one,
the time.
Even though it was nowhere near a half volley. He's come down the wicket, and he's played a nice shot, and it deserves possibly more than one, but that's all he's going to get out to the cover boundary. 212 for 7.
It may not be enough, but at least it is match aware.
Well, also, even if your team is struggling, as Shami back over the wicket to Rashid, he pulls him a slow bouncer, and he almost plays a controlled strapple down to mid-on. That was almost like it was all in slow motion. He saw that it was short. He got into position to pull, and then he realised it was a little bit slower than he thought. Tried to stop the shot and has hit it with a sort of almost perpendicular bat up to mid-on, just short of him.
I can't quite work out who it was at mid-on, but I don't think they picked it up very well. They didn't make that much of a concerted effort to get it, maybe slightly surprised.
Well, I think they probably were. This is short. This one he does get hold of, but he might get 2 if he hurries. But who is that out there? That looked like I was going to say it's Jadeja, but he picked up with his right hand, so maybe it wasn't him out there. But
Shreyas? No.
Could be. They get 213
This
for
is a
7.
very important innings, you'd have to say, for Bethel, who of course is fighting for a place. Well, you'd usually say that about someone with more experience, but trying to get a place in England's Champions Trophy, starting 11, 45 off 60. I've been pretty impressed by how he's gone about things so far, and I'd like to see him in the side.
Well, I'll come back to Bethel because I don't want to give him any problems by saying he's doing too well, but he has played that beautifully. He's come down the wicket and he's got it to the right of extra cover, but to the left of the man on the cover boundary, and that's sped along the ground for one of these, a rare one of these. Yeah, I don't want to put the mockers on him, but I'm a huge admirer of Bethel. I think he's a really, really good cricketer. And go on. No, you go.
Well, just quickly, I know those. I'll set off this ball.
Chamois in full, looks for the Yorker, digs it out, running quickly up to mid-off for the single. Well done.
50.
That is 50 for Bethel. Very good knock from him, you have to say, in the circumstances. 50 off 62. Okay, he's not got a strike rate of 165, but he's out there. It's his second ODI 50 for him as well.
Half a 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 century.
3 4s and a 6.
The point I was just going to make quickly is that I know that shot was very different to Livingston's dismissal in terms of the ball, but Bethel there came down the pitch in a similar manner and just played a nice controlled shot through the offside rather than the hack that Livingston played when he came down the pitch. And I think that's the difference. Livingston is such a strong guy. There's absolutely no need for him to be striking at everything in that manner. He can play shots in a controlled way and still have the power very easily. Jadeja on.
It is Jadeja, well spotted. And the reverse sweep is played by Bethel quite nicely out to deep cover. He'll take a single. I was going to say, I saw, everyone has an opinion and everyone has a right to an opinion, but so many people are wrong. I'm just going to say put that out there. I was reading on the BBC website after the last T20, the comments, below the line comments, and some bloke was trying to pin it all on Bethel and said, what's happened to him? I said, what do you mean, what's happened to him? He's had a couple of poor games. And he's not the only one. Defended on the front foot by Rashid back to Jadeja. I mean, Bethel, you could argue, has been one of the most consistent performers in all formats over the last 6 months, I think. Jadeja in. Rashid makes himself a little bit of room, plays a very pleasant, controlled drive, wide of long off. When I say wide of long off, it means that long off has to come in away and make a move to his left. They take another single. 220 for 7, halfway through the 43rd.
I'd absolutely agree with that. Jadeja here. Bethel's lobbed to reverse sweeps. Who might bowl for that?
Well, he's gone for a big heave, and
I thought it was outside the line.
Jadeja, of course, has done the celeb appeal. The umpire says no. And then, of course, the think tank comes together. Jadeja, Raul and Rohit Sharma. And he's going to review it. This is one of those where he goes down and he sweeps and he gets hit on the body. And,
Was that Rohit just admonishing the umpire saying, I can't believe you didn't give that?
Really?
No, I think it was more that he'd reviewed it and the umpire hadn't necessarily seen it, maybe, or something like that. Just by the angle that the ball went off.
That was out. That was definitely out. Was that definitely out? I don't know.
I think the question
is...
Just
by the angle that the ball went off into the offside there, I kind of thought that it was going to be going on to miss the off stump. Which
it's how much it spins back and straightens.
Yeah, which I didn't think it did enough, but India were confident. We'll see.
I mean, a lot of these are out, actually. These ones, you tend to think, it's hit him more on the body than the pad. Where's that hit? I think he's in trouble there. It's hit him...
I thought he was in trouble when I first saw it.
It's hit him on the hip. I think that's... Well, the only thing that's going to save him is height, but I don't think that is going to be enough, because it's on the back leg.
Well, Yeah, but remember it wasn't given out though.
Yeah. Well, that's
There might be
if it's a clipping.
I think this is out. No, actually, I'm changing my tune.
Of course, you have to remember umpires don't get the chance to see it over and over again. I think he's in a lot of trouble here. He is indeed. It's hitting, and for all the great things, as soon as we start to say great things about Bethel, he gets out. And Nindo wasn't wrong. He did say that he was probably going to get out on the sweep, and he has done so. Jadeja comes into the attack, and yet again, England do something silly.
The crowd says, the crowd says, the crowd says you're out.
Right, can I quickly get some socials in before we get the new book
Just
going?
quickly, when Kat asked me earlier how I thought, what would the dismissal be, I said I thought Bethel would be out LBW by Jadeja. Admittedly, I thought it would happen much sooner than it eventually did.
Also, can I get on air, please? Because I'm a virtual person at the moment.
Go on. Oh, I see.
Jake Over says Bobbins for a super chat. He also says Yorkshire sorted, and Stephen Coates says well batted Mr. Bethel, but that was before he was out. Kieran Roseplay says it doesn't matter, that's the way we play. Weak excuse for a man who lacks depth of the coach. Only have a plan A. What happened to people standing up and being held responsible?
Absolutely.
Shite. Lalit Butt says good afternoon everyone. Jacob says I was pleasantly surprised by Hendo's love for Bethel. Maybe he is maturing and growing. Well, Bethel is. I think Hendo is fully matured.
God, no. I'm devolving, if anything.
And Stephen Calco and Kim Rose asked the question: who's maturing, you or Bethel?
Oh, thanks for the vote of confidence. New batsman. I say batsman, but it's this man.
He will break your helmet, break your heart. Hotter than lava, cooler than Bogart. In your face, at your stumps, on your toes, on your mum. Joffrey.
First ball comes forward, plays back to Jadeja, who's now got 2 wickets for 23. He's bowled very well. I didn't realise he'd bowled earlier, but he's just completed his 7th over. This one is played back to him down the leg side of the pitch. And 43 have gone. England have got to survive 7 more overs and see if they can dribble their way to 240.
Survivors right well. I didn't expect us to be potentially not using all the overs, but we're now definitely in that danger zone.
I'm going to come back to that. I mentioned some time ago a couple of personal experiences of Brendan McCullum as a player. Now, it's hard to criticise him because he was a fabulous batsman, really, and obviously one of the most entertaining and exciting to watch. But I saw him a test match at Headingley, goodness knows how many years ago now, and he'd gone to tea with New Zealand, on in that position where they score, another 100 without losing a wicket, and they're in a very good position. I'll break off. In comes Hardik Pandya to bowl to Rashid, who plays a very pleasant drive. Thought for a moment it might get past mid-off, but he dives and stops it, and they get through for 1. And he'd kind of whetted the appetite. He'd played nicely before tea. And even as an England supporter, you look forward to seeing him come out and play some exciting cricket. But he comes out in the first over after tea and smashes it straight to mid-off. And he's gone. That is one example. And then suddenly New Zealand are a little bit up against it again. I'll come back as Hardik comes in, bowls, defended by Archer on the back foot. There is no run. The other one that I think I'm mentioning to you the other day, Jason, was the World Cup final of 2015, where New Zealand were playing Australia.
Yes, you did mention that.
Melbourne, was it not? Was it in Melbourne?
I think so. And you talked about him throwing his wicket away effectively, and therefore putting New Zealand into a bit of a hole.
Well, exactly. I mean, here was a man who was kind of crucial to the New Zealand run chase, as Hardik comes in again. Long straight run, short, pulled well by Archer. He's got it wide of long on. Joe Root applauds, Paul Collingwood applauds, and it's one of these. Pretty good shot from Jofra Archer. So the man has just come to the wicket.
Considering he wasn't really looking at the ball, it's a very good shot. Right in the middle of the bat, over in the middle, I think.
Good swing. Yeah, it was. I mean, it was, and in front of square, a long way in front of square.
It was pulverised.
I'll come back to McCullum in a minute. If you're interested, you may not be interested. You may think I'm talking a load of rubbish, in which case you can get in touch and tell us why. Hardick halfway through his 7th over, none for 26. Archer has 4, Rashid has 4, England 225 for 8. They were 74 for no wicket. Hardick in, he plays the same shot, gets a top edge, but I think he's got enough on that, actually. That's a really good top edge. He's absolutely plogs that back over mid-wicket and picked up not just 4, but one of these.
Is that another new portmanteau word?
What's that?
I thought I heard you say plog, as in pull and flog.
Oh, well, that would be good. But I didn't mean to if I did. In fact, I was being unfair. That was the full middle of the bat, wasn't it? Oh, now this is full, and he's absolutely hammered that straight, all well on the ground. Hardik Pandya was just happy to get out of the way of it. This is quite an exhibition from Archer, however long it lasts, and he's picked up another of these.
I think he's had 3 scheduled this morning.
I tell you what, I think Hardik Pandya's probably had enough of this. I wouldn't be surprised if his next delivery is a bouncer, to be honest.
Yeah, but that's
the
obvious one.
The bouncers have gone for a couple in this over, or the shorter balls.
The field is set for a bouncer. I wouldn't be surprised if we
14 off 6, Jofra Archer. 14 from 3 almost, I think. Hardik in again. This is short. He waits for this one a little bit and again nails it, but does find the fielder on the deep square leg boundary, jogs through for the 1. End of the 44th over. England 236 for 8. Archer 15. Rashid 4.
Lots of love for Lalit Bat from Jay Grover and Stephen Kelk. Jay says Hendo. Stephen Kelk says Hendo indeed has small, gentle, tender hands.
Thank you.
Nick Vicker says, go on, Jofra. He's got to be full on Abu Dhabi T10 mode from here on in.
T10 mode.
That last over was the second highest of the.
And we got a super chat from Jay Grover who says, I can't super chat every time Hendo is talking rubbish.
Oh, I do wish you would. Yeah, back to McCullum. Mitchell Starc, as we know, is an extreme, certainly at that stage, was an extremely good one-day international bowler. Had an average of something like 22, didn't he? A very, very low average. And he swings the ball at extreme pace into opening batsmen. And McCullum just lost his head, tried to smash it, and was bowled, I think, 4th ball of the innings. And, you know, if you wanted a situation in which, you know, New Zealand heads don't drop that easily these days, but that surely would have caused some consternation in the dressing room. This is Archer onto the front foot to Jadeja defending out onto the offside. And, you know, as someone who could have gone on to destroy Australia in that game, it was a waste of a wicket. And you almost knew, certainly I felt at the time, as Archer drives this time quite pleasantly but straight at the bowler, you just felt New Zealand's chance of winning that World Cup had gone with that one wicket.
Yeah, there were a few other players in the around at the time, and I'll come back to that after
defended on the front foot. Yeah, but you know,
no,
he's trying to make a statement. I understand that, but you've got to pick your ball, haven't you?
Yeah, you had Marty Guptill, who scored 237 not out in one of the quarterfinals. You had Lutaru Ross Taylor
onto the front foot, glides off a thick outside edge. Archer was ready to come. He was sent back, and then he acknowledges that Rashid was right in denying him that single.
And you had the ship steadier.
Oh, of course, you got Kane Williamson. I mean, I'm not saying that it was a weak team, but it's just a massive.
But it's the tone it sets.
It is defended on the front foot. You know, people will come back at me and argue, well, if he'd smeared that over mid on, and it had gone for 4, that was a great start.
I always agree with you. It's usually about the manner of dismissal as opposed to the dismissal itself.
Defended on the front foot by Archer. What a very good over that was from Jadeja. In fact, in the 45th over of the innings, he's bowled a maiden.
That's and he's bowling in the 45th over. It's normally the preserve of the pace bowlers.
Well, yeah, maybe that says something. He
And
bowled a very good spell.
quite potentially, he could bowl 1 or 2 more overs still, because he's not. If he's not going away, and you've got 9-10 jack in, why not?
I should, in fact, mention Jay, because he has sent us a couple of these in the last few minutes, as you did say. Ravindra Jadeja has become the 4th highest wicket taker in one-day internationals amongst left-arm spinners. Nice shot from Rashid, stepping back to Axar Patel, who's back into the attack. It's all happening too quickly, too many changes of bowling, too many wickets falling for me to do jingles all the time.
Let's use the spinners overs up against the tail enders.
Axar in again. Well, he really held that one back, and even though Adil Rashid had made room for himself outside the leg stump, and quite a lot of it, it was still outside leg stump when he played the shot. He played it well enough, but he couldn't get it through. Axar left arm round the wicket. He's down the wicket, and he's lofted this one. Didn't quite get to the pitch of it, but fortunately for him, having hit it that well,
very well placed,
he's probably going to get back for 2, isn't he? Yes, because he played it very straight. Hardik had to run round from long off, and in fact it was
unlike lots of the other England batsmen. At least Rashid actually got his foot to the pitch at that one.
Yeah,
even though he didn't quite time it.
No, indeed. Well, he moves on to 6, 238 for 8. Wait for this one, plays a very pleasant shot, Rashid, but it's only going to bring him a single out to the deep cover boundary. And I honestly feel that I've said this many times in recent days, that Rashid has skills as a batsman that have never been really utilised properly by England. Onto the front foot comes Archer, defended, back to the bowler.
Well, the amount of times I've seen where Rashid's had to sacrifice himself in important situations. I mean, namely the 2019 World Cup, I think it was.
In he comes again, and this time Archer tries to put a bit of bottom hand onto that one.
Yeah, he wasn't
in
the
the
only
final
one.
with Stokes at the other end, which
Stokes and Wood. Rashid and Wood did both sacrifice themselves.
That's fielded by the bowler, by the way. As I say, he was trying to put some extra oomph from the bottom hand, but didn't time it well enough. 46 gone, England 239 for 8. 3 runs off the over. Jason.
Jacob says, stop making the same arguments, no conclusions.
I just made a conclusion. That was my conclusion.
Leia says, let's face it, there could be a good chance of Jofra being out there batting with 6 to go if this England team were playing T10.
Oh, yes, that's true too. Jadeja will continue into his 9th over. 6 bowlers used by India so far. Here he is into Rashid, and Rashid uses again a lot of bottom hand and a lot of bottom wrist, really, to flap it up to Kuldeep at long on. England have made 240. They've made a pedestrian 240. They might even go beyond. I won't get too excited because there's only 2 wickets to fall. Jadeja into Archer. Archer goes back again. He's utilising the bottom hand to take a single up to long on.
The thing is, as much as it's unlikely with India not reaching whatever total England post, the joy of cricket is that there's always a chance. It's runs on the board, and that can quite often be important.
Driven back to Jadeja, who swiftly moves to his left to field, and then threatens to throw the ball at Rashid, who's made a little bit of a move down the wicket.
Rashid's looked much more hanging off this ball.
Oh, he's played a terrible shot. Oh, Billy, you have got the most perfect timing, because he tried to play totally the wrong shot, a sweep to a ball that wasn't there for it. It was too quick through the air, and it's taken out his middle stump, and Rashid has sacrificed himself on the altar of English madness yet again.
Well, I was just about to say that he's looked much more comfortable against Jadeja than Kuldeep, but yeah, he's played that completely the wrong line and length. It's a hopeless shot.
Well, that's the quicker one that's done it for him. Prithvi says those 26 overs in runs in 1 over need to be repeated. Possible, you think? Well, only if Josh was facing and he's in T10 mode, I think.
Yeah, and and India have responded well again, because as soon as that over went for a bundle, we switched to 2 spinners, didn't we? And we had 1 spinner on, but now we've got 2, and suddenly England are in trouble. Well, they're in total trouble, but they're in particular trouble. 241 for 9.
3 for 25 off just under 9 overs.
Yeah, I know.
He's been an absolute parsimonious horrible little person.
Yeah, from an England perspective, he's been a wonderful person from an Indian perspective. And,
yeah, England just trying to limp their way to a score here. Saqib Mahmood, it's nice to see him injury-free in an England shirt, isn't it? I'm looking forward to watching him bowl later.
Yeah, I mean, I did think it was a strange decision, having got three wickets in his first over on tour, to have been taken out of the game on, was it Saturday or Sunday? Saturday, I think
Yeah,
it was.
although they weren't, I mean, they weren't necessarily the prettiest of wickets, but wickets nonetheless.
No, they weren't. I agree. But
3 gifts almost.
Three in the over. Yeah, it's a great return. I mean, he's bowled a lot better than that and got nothing. Defended,
3-wicket maiden.
Yeah, that's right. Defended back to the bowler by Mahmood. And another point I was going to make just before Bethel was out was that it's a little chip in the air, but there's no mid on. They'll take a single. Mahmood off the mark. That even if you're limping to a slightly better score than you might get if you slog everything up in the air, you are doing something, especially for an inexperienced, those that are inexperienced in this lineup. They're just getting a longer taste of the action, aren't they? They're all that little bit extra experience that they will then take to the Champions Trophy. In
India have so many different options. Well, who they can take in a squad and who they can bowl in any given situation. They've got 6 really high quality bowlers that they've got through today, and it's just such a luxury to have, because one of them has a slightly off day, which none of them really have. You just rotate in England. You just don't quite have that luxury.
Oh my word! They really are bringing the changes now.
Yeah, Kuldeep's back to bowl his final over. He's going to be bowling to Mahmood. I guess he figures that he can bamboozle Mahmood.
And takes 1 ball to end the innings at
Well,
this rate.
he also hasn't got a wicket yet, so he probably wants to.
Oh, that's true. He's forced that off the back foot, and Kuldeep is a little bit lax in getting down to that to try and field it. They gets past him and they get a single.
Quite unfairly so, you have to say. Kuldeep hasn't got a wicket. He hasn't bowled badly at all. But that's sometimes the way that cricket goes, as we see again. Rashid playing all around.
Yeah, and absolutely. Oh, hello. He's played the sweep shot to that. It was very much like the shot that Rashid played to Jadeja a moment ago, Archer there. But fortunately for him, he's got hold of it. He's got hold of it well, and he's got 4 runs to square leg.
I think he's picked the ball, actually. I think I was going to slide on and just miss.
He's gone for the big heave from the next delivery. It's only going to bring him a single out to deep mid wicket. Yeah, I think it was maybe marginally more towards off stump and perhaps a little bit shorter than...
Yeah, but Archer's also on 21 and timing it nicely, so he can have a little flash at that sweep shot. It was a really nice shot.
Yep. Halfway through the 48th. I mean, just see it out, England, down the wicket comes the Mahmood. He's going to be stumped by an absolute mile.
Why?
And
why?
I'm sorry, but there's just no plan, is there? Is there some advice to players? I mean, Mahmood has come out.
That's terrible.
He's 2 not out from 4 balls. Archer has shown an ability, and he's in nick as far as a number 10 can be in nick. He's hitting the ball quite well. Surely you just stay there and give him the strike as much as you can. You do not come marauding down the wicket to a highly skillful spinner, miss it and get stumped by 4 yards. It's I just think everything I say about McCullum,
that's terrible cricket.
I think that deserves a send-off.
Well, it does, but I'm reluctant to blame Mahmood for the failures of other people further up the order, but it just strikes me that there is a lack of rounded thinking going on. Surely you say to Mahmood, you're going out there and Archer is batting well, you just stick around, let him play the shots. He's a good hitter when he gets hold of it, and I'm not sure that Mahmood
I don't know what Billy thinks about this, but my take on this is England think they haven't got enough. They need to get as much. They need to get as many more as they can, and I think that's why they're going to gamble on both sides going bang, bang, bang.
Yeah, but there's 2 ways of looking at this, and I think England keeps selecting the wrong one. They have got to get as many as they can, but and they're probably right. They haven't got anything like enough. But by playing that shot and risking Mahmood risking getting out as he did,
and denying Archer
you're
half
denying
of 2 and a bit
Archer
overs.
the chance to get another 15 runs. And
so I agree. But I'm more saying we should have a flair kind of when we're 7 down. In that situation, you absolutely have to play out the overs. That's absurd. Well, I mean, you can get out, but just not in that manner, because getting 10 singles or something would be far more valuable.
Yeah,
that's very poor cricket.
But I've only seen a little bit of the second half of England's innings from about the 30th over onwards, and it's been awful.
Well,
as soon as the spinners got into it, we struggled.
Yep.
Right, I shall go through some late news from YouTube. Jehan says, England are so shit. What happened to the white ball revolution? Well, it's not happened yet. Or the rebuilding of the side that was great in 2015 and 2019. Kieran Rose, do they go to the dressing room and have a positive chat with McCullum now, or does somebody go in there and let most of the team know that another middle order collapse is not okay? I think they need the teacups.
I do. I think there's too much sort of mollycoddling going on. I think the other day, after England had lost the third T20, I thought, or was it the fourth? I really felt. No, sorry, it wasn't the third. I really felt that an interviewer, or certainly I don't know if it happened in the press conference, someone had to say to McCullum, "That's not acceptable, is it?"
Although, to be fair, I think it won't happen in the mid-innings interval. It'll happen in the review after the match.
Yeah, but it's almost.
But it has to happen.
It's almost as if the media are afraid to confront McCullum, because McCullum's he's a bit snipey, isn't he? If he does get criticised, he gives it back, and I wonder whether I'm not saying that I would necessarily want to do it myself, but you do feel as if when you consider the criticism that has been of previous coaches.
He must be have been on enough leadership courses that nobody likes delivering bad news, but someone's got to do it.
Yeah,
and you expect to get shouted at that point.
Yeah. And the best journalists will, but I mean, I'm not saying there aren't good journalists.
Looking down at the batting cards, the Butler 51, was it 52?
Bethel 51.
So they made shots, but it's Salt and Duckett. I mean, Salt getting run out in that manner just slightly set the tone for the collapse that was to come.
Well, also, I think,
and Brooke out of Nick as well, just exposed him.
Well, I think
he flared one down the leg side and struggled from there.
I thought it was actually. I know he was caught down the leg side, but I thought it was actually a pretty good ball actually that got him, and it was a good catch by Raoul away to his left. The only positive I take out of Harry Brooke and his struggles relatively recently. I mean, really, we're talking about the last test in New Zealand and then since that. Which isn't a huge sample, but the one positive I take from that is that he'll be back in form by the summer and for the Ashes.
You'd hope so.
I mean, he had to have a blip at some point, Harry Brooke.
Yeah.
And if this is it, then I'm more than happy to take it, to be honest.
Yeah. We've got a few more tweets. Sorry, not tweets. YouTube comments. Kieran Rose, at least England in the early 90s tried. These guys just seem like they can't be asked. Jay Grover, revolution is not a dinner party. Nice cameo from Mr. Archer by Stephen Kelk. Nebula Force says, what do you think? Who's going to win? Well, I would say that WinViz, if it were to come off on screen, would probably say something like 75-25 India, England.
Yeah,
if not higher.
There's always a chance. 248. It's not like we've been bowled out for 160.
Yeah.
It's defendable, but from the looks of the pitch, it just looks too good. Wickets and the power play are key. Yeah. I'd say we need to take 4 of them if we're going to have a chance.
And Virat Yadav says, that was a top-tier brain fade by Mr. Mahmood.
It was indeed. Totally. I mean, but it's hard to blame him, isn't it, really?
And lastly, Prithvi says, 248 all down. I suspect they will make it into 2-digit score with 5 down. Not easy for India. Well,
really?
He's thinking that there's more in this pitch than we think.
Well, we will see. I mean, the other thing is they've got 10 overs of power play to go crazy compared with 6 overs in T20s, and of course remember
and
what they did with England regards to that. I mean, 93.
What
I think
will
it was.
be interesting, I think, is the fact that Root is now in the side, can bowl off spin to left-handers, which wasn't possible for the T20 side because basically didn't have any
I was
off-spinners.
just about to say it'll be interesting to see how early England decide to go to spin.
Because there are more spinning options available now.
Soon.
Well, they've got. I mean, they've potentially got 4 options, haven't they? Although that's of varying abilities. They've got Rashid, who's class. They've got Root, who has been bowling in the South African T20 as well as batting. You've got Livingston, and you've got Bethel.
Well, they don't like to bowl Rashid in the power play. So
no, they don't.
They won't bowl.
Root is a much better option than power play.
I think you could see Root and potentially Livingston, because he can bowl leggies and offies, depending on which batsman he's bowling at. So I think you could see both of those have a bowl in the power play.
I think actually, I mean, looking back on England's so-called collapse, and when you go from 74 for none to 77 for 3,
it's been 2 clumps, hasn't it? It's been 74 to 90 odd for 4. Is it 90 odd for 4?
No, 111 for 4.
No, more than that.
But no,
and then when Bethel got out, everything happened after that fairly quickly as well.
It did, but I actually looking back on those dismissals, okay, it was a complete brain fade regarding Phil Salt and the run-out, but run-outs happen in cricket. That's a fact of the matter. But then Duckett getting out so quickly afterwards. But to be honest, that was a hell of a catch, wasn't it? I mean, he's running back and then he's kind of full length over his shoulder diving. It's a brilliant catch.
Was a great catch.
And so immediately with one rather fortunate dismissal and then one brilliant piece of fielding, India, are suddenly given a bit of momentum, aren't they? Anyway, we should take a break because that's what I like most about coming here is sitting in the
green room, talking rubbish,
and various things like that. Now I've just got to find the podcast. Where are the podcasts?
Keep going.
Is that it? No, that's not it. Where are the podcasts? Hang on. Yeah, there we go.
The one with the sign.
Which one is it? Hang on. Bear with me out there if you're still listening. Why?
Is that a pun? Is it an episode?
Oh, bear with me.
We've got
no, the bear is now with me, and he's going to find the podcast. It was further along. Are we playing the latest Bishop and Bear with Stephen Brinkley? That would be more fun, wouldn't it? Rather than. Oh, has it not come out publicly yet? It's not decent yet. It is very good, but only the Patreon people get it. So if you want to get the Bishop and Bear early, and this week we've got a discussion with Stephen Brinkley, as you may remember, was the Independent's cricket correspondent for a long time. He has written a book on the 1926 Ashes, which is actually more interesting than it sounds. Because of there were a few things going on in the world around that time.
That's right. Sell it.
So if you would like to get that early, become a Patreon. Patreon.com/Guerrilla Cricket. Pledge us a monthly amount of money, and you will get that. And of course, if you give us $10 a month,
you get plenty of other things as well.
You get lots of other things. One of the things you get is you go on the glory roll, which is a list of names that perambulates across the bottom of your screen throughout.
Yeah, you do need to be careful how you phrase that, don't you?
What perambulates?
No, glory roll.
Oh yes. I have no idea what you're talking about. We're just looking at that catch. What a catch! That was a stunning catch. It reminds me of me when I was young. It was Jaiswal. Brilliant stuff. Okay. Bear, you are now going to set us up. Patreon.com/Guerrilla Cricket. Please help. We're having to move. The Bear has sold the flat, and we have to find a studio, and it's going to cost us loads and loads of money.
And we'll be back in about half an hour, 35 minutes,
something like that. 35. Right, here we go.
And he can take a game away from you. Who's 5? I can't even remember who's 5 now. Smith's 4. Who's 5?
Travis.
Travis, wasn't it? Travis said he's 5. Yeah. So who's 6? Is it Carey? Or is there someone else?
Carey, provides a bit of solidity down the order.
Well, you've got your all-rounder. You've got your, I suppose, Bo Webster's the incumbent. After
right, yeah.
Done all right too, hasn't he?
Well,
He did
that's
all right. Late in his career.
What I haven't heard, because it's almost impossible to find on the internet status of injured players. Cameron Green, I don't know if he's going to potentially be available at Lords. Will there be a toss-up between him and Webster? I think Marsh is out of the equation on current form.
Yep.
So that all-rounder slot is potentially a debate for Australia. And then South Africa, more the unknown quantity. I think we do have the bowling, I would imagine, to dismiss the Aussies. The question mark remains the batting. Yes, guys have found form and confidence of late. Has been against some lesser attacks, and it has been partly at home. So that's probably the bigger question mark from a South African perspective. But bowling-wise, it looks good if everyone can stay fit. There is a lack of cricket for South Africa between now and then. At least Australia do have that outing in Sri Lanka. Maybe they don't need it because, as we've touched on, they are very experienced. And if anyone can go away for 6 months and come back
That's
in
a
decent
Colombo
form,
and Gaul are a world apart from Lords.
Exactly.
What they're going to need.
And it is a one-off game, and as you say, I think the bowling attacks match up pretty well. I mean, I always fancy South Africa got, potentially as good as Australia. If you put who's your first choice for Bardi, Janssen? Who else is going to be there?
Hi everyone, it's Gabby Logan here from the Midpoint podcast, and this week we're sponsored by Nivea Rich Nourishing Body Lotion, the perfect solution for dry skin that gives you an extra glow. I think there's something wonderful about having skin that looks and feels healthy. It makes me feel great, and when I'm feeling great, I can go about my day feeling more confident in myself. And this is something that's so important to me. If I've got a really long day on set, there's one thing I've always used. It's Nivea's Rich Nourishing Body Lotion. I think it's a bit of a skincare icon. And now it has a new and improved formula with hyaluronic acid. So if you want to have confidence in your skin every day, as well as 72-hour moisturization, then grab yourself a bottle of Nivea Rich Nourishing Body Lotion today.
Well, Henrik Nokia would be nice, but it seems he's kind of unofficially retired from tests, so maybe he can be talked out of it. I don't know. Dane Patterson in good form, as we saw. He took some wickets, and I think he'll be good in UK conditions. On the subject of the bowling, the one thing that did bother me a bit ahead of the Newlands test was Patterson being dropped after taking 2 5-fers in the previous 2 games, one against Sri Lanka and the one against Pakistan at Centurion. In favour of Kwena Mapaka, who is a very exciting youngster, and so on and so forth. But I think South Africa should have been a little bit careful about doing this kind of Rassie Erasmus, test out the squad depth no matter what, and there are no droppings, we are just finding 3 pairs for every position. I think in cricket it's a little bit different because we're fighting to keep players in the international game, whereas in rugby you have everyone queuing up to be a Springbok. Here they do have an alternative. And if you take all those wickets and say to someone, well, you've committed to the international game, and we're just going to drop you for actually the New Year's test is the showpiece, in favour of some youngster who's not going to play at Lords, I would imagine. I mean, there is a time and a place, but Kwena Mapaka will have his time. I think Dane Patterson should have had a last run, another chance for the attack to gel, last proper outing before Lords. So that annoyed me because I just think player management-wise, it's demoralising, surely. For guys who's done nothing wrong, you can't take the same approach as rugby. In South Africa's situation, where we really have to make sure players are kept happy and don't disappear off to franchise leagues and that sort of thing.
Is the SAT 20 going on now? Is it
I
on
believe
now?
it's just started. I can proudly report I haven't watched a single ball.
Yeah, well,
these things do creep your way into feeds.
With the ongoing Big Bash just to roll into the IPL.
It can get stuffed, but if it does bankroll the things in the country, then I suppose we must grudgingly accept it. But there is no red ball cricket. I mean, I'm flying tonight in about 4 hours to South Africa, and I looked in absolute despair for a red ball cricket game that I could go and watch, and I'm there for 2 months, just nothing. Because like England, middle of summer is reserved for crap, in my opinion.
Yet.
Yeah.
There you are in the final.
And yet, in spite of everything, and it was also very positive to see crowds out at Centurion. That's I think finally South Africa
that was
has
going
a
to be the final thing
solution
I
for.
wanted to chat about, was how it seemed, and I watched quite a lot of it, it seemed pretty well attended.
Yeah, you can't compare with. I mean, if you put that crowd in the MCG, it would look embarrassing. But you know, for what the stadium can hold, it was pretty good. And I've heard any good things about the atmosphere. You know, you can still go and braai a hulk of meat there, which is, I think, very rare in any sports stadium around the world. Even in South Africa, that's disappeared to a large degree. But you could still fire up the barbecue,
sweet,
and cook something whilst watching the cricket at Centurion. So kudos to the union at the Titans. Does a very good job marketing wise and everything. So they deserve. They've made the best of this 26th of December fixture after years of it just being embarrassingly intended in Durban and a little bit slightly better in Port Elizabeth. And then it was lovely to see a New Year's Test in Cape Town again, which was apparently sold out. You never see it full because Cape Townians are lazy, so half only rock up at lunch, the other half disappear to play away because nothing is on, free to air, etc., where cricket just disappears off the radar. Like if we're playing in the West Indies, you could walk to someone in the street in South Africa and they probably wouldn't even know we're playing, which is sad and embarrassing. This time of year, it gets just registers a little bit, and I think it registered more because word got around that, hey, we could be at Lord's in the World Test Championship final. I'd like to think that sold a few more tickets. We just need to get the crowds outside of the holiday season, because in the Sri Lanka games before that, ahead of Christmas, it was terrible. It was absolutely terrible.
I think what you've just said there bears out everything. Every time I discuss the World Test Championship, I end up saying the same thing. I don't think anyone gives us stuff up until the point that you might just make it to the final.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, everyone goes, "Oh, it's the Carabao Cup." You know?
Yeah, exactly. It is totally.
It's all of a sudden, people get really, really excited and interested. And as a showpiece, I think it's great. I think both finals
it is, but I mean, it takes 2 years each time to get around to the. You know, it takes the last 4 or 5 months to get exciting. There's suddenly, you know, I mean, Sri Lanka could have qualified, South Africa could have qualified, India could have qualified, Australia could have qualified, and there was an outside chance of someone else as well. Really.
Well, poor old India haven't done.
No,
the first time. So third one. It's the first one they haven't been in. So
it's actually impossible to give us stuff about it early on because there's no fixture list that makes any sense.
It's too random in its structure.
Even in your Premier League, where everyone plays everyone twice and things go on for months and months and months, you've got those landmark fixtures. You know, oh, well, we've still got them away and we've got them at home, but you know that everyone's playing everyone, so you can kind of make sense of it even well ahead of time. But you know, this World Test thing, it just.
Well, we should
discussion.
We should probably move on. And I definitely worth having a chat about the Border Gavaskar Trophy, because you talked about crowds. Wasn't it the third or fourth most attended Test series ever? You know, so everyone, you know, on the one hand, there's always this discussion about the ongoing death of Test cricket, which has been dying for about the last 90 years. Basically, as far as what people say. The fact is, we had, I think, 57 tests played in this last calendar year, which is more than anything since 2002. And we've just had a series that second only to, I think, the Bradman Ashes series in terms of the number of people that attended it. So maybe it's not, things aren't as dumb.
Well, no, I guess so. I mean. I guess that comes down to the fact that Australia hadn't won it for so long, and they'd lost it away and at home, or not lost at home once. They drew at home once, and they lost at home once. Lost away twice. Hadn't held it for 10 years, and that's not very Australian. And they were desperate to actually get it back. I mean, it was a good series. I mean, I watched a lot of first sessions. Obviously, wasn't going to watch it through the night, and couldn't be asked to watch the highlights, but watched a fair few first sessions. Generally, when Butler was bowling, because I wanted him to skittle the Australians every time, which he did a few times.
Which he nearly did. Well,
but and you know, at the end of the day, it was just one innings too far for him, wasn't it? I mean, he basically crapped out after one innings of the final Test. and was unable to bowl.
Well, it was Rohit initially did a bit of a Joe Root on him. So in the same way as Joe Root, what Joe Root did to Jofra Archer initially, he just kept flogging him, bowl another over.
Well,
Rohit was doing that to Bumrah, and then he ended up doing it to himself when he became captain.
Well, he was the man, clearly, wasn't it? I mean, he was the highest wicket taker at the best. I mean, he was averaging about 12 or something at one point. You know, he was clearly had Australia hopping all over the place. He is the premier bowler, I'd say, in the world. He's got to be number one in the world. I mean, he is fantastic, and he is right on song at the moment. But has he injured himself? Well, I suppose he's only got to recover for the IPL now, hasn't he? I mean, I don't know what India are doing since then. Or maybe the ICC Champions Trophy. I mean, there'll be a lot of sides hoping that he doesn't make it to the Champions Trophy because 10 overs are him in an ODI.
Oh, hang on, there seems to be a knock at the door. You'll have to talk amongst yourselves.
Okay. Well, we can carry on talking about this.
Maybe it's a beer delivery. Give me a moment.
Oh, can you part? I've got one in the fridge, actually. Maybe I should go and get it. You know, and I just think that it was a good series, but India look actually at the end of the road, that side. Do you not think? Batting wise, we're getting old.
Yeah, there is that. You probably would have said that about Australia's batting as well, a couple of tests in. One of the key differences was that Smith and Manos and Khawaja a little bit got it sorted out as the series went on. India, like the likes of Kohli didn't, Sharma didn't.
No.
I think a couple of things did go against India on the batting front, just that you almost couldn't control. One is that Sharma missed the first test, and if he'd actually played in it and been crap in it, he could have been dropped earlier. And that's just one of those things. And then Kohli as well, making that century was counterproductive, because if he'd been crap there, they might. Well, I don't think they would drop Kohli, but
I'm here.
He raised hopes.
Kohli wasn't as bad as I mean, Rohit was awful. And Rohit, you've got to imagine he's going to retire. Ravi Ashwin retired after one test, obviously wasn't getting picked. But, you know, I mean, you look at that, Jadeja's okay as an all-rounder, he did all right. But Jaiswal was the only batsman who did any good in the rest of the side. KL Rahul had a couple of good innings early in the series, but sort of fell away.
Yeah.
And other than that, they were. I mean, this is it. It was kind of a battle of two failing batting lineups, and Australia didn't fail as badly as in India's, and that was the difference, I think.
Yeah, that's one way you can see it. There's been a lot of chat about the battle of the bowling lineups and the fact that, you know, with the new ball they were fairly equal, but Bumrah had no support. But I do side with you a bit, Bear, that, you know, let's not let the batsman off the hook. And people saying India couldn't bowl Australia out, it's not true. They actually did. Every time bowl Australia out. There was only one declaration, which was the silly 80 for 7 at the Gabba, which was because of the rain. So they bowled Australia out, and the batsman would have had the opportunity to also make more runs. There is also that way to be competitive.
Well, there was, you know, getting runs on the board and giving yourself time to bowl out the opposition. The Bazball approach was definitely there. I think Travis Head continues to be a thorn in India's side. Again, I think best average of the series, and top run scorer of the series, and highest strike rate.
Although he dropped off a little bit towards the end, and that's the beauty of a 5-test series. There is room for that sort of thing to happen. I just love the narratives that spun out over this whole series.
There were certainly a few of them. There was Bumrah against just about everybody.
Yep.
There's 32 wickets.
Culminating in Bumrah versus Constas at the end. That was just the perfect denouement of the whole thing.
Constas, I hope, maybe it's my next door neighbour, would you believe, who's having a problem with his car battery. I'm the least automotively technical person to actually go and ask, but I've said as soon as we shut the pub, I'll go round and help him out.
Probably just needs a jump start time.
Well, exactly. Scott Boland, who's not a bad substitute to have, who continues to. He must love the MCG. Isn't his average there about 7 or something ridiculous?
It is something stupid like that. But he wasn't very. But he got taken apart in England in the Ashes last time.
Yeah, exactly.
You know,
so
you wonder if he's a homer. He's not really that quick.
He might be the Chris Wokes for Australia.
Well, you wonder where you've got to wonder where that bowling attack goes. I mean, Stark's knocking on. He's been reasonably
injury prone.
Well, Hazel is definitely injury prone, and he is the third wheel in those three, isn't he? And Cummings just keeps going. Cummings is he's a workhorse, and he just keeps going. But
I reckon Cummins is the only one of that whole bunch that goes past the Ashes. I think we had a mass retirement. Was it after the 2006 Ashes?
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
Yeah, it was a mass Aussie retirement. They like to finish with beating the Poms and then go into retirement.
Exactly. And they slaughtered us. And the same thing happened after...
That was, wasn't it?
Yeah.
No, it was 2006. That was the Harmiston...
Yeah, 2006.
Wide series.
Yeah. And then there was a similar thing happened after Mitchell Johnson, didn't he? Blasted us out in 2011 or whatever it was. Was it 2011? Or was it 2013? I can't remember.
Probably a bit later because he was peaking around 13,
it was 20.
14.
Yeah, no, it must have been 13 because that's the last ever series we did with Test Match Sofa.
Steve Smith still making runs.
Yeah, but
very slowly. In some cases, as I recall, not quite in the Bazball way.
Certainly more fallible than he used to be. Gets out in the ways that you would expect him to get out. There's a fair few LBWs now, and he gets right across and gets strangled down the leg side, caught the leg slip a little bit more. He's just a little bit slower, isn't he? And the thing is, he's got a technique that if it does fail him, it's going to fail him bad because it's not in any way orthodox. And so you kind of feel that if it goes, it will go horribly wrong for him. Marnus Labuschagne is just boring. Let's be honest.
Yeah, he tried. He had. I remember one incredibly long innings for no runs, very few runs.
But he scored 2 of 52 in one.
Yeah, that was the one.
Yeah,
I can't remember.
That was in Perth.
I think it was the first test. Test. But even that contributed to the wonder of the series. What other series produces an innings that slow? Even in its boringness, it was part of the story.
Yeah.
I mean, one other one that I don't know if you touched on while I had to nip out, the whole Constas and his approach. Is he talking the talk before he can walk the walk? And he didn't do quite enough, despite one blazing over and one terrific knock. Did he genuinely cement himself in? And the other sort of key discussion point with him there is, is he partly about the theatre in provoking the opposition? And do you need to do that? Is he just a really annoying character? Which I think even
that we don't need to debate.
That we don't need to debate. He's an annoying twat, but I mean, he's Bazballian, isn't he? I mean, he's well. I mean, as everyone kept pulling out our WhatsApp group, it looked fantastic, but he averages less than Zach Crawley.
Yeah, not less than Zach Crawley in New Zealand.
No,
yes,
but less than Zach Crawley in. I mean, he was averaging 23 at the end of the series. Okay, it was his first Test series. He played 3 tests, and I don't think you can judge anyone like that.
But a strike rate of 81, I think 81,
yeah,
82, which is
exactly that.
Again, sort of evened itself out a little bit after that blazing start.
But
and the other one. Sorry, go on.
Well, I was going to say, I mean, you only really figure it out after a few series. Now, hopefully he's hanging around and he's playing England next winter, and that'll be interesting.
It will be interesting.
I think
might be into a few 3-day tests.
He's done
forward.
that is going to be a fascinating Ashes. Looking forward to it more than those of late. Just comparing the Border Gavaskar and the Ashes, we were just talking about the attention the BGT has received, and it's just writing its own legend. And I was looking at the big picture history. It's very close to 50-50 between India and Australia, and also between England and Australia in Ashes series. It's just that there's been
the most attended series ever.
Yeah. So Australia, and the others are, I think, all Ashes series, right?
They were 36-37, 2017-18, interestingly, and 1946-47 were the other 3.
And India's just the BGT is just catching up with writing as much history as the Ashes have got. I mean, there's been more than twice as many Ashes series as Border Gavaskar Trophy series, but of late, I would say it's the more interesting one. The Ashes has usually been interesting in England and
boring as
definitely
shit in Australia. Yeah, we get
it
slaughtered down there. I do think next year. I mean, this is going ahead. We'll have many a podcast of going forward. But looking at the two sides, I think, especially England's approach. Again, in the same way that we lost in India 4-1. But we could have won that series 3-2. I think we got slaughtered in 2 tests, 1-1, and the other 2 that we lost. There were 2 that we got slaughtered in, but there were 2 that we probably could have won had we had better spinners in India. I think it'll be a lot more even going into Australia for once this time. I don't think the Australian batting lineup, as we just touched on, is coming towards the end, and they might have a bunch of new kids or a bunch of old failing people in. I think bowling attacks wise, I think Australia at home will always be probably slightly better, but I look forward to that and think, well, if Wood's fit, Bryden Cast has been a bit of a find. Gus Atkinson looks good. Don't take Wokes. Find another couple of decent quicks, and England might have a best bowling attack it's had out there for actually quite a few years. And
you get Jofra fit.
Yeah, well, if you can get Jofra fit, even if Jofra isn't fit, if Bryden Cast is fit and Atkinson is fit and Wood is fit, and then there's maybe Saqib Mahmood or someone who's got proper genuine pace and can hit the deck hard, there might be some potential.
So, well, look, can we just finally, if I wasn't dealing with my lovely neighbour at the time.
He thinks you're lovely.
He is very nice. He's a really, really nice one, actually. He's a lovely chap. He's a very good artist. He's got a shed halfway up the garden where he disappears into and creates beautiful works of art, amongst other things. He's a very talented fellow.
Don't disturb
anyway,
him
that's by
at
the
work.
by. It's a bit less, still talented, but nowhere near as nice. Was Virat Kohli and his barge on Constas. Would Virat Kohli, on form, making runs in his heyday, have done something so unpleasant? Was he so wound up by Constas's lip that he had to make a point? It just seemed unseemly and unpleasant, and frankly underpunished, because he got away with something like a percentage of his match fee for something that was deliberately competitive. And where do we stand on that? I thought it was beneath him, beneath the game. I'm not sure he would have done it if he'd have been any kind of personal touch. He just wanted to involve himself.
I'm pretty sure he's done that before. I'm not saying I don't think that's the first time. I think that's been seen before. Against England, I think it's been seen before. Doesn't like losing. Wasn't having a good time. And he does like kind of to make it about himself, and I think it's how he gets himself up for it, to be honest. I'm not that fussed about it, to be honest.
Part of the theatre, but you're right, he does have a bit of a history. There was also the incident in South Africa in I think it was the COVID series over there, when he had a word with the stump mic. I don't know if any of you saw that, but he decided to address the host broadcaster because he wasn't happy with something that was going on DRS. And he yelled into the stump mic that they needed to sort out the system or whatever it was. But it was directed at SuperSport, his guys, and they really didn't. Well, he didn't come off smelling of roses from that either. So I guess he's
get back to his bat doing most of the talking.
Well, I don't think he's ever going. Well, again, I think he's coming towards the end of his career, isn't he? I mean, it happens to all the best. It'll happen to Root. Hopefully not for another 2 or 3 years, but in the end it catches up with them all. The fallibilities, eyes just that fraction a little bit slower, the hands are just a little bit slower, and those ones that you guide down towards third man end up getting nicked off to slips. And he has an unerring ability these days to chase ball, and he always has, but at the end of the day, when he was good, and he covered it up and hit more than he edged. But in England, he'd always had a problem with following balls outside his off stump and snicking off. A lot of players do, and the better ones fail. And he spent a lot of time not failing, but now he's too many times he follows that ball outside off stump, plays it and nicks it off rather than guiding it down at third man or driving it through the offside. And it happens at the end of everyone's careers.
And some countries well, they'll handle it differently, won't they? I mean, Rohit was never officially dropped in this series, and it did make me think, if you're India, where I think egos and
down in
pride,
inverted commas, didn't he?
That was it, yeah. But egos and pride are more important in some cultures than others, and I think that might be more of an issue for India in terms of getting rid of legends like your Dhonis and your Kohlis and so on. Whereas if you stop making runs in Australia, they're just going to say you're out, mate. There's no cultural issue there. So that's an interesting narrative to watch.
Well, they've got a problem now, haven't they, at the top of the order? I mean, this is it. Khawaja hasn't made runs for a while. He's 38 now, and he looks, he's hopping, doesn't get forward, doesn't get back, gets caught a lot on the crease. But the problem for a lot of sides around the world is finding openers after your solid pair has, finally gone. I mean, they had Warner and Khawaja for a while, and Warner was doing all right, and then he started failing, but they didn't want to replace him because it's hard to replace someone who's got that sort of record, right? Khawaja is likewise. He's been solid there for 3 or 4 years now, and you've got to go and find people who haven't got the experience at the highest level to go and open your innings, and no team likes to be 10 for 2, and it can often happen when you start with a new pair. Look, England have had how many openers have we had since Cook and Strauss were partners? I mean, Cook went on for a while, but then we went through endless fucking openers to go with Cook, and then Cook retired as well. We've ended up sticking with Zach Crawley, and he had endless partners, and we went down a really boring route with what's his name, who fucking couldn't hit anything on the offside, plays for Surrey, can't remember. We had Lyth, and we had Alex Lee. We had Sibley. That's who I'm thinking. I'm thinking of Sibley. I mean, he was tedious, but we went through so many, and then we've ended up sticking with Zach Crawley. He fails more often than not, but it's quite exciting.
But has a high ceiling.
It has a high ceiling, exactly.
He's very tall.
Yes.
In terms,
and somehow we ended up with Duckett, who no one thought would come back as a test opener, but it's actually it averages in the 40s and has proved perfect for this particular English side. And Australia will probably stick with Sam Coates, and if they get rid of Khawaja, who the fuck else are they going to get in? That other guy, who's the other guy they had opening?
McSweeney.
He got done all ends up 3 tests in a row. So. Exactly, and top level new guys. Opening the batting is the hardest job in Test cricket, I reckon. Against good bowling attacks, and trying out a new pair in a marquee series like the Ashes or the Border Gavaskar series is a big risk.
And it's harder now to open than it has been at any time in history. I mean, with the way pitches are developing, and especially when you're playing against the Kookaburra ball. I mean, maybe dull and painful to watch is the way forward, because after 30
had a
overs,
bit of a resurrection.
Well, no, I like
the steam and made the lacquer harder, haven't they?
Exactly, and I like that. It means that Australia is not such a fucking batting friendly place, because it's fucking dull when teams rack up 500, or especially Australia rack up 500.
17 for one.
Well, exactly.
You're not going to get that.
But is it part of the reason we're not seeing any tests go to 5 days now?
Well, it's not only that. I mean, it is also. I think.
Well,
it's
that
also,
said, one in South Africa just did.
A rarity.
Yeah, but also technique. I mean, how many of these batsmen are just playing short form cricket, and that has been dragged. That's been dragged into the Test arena. Personally, I think it makes it better. I prefer seeing days of 350, 400 runs scored and a shitload of wickets falling at the same time, the game moving on. I like to see the game move forward. I prefer it. Maybe that's because I watch so much cricket, and sometimes I just don't want to be here for 5 days. But who knows?
I get you. I mean, those of us who have to work also want. I mean, cricket was invented by rich people who didn't have to go to work. 5 days is ridiculous for regular working folk. So, yeah, it would be nice to have that time, but I'm also for shorter games because I want to be able to watch the whole thing.
Well, interesting you should say that, because I was just looking, Richard, at your recommendations for Cricket South Africa. If you were given the opportunity, we did our Christmas review, which was basically a number of gorillas answering questions. If you're a patron, you can see exactly all of their answers. You can go to our website and read a summary of the answers. There were some very interesting ones. There was a couple you came up with that I thought were quite interesting. The first one was, if you could change anything that Cricket South Africa did, you'd remove Super Sports accreditation and broadcast license unless they got rid of Vernon Philander. Poor old Vernon. I like Vernon. What have you got against him?
He uses wrong words, and I think you should be able to speak English if you'll commentate in English. And he's not the only one. I mean, Sean Pollock also uses wrong words. Call me a pedant, but that does grate me.
Okay.
There's a reason I don't commentate in a second language, and
fair enough. I was thinking of him as a bowler, which I always had.
Oh, I mean,
that's fine, but he's got to commentate. He has to be able to commentate, right? Yeah, you know. What words does he use?
Well, there was the famous when he said it was not this summer. It was I think maybe last summer. He said you couldn't. He wanted to say you couldn't see it with the naked eye, and he said you couldn't see it with the blatant eye. And I thought, what is he on about? And then there was another similar one in this last series, which leapt out at me, and I've now forgotten. But yeah, can't argue with his bowling. I have.
He's just not a very good commentator, but you know.
I don't want to pick on him. I just don't know why we have to have 3 ex-players in the box. Can we not have an actual broadcaster and the ex-player is in the expert's chair, and that's it? That seems to have gone out.
There was
the
one
window.
other recommendation you had. What you had a few, but one of yours that was common for just about, well, at least half of our gorillas all came up with the same thing, which was in the World Test Championship, make everybody play a minimum of 3 tests.
There's a thought, eh?
Yeah. Because 2 test series are frustratingly disappointing. And I certainly felt that about South Africa and Pakistan. Because I just felt, whoa, this has been really entertaining stuff.
Yeah, and especially with South Africa having no series for 6 months now.
Yeah, it did feel like they were missing out
until the final. That'd be interesting, wouldn't it?
And if you can have 4-day tests, then that becomes more realistic to have 3 in a series. If time pressure in the calendar is the problem.
True. Yeah, agreed. Yeah,
and you can play 100 over days. For example, there'll be an extra day's recovery, right?
Well, you're planning to come to England, aren't you? So I think we sit you down with Gary, basically, and you can talk about ways to play rather than stop playing cricket on a Test match day. A couple of other quick things, because I know you've got a flight to catch.
A few hours yet.
Tell people that there's it's last orders. Start of the Women's Ashes. England lost. Didn't seem to bat particularly well. Fell over didn't bat their overs out. Got spun out as much as seemed out. Do we think they can bounce back?
Yeah, I reckon so. I think they've got potential. I mean, I think they're up against it. I think Australia probably are the best women's side in the world. But, you know, they've got a few little changes as well. England have had a few little changes. I mean, not so up on my women's cricket, but it seems to me that we're finding players now. Professionalism in this country has really helped. It isn't the same old. You know, they do find new players, and some of them they're increasing their ability, it seems to me, and they're getting better. I still think Australia will win. I still think they're probably the better side, and they're at home. And you know, Australia at home are a very, very strong side, and that women's side doesn't lose that many games. So I think it'll be tricky, but I think there's some potential. I think we'll lose, but I think we'll win a couple of games. Probably lose the test. I wouldn't surprise me. Which is a big one. It's 4 points, isn't it? So I mean, then you're up against it. You've got to win at least 4 or 5.
And welcome back. As the players are coming out now, Forthy is joining us. Has he joined us yet? He's still connecting to audio according to my screen. So until he comes in, I will do my best to fill in for the incomparable Forthy. England defending 248. And this man is going to open the bowling. Once I can find his jingle. Where are you? There you are. And the first ball is defended into the offside for no run.
He will break your helmet, break your heart, hotter than lava, cooler than Bogart. In your face, at your stumps, on your toes, on your mum.
Thank you very much.
And welcome, Forthy.
Very good. Thank you very much, Jason, for that. And hello to you, Archer, back in, second ball. And round the wicket to Jaiswal was a swing and a miss. So no runs off the first two balls. Hello to you, Jason.
Good day for you, I think.
Yes, it is good day. Well, no, actually, it's good night. It's 10 minutes past 11 in the evening. So there we go. I will, during the course of this over, at the end of this over, I will sort my microphone situation. Sorry, I'll be a little indistinct. And hello to Messi in Perth.
Well, all I can do is reflect exactly what Jay Grover has just posted, which is hooray, 40.
Oh, how lovely. That third ball of the over from Archer on the leg stump, nurdled off his leg from Jaiswal round the corner. And the Indian innings is up and running. They're one without loss. Jaiswal turns over the strike to Rohit. Hello to Jay. Hello to all our listeners. Good to be back. I haven't been on air, actually, for a good month or so it's nice to be back.
Yes, it's how I felt about a week or so ago before I got in on the last couple of T20s.
Yes.
So you've been out partying tonight, I presume, Forthy?
I'll tell you what I've been up to tonight in a moment. Archer over the wicket to the right-handed Rohit, and there's a bit of swing on that one. Rohit just closes the face of the bat, so that's encouraging for England. Plays it to mid-on. No, run. I had one of my book clubs we were hosting tonight.
What did you have to read then?
Yes, it was Intermezzo by Sally Rooney. We had a good old chat about it.
The latest of our relationship sort of rom-com-y type books.
Well, not rom-com, but certainly relationships, that's for sure. She's the queen of the
Following
relationship.
normal people and the other one, which I can't remember.
That's correct, yes. Everyone remembers the name of that one, but not the other, that's true.
Conversations, I think it is.
Plays off the face of the bat by Rohit to the man at point. No run.
Is it Conversations with a Friend? It's something like that.
Yes, I think it is. It sounds like
a very important question about your book club, Forthy. Is alcohol involved?
Oh, very much so, yes.
That's a very good reason to have a book club, I'd say.
It is, yes. Although we do prioritise an analysis of the book. I know some book clubs rapidly dissolve into the alcohol, but we spend a good time talking about the book. Archer in again. Well, hurries Rohit just a touch.
That's a good over.
Yeah, that's a good solid over to start with, just the one run off it. And at the end of it, India won without loss. And Messi, I imagine you might be on socials. I will go.
I am indeed. Stephen Kelk says, off to teach. See you the other side of the lecture, not this mortal coil. And all hail to the music man. He's also said, book clubs, you'll strain your eyes. Jay Grover says, and I don't know if Forthy can still hear this because he's off getting a microphone, says, is Forthy's Nazi haircut a reference to his home city being destroyed by Axis bombing? That's a stretch, I reckon, Jay. I mean, especially given the fact that that occurred some 30 years before Forthy was actually born in Coventry. So, yeah, maybe. You never know.
It's I've finally found where my wife had hidden my microphone. In comes Saqib Mahmood, and that's cuts. And that's he's cut it so well that it eludes the man at third man, and it's the first boundary of the innings.
And I should jingle him up whilst you are sorting out your work.
Sorting out my audio equipment. In comes Mahmood again, and that one's better, fuller on middle and off, and it's defended by the Wunderkind Jaiswal, It's hard to believe this is his debut ODI. He seems to have been talked about and been around forever.
Well,
but
certainly best part of 18 months, 2 years since he broke his way through into the test side in particular.
Any particular reason that he's taken so long to get into the ODI side? I mean, if he is an ODI player, why has it taken him 2 years to make his debut? I'm not sure. And there's so many great Indian batsmen.
Yeah. A lot of competition.
In comes Mahmood again. Ooh, and that shaped to go away to the slips and just came back a touch. And although Jaiswal left it, he might have just had a moment of palpitation as it just whisked past his chest.
He covered the line. That was always bouncing just over the stumps, I think, on length.
It was short enough not to be a problem. That's absolutely true. The umpire goes down and just pats down a scuff mark there.
That's just a polite reminder to the bowler that you're getting close to the front line, I think. No, that's the non-verbal kind of game management.
That's right. Watch my feet. Ooh, and that's pushed wider and really stretching for that one, Jaiswal. Well, they're moderately interested. Mahmood raises his hand, Butler's somewhat interested, but clearly no edge. So he's recovered well, Mahmood, from being hit from the boundary from the first ball.
Yeah, there was no real footwork there. He just followed it with his eyes and hands, and with no footwork. It was always moving away from him with the line, and it went a fair bit off the wicket as well, to be fair.
It didn't it? It's a nicely shaped ball from Mahmood.
Because Salter's taken that in front of first slip in the end.
Yes, he has, yes. Scurries in again. Oh, and that one just came back a touch. Jaiswal, eyes lit up as he thought it was going to do the same as the last ball, but it hurried him a bit, and he ended up with a play dot ball.
Bounced a little bit as well. It's just he's playing off the back foot, trying to force it through the offside, and that one just climbed a little bit.
Just straightened, yeah. He tried to adjust. He actually played inside the line, curiously. But he was certainly confused by that ball. So there's a bit of movement, bit of swing, a little bit of seam early on, maybe as you'd expect in the opening overs. Can England capitalise on it with a wicket or two? They'll certainly need to. It's a modest target of 249. And that's flicked off his legs. That one is going to be snaffled down at fine leg by Archer. They come through for the single. It's a leg bye. And at the end of the second over, India 6 for that loss.
Interesting stat for you, given how shit road it's been recently in Test cricket. Of his last 13 innings in ODIs, he's only been out for less than 35 once, which is quite extraordinary. And that stretches back to October 2023. So, he only played 3 ODIs last year and none this year, but all the same, that's a pretty impressive record when you look at it. As far as messages are concerned, Jay says 40th change rooms. I'm scared. I fear change.
I'm not sure it's much of a change of rooms. It's certainly a change of viewpoint, because it's
it's different bookcases, it's for sure. Archer around the wicket again to Jaiswal. Yes, I've moved into the front room because it's a little late. I'll just give you the background. Because it's a little later in the night in Melbourne, thought I might be less likely to disturb my wife's sleep by going in the front room and shouting than if I come into the main room. So that just a few.
You don't ever shout.
No, he does sometimes. I seem to recall the front room was the scene of the shouting match with the pigeon, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. It's absolutely correct. The shouting, yes, that did happen in the front room. You're absolutely right. Just behind my shoulder now as we speak. That's an attempted ramp by Jaiswal, which is unsuccessful through to the hands of Salt. And this is a good, steady start from England's bowling. Dot from this Archer over so far.
Archer's definitely on something today, because that's pacey. That's 143, just under 90 miles an hour. Pretty much from the off, he seems to be bowling with good pace, good carry.
He's been doing that regularly during the white ball series, though.
Yes, but not 143 Ks.
Oh yeah, absolutely. He started 145 last week. He doesn't seem to need much time to warm up.
No, he doesn't, and that's pushed wider. And Jaiswal's interested, but too late on the pull. He's just a little bit too fast from that. Was 147.9. Not surprised he was a bit late on that one, Jaiswal.
Well, you're always going to be late if you don't have any footwork and just throwing the bat at it.
Well, that's true.
I mean,
that is fairly true.
He does seem a bit leaden-footed at the moment, Jaiswal. Although, of course, now I've said that, he's going to lean into a beautiful drive at some point when he gets the ball pitched up.
I'm sure it'll just take one good stroke, you sense, with someone of Jaiswal's capabilities. Oh my goodness, that one really had a little bit of a tennis ball bounce, that one, and Jaiswal just sort of played inside it and let it go in the end. But Archer was really generating a lot of that. Was 148, that ball.
It turned out to be a good lever in the end, because that one hit the deck and it moved away slightly. Actually, probably not such a good lever as I thought initially. I thought he withdrew the bat, but actually he paid a little flinch at it.
He had a little nibble at it, I think. Yes, he did. Yes, I think he was attempting the glide down to third man, but it was so fast. Jaiswal looks, I don't often face this quality of bowling, he's saying to himself. Do you two guys know what the injury status of Archer? Is he fully fit? Is he ready to go in test matches? Let's go back to that after this ball. That's a fuller ball, and it's played down to mid-off, and they come very through for a single.
I'd argue no, he's not fit enough to go to tests yet. I think this is
he's not conditioned enough, really?
Yeah, this is what this year is building up to. I mean, the plan has always been to have him fit enough and conditioned enough to play a full Ashes Test series in Australia. But I think this is a step up from T20 at least, because he's going to bowl 10 overs here, and if he bowls in 2 of the 3 internationals at least, I don't think he'll bowl in all 3. That will still be a good step up.
Yeah, it certainly will. He's in again, and Rohit just jabs down on that one to point. Dot ball at the end of the third over. India 7 without loss.
And just to finish that, I presume he's going to be bowling in every match in the Champions Trophy as well.
I'd be surprised if it was every match. I think he might miss one. It'll be interesting to see what he does against India, though. Ombre Nuevo's with us. He says, afternoon, wonderful GC. I should say to you, Ombre, I have you on my list. I want to catch up with you when I'm in London in June and come and do an interview with you, hopefully at your studio. So be warned. Jay says, Forthy's room looks like the den of some mad cunt with a butterfly collection. Seriously, the man's lost it.
That's first ball of Mahmood's second over. Dot ball, right through to Salt. I don't know.
And he says, are all the lights flashing in Forthy's room flickering in tribute to David Lynch?
I haven't heard that. What's happened to David Lynch? Is he passed?
Well, he's no longer with us. Yes, he passed.
That is a shame.
A couple of weeks ago, actually. Yes, one of the greatest auteurs of the 20th century. Certainly, tailed off a touch towards the end of his career, but magnificent director. That's pitched outside leg. Jaiswal can't do anything with it. This is a speedy contribution. 136 from.
I mean. I'm right in the right period for most of his best work, because I certainly liked his version of June, which seemed a bit kitschy in some respects, but it's got a lot of good things going for it. And
well, you're one of the only ones, I'd say, Jace. Not one of his more highly regarded films. I'd put him in the bottom.
But the one immediately after that, which I can't remember the name of, with Laura Dern.
Oh, and that's uppish over the head of second slip. A slash, but a successful one. It's gone for one of these.
Yes, the one with Laura Dern and Isabella Rossellini and Dennis Hopper.
Well, that's Blue Velvet.
Blue Velvet, which has a fantastic opening section. Where
yes, I think the classics are Mulholland Drive, Blue Velvet, Eraserhead, and then not far behind Elephant Man and Lost Highway and Straight Story, I guess. Oh, and the Twin Peaks film, which is the one with
Firewalk with Me.
Firewalk with Me. No, actually, Firewalk with Me is a bit rubbish. It's down there with June and the last one, Inland Empire, which is terrible. But 7 out of 10 great feature films. That's a wide down the leg side. I think think the thing about David Lynch was he understood the narrative of the American dream, but he also juxtaposed it with the dark side of the American dream. That was his great skill.
Yeah, juxtaposition would be quite nice right now.
yeah, we're getting all dark side at the moment, aren't we? It's just dark side and nothing else, no light.
Yeah.
Fourth ball of the over, and that's
shot.
Effectively a half volley, which Jaiswal gets away straight down the ground for one of these.
Lovely shot. He just tapped that one on its head, and it went sped past the bowler and the stumps.
It's a little bit of swing, but didn't do.
Just onto the middle of the bat, really. The swing.
Just onto the middle of the bat, exactly. Very nice shots. So Jaiswal's on 14, the score's on 16. Rowe's yet to get off the mark, but Jaiswal has hogged by far the majority of the strike. Rowe's only faced 4 balls so far. In comes Mahmood again, 5th ball of the over the wicket. And that strays onto the leg stump, but straight down to Archer at fine leg, come through for the single.
Rohit will get another chance to get off the mark.
He's only getting 1 ball and over at the moment. You sense Rohit probably needs a bit of bat on ball. Not in the best of.
He can kind of. If Jaiswal keeps going, he can kind of ease himself into this.
Yeah.
In the same way that Butler did and Bethel did in particular in the first innings. They took their time to build their innings. In Bethel's case, it was a very good reconstruction job. Playing second fiddle to Butler initially, and then once Butler had gone, he started going through the gears.
Last ball of the over, and Rohit comes down the wicket, perhaps a little frustrated with his lot in life. He gets it, but he doesn't get all of it. It's wide of the man at mid-off, and they hurry through for 2. And that's Rohit's first 2 runs, and the score ticks over to 19 at the end of the 4th over, Messi.
Leah says to you, get a wireless mic and start running laps of the house, screaming about ammunition every time something happens, Forthy. Jay says, I've really got to stop looking at Ian's live feed. His corners give me the fear. I'm off to hang up my washing before the face extrudes from the black doorway. A brief incursion by Mog, who says, hello, this will be my only contribution to the day. So goodbye as well. While you're there, Mog, if you still are, harsh it. There was complaints we didn't have a harsh it jingle. Jay says, no, Mog, don't go. Leah says, I liked his tune as well. Kieran Roseblade says, I've never understood why people don't say someone who has died is dead. They have words like past, moved on. Does anyone know? Forthy knows a lot. Maybe he knows.
Just human nature to be tactful, I suppose, you know. I don't know the exact answer, but if you say someone's dead, it feels like you're rather...
It's definitive, yeah. It's not couching it in sensitive terms.
That's a lovely ball a really lovely ball from Archer. Seemed to be coming into Jaiswal and then just left him off the seam at the last moment. I mean, that's pretty well unplayable, but it also missed the off stump.
Oh yeah, Archer's got a ball on talking at the moment. He's 0 for 2 off 2.1 overs, which of course means this one's going for 4. Nope.
That one came straight onto the bat, but at such pace that Jaiswal can really just keep it out effectively. Another dot ball. Archer's on, as we say, prime form here. He's just gone for 2 runs in his first 13 balls. Very impressive stuff. 40.
Right.
We have a super chat.
We do, and I need to catch the bear before he leaves.
He says, late lunch on the way. Bear has the code, $2 from Brian in Brisbane. Thank you, Brian. You're a legend.
Thank you, Brian. In comes Archer again. Oh, and he had that real old nibble at that one. In fact, so much so that he got a little edge. Jaiswal has gone for 15 off 21. Archer strikes, and this opening salvo from him fully deserves the wicket, and it's the prize one of Jaiswal. So the first wicket falls at 19.
The crowd says, the crowd says, the crowd says you're out.
Archer's been threatening that for at least most of the spell, that he's had the ball talking, and Jaiswal in particular, since he's faced most of Archer's deliveries, has been the one trying his best to locate it.
Yes,
So
it'd be very hard to.
Test match
Jed.
bowling that was. It really has been bowling as if it was a test match, and it's just paid off. And by the way, your lunch code is 0272. Estimated delivery time between 5 to 1, 1:15.
Right, well,
I'd
that'll
say
have to
that,
be Hendo if he's if I'm still on air.
Don't know if you agree, Jace. I'm not sure with the quality of Archer's bowling here that Jaiswal could have done too much more. He kept out what he could, and that was just a little edge to an excellent ball.
Yeah, it's been pretty good paced all throughout and very well directed, which is the most important thing. He never let him get away, and he's had to play it almost every ball. And no, the pace has been up, so he's had no time to really get his feet moving.
Yep, it's moving around at 147 kilometres an hour. Good luck. Right, new batsman, Shubman Gill.
Yeah, I am looking for the jingle because it's not in the cart.
He arrives with a very impressive average of 58.2. We're zeroing in the Gill. There's interesting little bit of field placement. Okay, so a leg slip has gone into place. Slightly wide one. This will be interesting.
For the flick off the legs.
Yeah. Obviously done their homework on Gill, who shapes up to Archer's first ball. It's a bluff because that's wide of off stump, and it's pulled down to mid-on for no run. You sense that wicket of Jaiswal was coming at any moment. You really did, just because of the Archer, as in Jace's word, was making the ball talk. Doesn't he? Looks the same as when I remember him from about 5 years ago when he was in his 2019 peak. His pants, his trousers.
They always seem like they're about to fall off, don't they? They're loosely connected to the rest of his frame.
They sort of end about 3 inches above his ankle as well. A bit like his mum said, they'll do you for the school year. We don't need to buy any more. And then he shoots up.
Yeah.
and comes for the 5th ball of the over, which is left on length by Gill successfully.
92 miles an hour.
Ooh, that's fast. 147 in the new money.
Definitely, I think, quickened up a little bit because I don't think any Indian bowler was bowling rough at this pace.
No. I didn't see, because I had book club, the first innings. Was it moving around much for the English bowlers?
No, it seems to. I think because this is a day-nighter game, I think this one is moving around somewhat more because we're now in the dusk twilight period.
Yes, just tailed in a touch that last ball to Gill, and Archer ends up with a wicket maiden. He's 1 for 2 off 3. It could not have been going any better for him. India 19 for 1 off 5.
So Swallow Diver is with us. That's not a handle I can recall hearing before.
No, hello to you.
He or she says, imagine a Lynchian ode to cricket. What would be the setting and what would the plot be?
Well, if it's like the Blue Velvet one, it'll start at grass level in a very close-up and then zoom out very slowly to something very macabre and dark.
Yes, I think that's right.
Jay Grover said, I never got it about people not talking about being dead. I was once very confused because my mum said her cousin had lost her dog. I mean, near Derwent?
First ball of Mahmood's new over, and although it's pushed wider, it's just sort of a slightly wide defensive shot. Just taps down on it, Rohit for no run. I imagine a sort of Lynchian cricket scenario. Yes, I think I agree with you. We're down at sort of ankle height. The boundary rope is in super focus. Some dwarves are playing cricket in the background. The fairground. There's some worms. That's gone high into the air in the direction of long on, and it's been snaffled at mid-on because it was misdirected, and Livingston pouches. The second wicket has fallen. Rohit is out for 2 of 7. India 19 for 2.
You silly little boy, what on earth were you playing at? Oh!
It's just stopped completely on Rohit there. And he's got it right off the toe, and that's gone straight up, and he knows him straight away.
Just ended up being catching practice to mid-on, and this is a dream start for England.
Well, his poor run in T20s has continued into the one days. Actually, it wasn't in the T20s.
Kieran says it just adds confusion saying he passed. It's like he's taking an exam, which, if it's a medical exam, ironically, they failed, not passed.
What, he passed?
Jay Groves said, when I left hospital after a Wheels disease collapse of liver and kidneys, neither my strongest organs, and apparently died, I had to sign myself out. That's an alive dead tick box on the yellow form, which is a wee bit humbling.
Yes, tick both of them at the same time.
Yeah. Kieran says, I'm sorry for your loss, but well done on getting back to us, I suppose.
Right, well, we'll have a new batsman. It's the previous openers now in conversation together again in the middle. Again, there is no jingle in the cart for this guy either at the moment, and I'm struggling with the search functionality.
Imagine a single jingle for Shreyas Iyer as he faces up to his first ball, which he plays out to point for no run.
I imagine there's one for Shubman Gill as well, but the search is not finding them.
It's been a long time between drinks and a long time between runs here for India. It must be about 2 overs since a run came off the bat. I think this is everything that England could have hoped for, considering the modesty of the total, which is 249. Maybe, considering 249, I think from memory was the 2019 World Cup total, maybe it won't be such a bad total.
Was it 249 or was it 246?
Oh,
can't recall.
Definitely in that area. I thought it was 249. And that's a miss hit wide of the man in the covers, just eludes him. They hurry through for 2. Shreyas is off the mark.
All I remember is that we were cruising with Butler and Stokes, and then Butler got out. It all looked a bit harder then. That's something like 140 for 5.
Sure did. It's a lot of ebbs and flows in that particular match. So much compressed into that final few overs. Bolt. So, what I always think about that one is if Trent Bolt had just caught it and thrown it on the ground and then stepped backwards, New Zealand would probably have won. It was a question. He shouldn't have bothered catching it.
Yeah,
and that's glided round the corner. And I think that will go all the way for one of these. Yes, there's a very wide, long leg.
1, 2, 3, 4.
I should say that in Bulawayo, in their test match, Ireland have recovered from 82 for 6 to be 211 for 8 against Zimbabwe at the moment.
Okay.
And of course, in goal, Sri Lanka ended the day at 229 for 9 against Australia.
Nice.
That's a bit of a recovery from 150 for 5, but that's still not great when they're 120 odd for 3.
Last ball of Mahmood's over. Just perfect line and length, defended by Shreyas Iyer. At the end of the 6th over, India 25 for 2.
Jay Grover's going to be occupied for a couple of days. He says, I'm seriously storyboarding a Lynchian cricket match now. Enrique Mentor, who also is a handle I don't recognise, says, good afternoon all. Rohit Sharma in the match. How interesting. And is King Kohli in the match? No, he's not. He's injured. So he's been left out. Jay says, can I storyboard a Lynchian cricket match without using the Black Lodge carpet as stumps? Sure. I've got no idea what that means.
That's a reference to Twin Peaks, I think.
Ah.
Archer in again, started his 4th over. And that swings. I don't think it's connected with anything. I suspect that might be 4 wide. Oh no, it did get a little nibble.
Tiny little nick, but it was
my mistake. Hang on, confusion. 4 leg byes on the scorecard. 4. I didn't see the raising of the leg from the umpire, but let's assume it's 4 leg byes.
It is. It might even have been 4 byes. I'm not sure if
I
it had
thought
a
it
touch.
was 4 byes originally. Yeah.
It had a touch on the legs. It was very
It's not 5
tangential.
wide. We do know that because it did get hold of something, and there's some heads to. I think that will, but yeah,
That'd
Phil
be a
Salt
wide, I think. Yep.
Vigorously appeals, but we know that the reason for that is trying to avert the wide. Wide and a no ball. Am I right?
Just a wide, but for all we said about Archer having control of the ball and it being on a string, he's lost it for the first 2 balls of this over.
Yes, it's all
these
gone
are
to,
all
gone to
very they're far too straight at the moment. He needs to bring it over about a stump and a half, 2 stumps, and then he'd be absolutely unplayable.
Yeah, which he has been, to be fair to him, for the first 3 overs. Let's see if he can get this one right. Well, that's better. But goes for a single on the offside, wide of the man at cover. And that's Shreyas. Sorry, that's Gill off the mark, in fact. 1 off 5. Just Butler moving around. You don't know if you imagine him with his pads on. But Phil Salt's got the honours today.
Of the many people who could have been keeping.
Yes, it's quite a multitude, isn't there?
Well, there's 1 injured in the squad. There's 1 playing who's a very occasional keeper.
Just need to get Ollie Pope and Johnny Bairstow back for a full set. And Ben Folkes and Jamie Smith as well.
Well, Jamie Smith is the one in the squad who's injured and possibly
What's wrong
available
with
for third. He injured himself in the T20s.
Archer in again, and that's chest high. Shreyas manages to defend it off his chest.
During a game in which he was carded to keep because Phil Salt was injured. Then he injured himself during the first innings, and Phil Salt had to keep in the reply and took a very good catch running some distance and a couple of other more straightforward catches. So had a pretty good day. Poor old James Smith hasn't been seen since, but I think, if I'm told, he should be available for the third ODI.
Shreyas just for a second looked as if he was about to try something extravagantly reverse and rampy, but then just played a very orthodox backward defensive stroke for no run in the end. Just twitched his shoulder.
We say this is a bad over, but he's still only gone for 1 off the bat and 5 in total.
Yes, there's 4 leg byes.
6 in total, sorry.
Wasn't really a great ball. Is that Josh Butler in at short leg? I don't often see him there. I believe it is.
We don't see many short legs in ODIs in general.
No.
Oh, wow.
That one's heaved high into the Nagpur air. Will it go all the way?
Sure will.
It's
huge. Where are you?
Just dropped a bit short there.
Yeah. Well, it doesn't matter where you put yourself on the field, Joss. No one's going to catch that, whether you're close in or far away.
I think this could easily, he just went right back in his crease there and dealt with it accordingly. I think this could be the end of Joffre's little spell here. Just allow him a chance of recuperation. 1 over too many, although he only went for 3 in his first 3, so you can see why he went for 4th. And he comes again, and that's fast.
Oh.
There was an opportunity, you would have thought, for the man at third man, but it's gone all the way over his head for one of these.
2 6s in a row. 2 6s in a row. 2 6s in a row.
Not really had to work very hard for that. The first one was a good shot, admittedly, but it was there to be hit. And the second one, he's just got a little bit of bat on that. That's flown over third man.
Yeah, he's 18 off 8, and that's ruined Joffre's previous impressive figures at the end of the 7th over. India 43 for 2 with Shreyas already on 18.
Jay is deep in his work. He says, damn it, it's hard to write this thing without dwarves. If I could draw, this would be genius. Oh, now I'm doing a narrative. Kieran Roseblade says England are fielding with 3 short legs then. I take it that's a Duckett reference. Enrique says Rohit Sharma not in good form. That's certainly true. Jay says he's the one who sold Kohli the meth. And they should have opened with KL, says Enrique. Yeah,
Mahmood, first ball of the over into Gill and just tails in a touch, and he just sort of taps down on it.
Yeah.
Only goes a couple of yards out on the offside for no run.
Rahul is carded to come in at 7, such is the nature of the Indian batting lineup. They've got really strong batting down to about 9.
Was Rahul keeping today?
He was.
Yes.
No punt today. Rahul was keeping.
Right.
Puntless.
Well, yeah, sort of.
It's one of the they hurry through for a quick single there. Gill moves on to 2. One of the things you have to adjust to when you move to Australia from England is that trousers are pants, and
yes, and flip-flops are thongs and all sorts of things.
Underpants are jocks, and flip-flops are thongs. Linen is Manchester. But yes, pants not being underpants is, you can get caught out by that one.
You've had time to adjust.
I have had time to adjust, 20 years in. And that's played to wide of the man at mid-wicket, actually goes to the man at mid-on in the end, and they hurry through for a single. Shreyas moves to... Should I say Shreyas? Or, yeah, I'll say Shreyas. Moves on to 19.
University called Shreyas. Well, no, rather than Ear. Whereas Gill is nearly always Gill rather than Shubman Gill.
Shubman Gill, yeah, Gill. It seems like a particularly Indian name, perhaps it is. Oh, classic forward defensive from Gill. You don't often see those in an ODI, but that's what it is. Dot ball.
You should see Brydon Cast fairly soon, I'd imagine.
You would think.
He might be the one to replace Archer, probably.
Yeah, you'd think so, wouldn't you?
And then we get a bit of spin in the 11th or 12th over from probably Rashid, although they might get in a few overs of Livingston first, just to make sure they've got a 6th bowler option.
Well, while they're not accelerating too strongly early on, maybe they'll try and sort of hide Livingston a bit and then bring Rashid on a bit later. Not sure. We shall see. Meanwhile, 5th ball of Mahmood's over. He's been reasonably solid. It's gone 0-1-1-0, and that's gone for another 1. So this has been a good over. Can he finish it well? Let's hope for his sake he can. 1 ball of the over to go, 46 for 2, and I think England would probably have settled for this.
I think they want one more wicket in the power play, really.
They would probably do need that. With chasing such a modest total, yes, you would think so. Seeing some of the highlights. Yes, it could well be that the early movement that Jofra was getting there has now maybe disappeared as we're getting into the night time.
Shot.
Is it? Oh, that's a nice shot. That's gone all the way. So it has ruined Mahmood's over. Shreyas goes for 4 off the last one. He moves on to 23, and at the end of the 8th over, India's 50 is up, 50 for 2.
Now my feeling's going. Great guns.
Right, go on.
Kieran Roseblade says, is that the hardest adjustment, Forthy? I thought the moral vacuum might be difficult to get used to. Moral vacuum is also
tough as well.
Good name for a new Hoover.
Yes, that's tough,
Hemingway. Yeah, Hemingway once said, "Write drunk, edit sober." Says Jay. I think Hemingway is horrendously overrated, but it's an excuse for now.
And before Archer bowls another ball, just this one, because we've just seen him on TV.
Gautam Gambhir, Gautam Gambhir.
And Ferran points out, England always have an additional bowling option, of course.
Yes.
2 short legs.
Of course. Yeah, I'm not a fan of Hemingway. I'm with you there, Messi. I don't like that kind of economic, masculine style from the mid-20th century from America.
It's very testosterone based, isn't it?
Very testosterone, yes, that's right. All of those so-called great writers. That's nudged round the corner off. Archer has come back for a 5th over, and will England regret it because his first ball's gone for 4 wide of the man at deep square. Yeah, if there's a style of writing...
That being said, I did enjoy The Old Man of the Sea, but it was still a very long time ago that I read it.
Well, I just feel if there's a style of writing that's resolutely out of style now, it's your Saul Bellows, even your Joseph Hellers, certainly the Hemingways, that robust masculine testosterone. The Cormac McCarthy is a kind of inheritor of that tradition. I find them too much to deal with. In comes Jofra again, and that's jabbed down to point. They think about a single and think again. Dot ball.
It was interesting in Havana. Hemingway's almost got a sort of saint-like status in Cuba.
He does.
Key West as well, I think.
Yes, and it's all that love of bullfighting and all that whatnot. I can't do it myself. No. Resolutely out of style. In comes Archer again. Oh, and that's a horrible ball down the leg side. And after 3 immaculate overs, the last 10 balls or so have been fairly horrible from Jofra.
It was a strange decision to keep him on.
What?
Well, he's going to bowl 3 spells probably, maybe even 4, but 5 in his first over kind of limits you to 3 spells, I think.
Well, it's just that his 4th over was fairly grisly. And he comes again. That's a bit short on the offside, but Gill decides discretion's the better part of valour. That's 145 kilometres per hour. You can understand that.
I think the plan from Butler was to make the most of Archer whilst he's still in this twilight, hard ball, slightly moving phase. And his value would be less, even though his value would still be considerable given the way he's bowling in later spells. They might get the most out of him by having a longer first spell.
I think that's true, Jace, but a little bit of inflexibility when his 4th over went for about 15 to say, maybe time to pull the pin and adjust the plan. That's defended by Gill down to the man at mid-on, top ball. I mean, this isn't disastrous stuff. This is 4-0 wide 0-0 so far, so we'll see.
Lear makes a fairly sweeping claim that Hemingway is the root of all toxic masculinity. I think Attila Burhan might have something to say about that.
There's a few other claimants to that throne, Lear. In comes Archer again, defended by Gill. So dot ball, and if he can finish with another dot here, it will have been a pretty successful over, and certainly overall a successful spell. He's 1 for 21, coming into his last ball of his 5th.
Yeah, it's just looking at the pitch map of all the balls to right-handers. It is a bit sprayed around all over the place.
A bit of variation there, that's for sure. There's Saqib Mahmood looking a little bit like Adam Buxton as he strokes his beard, and that's pulled round the corner, and I think it's going to go for one of these.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
I don't know if it was Rashid on the boundary, but there was a totally unnecessary dive there, just perfunctory from just to show the powers that be that I'm making an effort, but I'm never going to get there.
59 for 2 at the end of the 9th, Messi.
Swallow Diver also has what I would regard as a highly contestable statement. He says, why is it the fewer men read novels today than any other time in history? Well, I would say that proud of the Gutenberg press, certainly there would have been fewer, but the other thing is there's so much competition today. I wonder if that's actually the case. I think there are a lot of novels still read, given the growth in the population. Anyhow, Jay says Leah's over-egging it, but she sees a point. Flip your 40, you like Lovecraft.
H.P. Lovecraft.
Yeah. He's not toxic masculinity, he's just toxic.
Yes. That's all right.
Okay,
I did call it
non-gendered toxicity.
Exactly. We've got the first change here.
Stick your hopes of victory up your broadcast. Your hopes and dreams are flying at half mast.
There we go.
First ball of the over, riding cars to Shreyas here, and that's 135 kilometres hour, just warming to his task. Defended, dot ball. H.P. Lovecraft, I just don't take him seriously. I find him quite funny. Maybe I should take him more seriously, because he certainly had some very dodgy views, but I find things like At the Mountains of Madness and The Shadow over Innsmouth, I just find them actually quite well written, but they're rather funny.
Leah says she likes Lovecraft as well.
Well done, Leah. They actually tried to make a film. They did make a film of The Colour from Out of Space starring Nicolas Cage recently. It's really terrible, but it's watchable. The thing about that's a dot ball. The thing about The Colour from Out of Space in the original Lovecraft short story is it's not a colour that's recognised by humans. So you can't describe the colour because it's the colour from outer space, which creates a bit of a problem if you're making a film in which the colour from outer space has to appear. Colour has to be some colour.
It's almost like a famous sci-fi book.
Yeah, it's not great for a visual medium, really, is it?
Not really. It's a sort of lilac-y purple. In comes Bride and Cars, and that slash wide of the man at point. It's going to go all the way.
And we should have a change in the broadcasting membership at the end of this over. Hendo's
I'll do one from Indian vlogger who says, now India is in a similar position to England where they lost their top wickets. Will they play reckless shots and get out, or will they build a sensible innings to chase this score easily? I'm tending towards the latter, but we shall see.
We shall see. And that's defended by Shreyas. He might be batting sensibly, but he's 27 off 14, and the current partnership is 44 off 28, which is absolutely bang on target for India now.
Yeah, that was much better by Shreyas. By Cast. He banged it in and tucked him up just a little bit slightly with the ball coming back in, and didn't give him room to play a forcing shot off the back foot.
Cars. Here in his cars. He goes safest of all. In he comes, slightly wider on the crease, and dovetails in. It turns out to be effectively a half volley, which is crash wide of the man at point for one of these.
Jason, do you have a Mog in the waiting room?
I do not.
Yeah, I'm wondering if he may not be intending to come. I may have to stay on. The order is out for delivery, by the way, if it hasn't arrived yet.
Right.
I listen, Gaza.
I will pick it up once I go off air in one ball.
Last ball of our spell. In comes Cars. It's half volley on half stump, and it's clattered through the offside for one of these by Shreyas here.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh, well, that's turned into a really good power play for India. 71 for 2 as I make way for Hendo.
Yes, welcome Hendo. And just as we have a changing of the guard, to summarise, 71 for 2 at the end of the 10th over. Gills 11 off 15. Shreyas here is 35 off 16, and the 50 partnership is up 52 off 30, and all looking reasonably rosy for India. Hello, Hendo.
Well, hello.
Hello.
Well, 4 or 5 overs ago, it was looking pretty good for England, wasn't it? You know how we seem to say that a lot whether England are batting or bowling. It was looking really good 5 overs ago. But I mean, it doesn't kind of help when Bryden Carse, who's been one of the most consistent England players throughout the whole of the winter, really, and the end of last summer, delivers 3 half volleys at pace outside the off stump to a man who already had 23 off 12. But there you go.
It's far from ideal. A man for a crisis, Adil Rashid is in.
Well, England can only hope so.
Adil Rashid on the 45. 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 Adil can turn it both ways. Adil can turn it. Adil can turn it both ways. Adil can turn it. Adil can turn it both ways. Adil can turn it on the 45.
First ball is defended on the line of leg stump. The second ball is crashed through the offside. There's someone out there at last. At last, there is someone out there. I know it was the power play before, so you can't have fielders everywhere. They take a single, and Gill moves to 12 off 17, but it's Shreyas Iyer who is the destroyer in chief at the moment. 35 off 16. Where do they all come from, these Indian batsmen? Well,
that's a beaut.
That is a beaut. He's beaten him with a really good tossed up leg spinner there. Comes forward, goes past the outside edge. So just something different for Shreyas to think about.
I guess if you've got 1.3 billion people, I guess by the law of statistics, you're going to throw up a few good batsmen.
Well, there is that. Although, I mean, okay, in India, a lot more people play cricket than in most huge countries. He's going to take no prisoners, Shreyas, because he decides to turn around, play a reverse sweep, hits it very hard over the top of the man at backward point, and he picks up 4.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary.
Very good shot indeed. Having been beaten by the previous one. He's got a slip in there. This one he goes back to and allows it to turn. Good piece of fielding at mid-wicket. I think it was Bethel. And that prevents the single. But, if you're going to reverse sweep, you've got to reverse sweep hard. And he certainly did. He's picked his spot as well. He's picked it over the top of the man. Backward a point. And of course, the patroller of the cover boundary is much straighter than that. 76 for 2. Rashid has gone for 5. And he's coming in again. Bowls too much width outside the off stump. This time Shreyas, though, doesn't really time his drive. Sense that skewed a little bit off the outside edge, but it will bring him a run. It'll keep the strike. And that is the end of the over. What's happened to Mogg? Where's the Mogster?
Well, just keep an eye in case he does turn up, but I suspect he forgot he was on tonight. Kieran Roseblade says, the trouble with novels, and the main reason I can't read them, is they aren't actually real. It hasn't happened. It's essentially a published lie. Kieran, you killer imagination. I cannot believe
Hang on. If you plot, does that mean you don't watch TV? Does that mean you don't watch a film? I mean, on that logic, anything that's not real. I mean, that's the end of most of our entertainment, apart from cricket.
It's also not true that it's not real, and maybe we get back to that after this ball.
More tripe from Carse to Shreyas. He's bowled shorter this time. Okay, he's trying to pull his length back, but his line is so bad that Shreyas has just thrown the bat at that, and it's gone away to backward point for another of these.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
I mean, that's a rank delivery. That really is awful.
Terrible ball. I think it was Plato who said, or maybe Aristotle, that fiction has to be more likely than truth in order for it to make sense.
I'd agree with that. I think Plato will be very happy to find that I agree with that. Onto the back foot goes Shreyas. This is tighter to the off stump, and he just plays it defensively this time.
Don't you think the thing about fiction is it's the distillation of the author's experience of the world, all of which happened, and he or she has shaped it into a narrative which makes sense to us. So in a sense, it's happened in a more realistic way than the truth has.
Cars in
Wow.
again. Oh, I mean, are you auditioning to be a proto Gary? Onto the back foot goes Cars, drops this down square. Clever bit of batting. They'll come through with a single as Duckett Fields running in.
I think he's looking for a job as a philosophy lecturer at Melbourne Uni.
Yeah, could be. I was going to say though, it's going to be more likely than truth. But I have to say that it's not the fact that something is not true that bothers me about a lot of fiction. It's just that in my mind, fiction has to have a grounding in reality to me. So I start so many books as Cars comes in again, tight to middle and leg, defended by Gill to mid-wicket. There is no run. And I just suddenly something will happen, and I just think that's totally unbelievable, and it just doesn't ring true, and that kind of spoils the book for me.
Okay.
I mean, I'm not really talking even about a plot turn exactly. I'm talking about I know, just something where maybe it's the way the language is used. It just doesn't, the dialogue. I don't know. It's something that turns me off books, a particular book immediately. Oh well, that's just helped on its way. Really, the line that England are bowling in the last few overs has been utterly appalling. They've bowled short down the leg side. They've bowled full outside the off stump. And that is another of these. Help yourself. Buffet time. Talking of helping yourself, I presume it's Brian in Brisbane who has sent us an enormous package of takeaway McDonald's. And of course, that it arrived about 3 balls before I was due to come for 20 overs. Driven by Gill this time. Didn't really time it. Half stopped, but then recovered by Joe Root at extra. 12 overs bowled. India romping along at the moment. 86 for 2. Messi.
Indian vlogger says, change is the only constant. There was a time when novels replaced something else, just as they are now being replaced by other forms of entertainment. Ombre Nueva says, how about Fonte or Bukowski's brutalism? Jay Grover says, I don't care about his dodgy views, just find him dull yet incredibly influential to things I like. I quite like the COS film Mind, also From Beyond. Who are we talking about?
Is that David Lynch? I mean, I know there was a discussion about David Lynch earlier. Rashid starts new over bowling to Shreyas. He bowls a bit googly. She goes back to and plays to mid-wicket. There is no run. Shreyas with that beard, he looks very Kohli-like, doesn't he?
Yes, he does.
Underneath that helmet. 45 off 24. He's batting like old-style retro Kohli. In he comes again. This is full, and he just opens the face and guides it to extra. There is no run. What's
the thing about Kieran Roseblade says, I don't have a TV, I have an open fire. Sometimes I look at that.
Well, that's true. Did you see? I think, if I'm not mistaken, as Rashid comes in again, bowls. Oh, now that started wide. It went wider because it turned a long way. Awful fielding at extra cover by, I think, Root of all people, and they got through with 2 when they shouldn't have got any. Maybe it was Butler himself.
A wry grin.
Yeah, wry grin. 47 now to Shreyas. I mean, really good knock. Well, the problem was that Josh Butler over-anticipated. He thought that was going to his left, and he started to move to his left in anticipation, and he went to his right.
Goalkeeper at the penalty, wasn't he?
That's like sort of second guessing, isn't it? Yeah, driven down to long on for a single. 89 for 2. Yes.
Talking of football for a moment, thank you very much for Jack Rodoni, who's had an excellent season.
Oh, he's a brilliant player. He's a brilliant player. We produce so much talent from our academy, it's untrue. Driven. Most of it's gone to benefit other people. Up to long off. They'll take 1.
He's got the third most number of assists in the championship so far this year. He's playing brilliantly at number 10.
I'm not sure what a number 10 is anymore. I was discussing this with a mate of mine. I don't, false nines. I mean, what I think of as a number 10 defended. This was quicker through the air from Rashid, and Shreyas treated it with some respect. So just 4 runs from the over. Very good from Rashid. Probably should have only been 2. 94-2. Messi, we'll come back to other discussions shortly.
Ombre says John Fonte, a precursor to CB. Jay Grover says a quaternary saw Yorkshire at its finest. It were a golden age. Farong says, I think most Team Tata players or batters, in reference to a question from Hendo, come from India. They don't import players. Kieran says, get out, Forthy. If you look at Terry Pratchett, how is that more realistic? Fiction doesn't need any grounding in reality. Some of my favourite fiction follows a kind of dream logic, says Leah. The other thing that occurs to me is that cricket has its own form of fiction. In fact, Dice cricket was fiction, and it was great fun.
Change of bowling. Bethel's coming in to bowl. Didn't bowl him in the T20s, but he's going to get a go in the ODIs, and they scamper through for a single that's turned off the hip of the batsman. Shreyas, he goes to 48, 91 for 2. Now I've got a terrible memory. We were discussing a couple of things, one of which was football, and
what is a number 10 was your question.
Oh yeah, but then there was another discussion we were just talking about, and you said something and I said, did you see? And I've completely forgotten what the point I was gonna make, because I want to rewind the someone can rewind the commentary and find out what I was talking about.
I don't know. It did occur to me, though, Hendo, you seem to be likely to be going through this whole stressful process of possible promotion for Wimbledon, which Borthy went through last year with Coventry.
Oh, don't. Bethel in again, going back. Shreyas, he'll tickle that one away for a single. Oh, hang on. They're very slow to decide which batsman is facing. I think it was Shreyas on this occasion. These two aren't unlike in build.
That's very true, yes.
And
we're actually only 4 points off the playoffs this year. Talking of
oh dear.
Bethel in.
Super Frank Lampard.
Pushed through mid-off for a single.
I take back everything I said about him.
93 for 2. Mark Robbins, of course, has gone to Stoke, hasn't he?
He has, yes. We're very sorry to see him go, and put a statue up for him.
I mean, I think, it was sad, but I think managers do have a shelf life in certain places, don't they?
Do. I think in retrospect, things must pass.
Bethel in. Oh, that's horrible. Full toss. Little dabble of a sweep. And away it goes for 4. And it brings up 50 for Shreyas Iyer from 30 balls.
50 runs. You're 50 runs. Well done, well done. Well done, well done. 50 runs. You're 50 runs. The job is only just begun.
1950s now, as he goes back to this one to show us. It's quite full, and he's quite glad to get his bat down on that, because I think he smiled a little bit to himself there. He thought, I was a bit late there.
I thought we were going to have a celebration of Ben-Hur and things. You said 1950s. I thought, this would be good.
And then he plays an absolutely gorgeous, delicate late cut without a slip there, without any danger at all. That's subtle, really lovely. 100 comes up for India in the 14th over, and we're going to be home before we've had time to eat the McDonald's.
1950s was perfect. It was the year of my birth, Borthy, so obviously a great time. Joe Grover says something that nobody in Gorilla Tars would ever dispute. He says Brian is a god amongst men.
He is, it's true. Has anyone heard from Warren recently? He doesn't seem to be around. He's also another giant amongst men.
On Discord.
Has he? Okay. Since I got my new phone, I can't get into Discord. I don't know, it seems to lock me out now.
I'll send you another invite, Hendo.
101 for 2. A flat googly from Rashid, which is put away by Gill. Easy 2 out to Liam Livingston, running round to his right from deep extra cover. 103 for 2. They were 19 for 2 after what must have been 4 or 5 overs, wasn't it?
Yeah,
So-
well, yeah. Things are looking good. 5 overs in. There's another googly.
Yep.
Oh, actually, it was googly.
I was going to go back to fiction, and Leah was talking about, she doesn't want reality in fiction. Onto the front foot, good delivery from Rashid, and Gill acknowledges that with his shot or his shot selection. I go into things like fantasy fiction. Who's the guy who's written all this stuff, Game of Thrones stuff? And
George R. Martin.
I knew it was a man with 2 R's in his name. Forced out to long off for a single.
Well, he didn't actually. He just
4 hours if we're being pedantic.
He had it in tribute to J.R.R. Tolkien. He wasn't born with them.
Oh, okay.
John Ronald Reuel Tolkien.
So you can just add extra R's to your name.
Do what you want.
You can.
This end up like Brennan Cars.
Yes, this is eased up to long on for another single. And there's nothing. Well, I mean, if this was England, they'd just start smashing it around and lose 7 wickets. But India, I think, will have a bit more sense than that. They've got themselves in a winning position here. Oh, and he waits for that. Plays extremely well. I almost thought he was fooled by that, but he seemed to adjust so well. I thought he'd been completely done in the flight. But somehow, with a gentle carve down to third man, Gill has picked up another 4 runs. That was either very lucky or extremely skillful. I'm not entirely sure which.
It was a very rapid adjustment, wasn't it?
It seemed to be, didn't it? I think it was a very good shot. And as you say, if it was an adjustment, it was really good. Full toss now. He's upset Rashid now. Hasn't put it away for 4. He's going to get back for a fiercely run couple. And oh dear, that wasn't such a good over from Rashid. 10 conceded from it. And after 15, India playing as if it's a T20 in terms of their scoring rate. 111 for 2. Back to fantasy. I don't like fantasy at all. I hate it in cinema. I hate it in film. Total fantasy, that stuff. I cannot abide it. Anyway.
Jay Grover says, hooray, Hendo, Reedmore and Tyler. Farong says, if England are going to bowl shite as mentioned, then why not improve the situation? Why not bring on some quality bowling from a low release point?
Who could he mean?
And Jay says, true, grass cutters sorted. Kieran says, my favourite type of fiction is non-fiction. Sometimes kids ask for a bedtime story. We have a wonderful time gathered around the fire, reading the Haynes Manual for Mark IV transit.
Thank goodness for that. It just reminded me of what I was going to talk about. Wasn't it the most streamed film on Netflix at Christmas was The Fireplace. It was basically a screen of a crackling fire. And that was the most watched Netflix program.
Yeah, that's because nobody in England can afford fuel anymore.
That's true.
People didn't. To be fair, though, don't we have to be clear about what the definition of fantasy is? Because Homer and Virgil and Tolkien and Wallace and Gromit have all got fantastical figures which don't exist in the real world in them. But some of them are either very excellent literature, most people would agree, or fantastic fun at Christmas, Wallace and Gromit. It's all somewhat fantastic.
Yeah, indeed.
Yeah, I mean, you can. I suppose it's how it's done. I mean, I'm just. I look at loads of books and I think that looks like a really interesting book, and I start to read it and I think it's well written, and then just something happens to the writer, and I just feel, was there not an editor to say, actually, maybe you could do something a bit different with this, or you could have, I don't know. Anyway, I suppose fiction writers
comes down to me to a thing, particularly with science fiction, that there is a requirement for a suspension of disbelief in relation to
science fiction. Is slightly different, I think, in terms of compared with fantasy fiction. I suppose I would say science fiction again. Though I don't know. It's something as I've got older, but I still like there to be an element of possibility, or even if it's only a very small possibility of it being,
and
of having it sort of grounding in potential reality, if not reality as it stands.
You can have science fiction that could almost certainly never happen, with that line. No, but you can also have, I don't know, The Handmaid's Tale by Margaret Atwood, and you think, well, that's dystopian, but it is highly likely to happen in certain circumstances. But there's no, as Margaret Atwood would say, there's no, an octopus with 3 heads or anything in it, which upset all the science fiction community, obviously, when she said that, when they were trying to describe what genre it was.
Well, look, I mean, actually, it's not that that an octopus could have 3 heads. So I would read that book. Because
it's
got 8 legs. It's got 8 legs.
An octopus got famously got 2 brains, one in its stomach and one in its head.
Well,
it's arguable. We've got 3 brains.
Indeed.
Though most of us don't. Jay Grover says dice cricket were more horrifying than any form of art I've ever seen. Farong says England will remain in fictional competitive world that can change to non-fiction if the lad bowls. Leah says I didn't say I didn't want reality and fiction. I said I didn't need it.
Oh, okay.
And Farong says good win by Forthy's mob. Hold on, they only beat Watford.
Actually, we lost the Leeds this morning, to be fair.
Last night in English parlance. Last night for Forthy.
In the old money.
In the old money. Bethel's going to continue. He's went for 10. Terrible first over.
Cricket question. I was just going to ask you a cricket question.
Bethel in bowls. That's short and wide, but it holds up in the pitch again. It straightened ever so slightly, and we saw that with Josh Butler, the way that he got out. This time, though, Shreyas controls it enough to get a single.
Question I was going to ask was: is this a slightly substandard England team?
Yes.
Or is it in transition? Or is it a quite decent England team that's not realising their potential for whatever reason?
I think all 3, to some extent.
Who's
defended out to?
Who's not there to be in a full strength team?
Defended out to extra cover. There is no run. I can only. That's a good question. I would have said in the T20 side that I don't know. Maybe it is transition. Maybe we've lost too many guys very quickly. I mean, this is defended on the front foot. I mean, Alex Hales and who's that other guy? Completely forgotten his name now. Used to open the band. Jason Roy. I mean, they just disappeared, didn't they? Almost completely. They were almost struggling to get into sort of franchise cricket now. Forced up to long on for a single by Gill. He goes to 28, 113 for 2.
It does feel like there are players who could translate. It doesn't feel hopeless in the sense that Bethel and Jamie Smith and 1 or 2 others could transition.
To be careful what you're saying there. Outside the off stump, he's beaten him. Good ball. Shreyas is on 59 from 35, and he's been well and truly beaten by one that just grips and turns a little bit from Bethel. And that's
a very nice ball.
Nice delivery. He just needs a few more in that position.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm wondering about Bethel.
You're a big fan.
Oh, no, that's worth a shout. Surely that's out. Yes, it's given. LBW, what is Shreyas Iyer doing there? He's just played a horrible little lap sweep at that. Dead straight delivery, it appeared to me. Hit him low down. Unless he got a tiny bit of bat on that. But the discussion is so long between the batsmen that you feel that's unlikely. He has, however, sent it upstairs.
You never know with these things.
I was definitely in. Were you definitely in? I don't know.
It looks in line. It doesn't look. It looks in line. It doesn't look too high. Whether it's either turned a lot or just got on with the arm because it had very little distance to travel once it hit the leg. We'll see.
Well, if that's not out, I'm not sure what is in this.
So while we're waiting for that, I have an excellent message to read out, which will stretch your minds a little. Steve Bruce says, "Hi, Gorillas. How are you, one and all? Just wanted to say, love the early timing of these games. Don't have the conundrum of making love or watching you guys."
Well, that's good to know. I mean, I suppose it depends. It depends, you know. Some people don't mind when they do certain things like that.
Why not both, Steve?
Oh no!
Now they're looking to see, because he's played a little bit early on that, and he's closed the face, and they're just looking to see whether it's brushed the back of the bat as it's gone. I don't think it has, personally.
Certainly it hasn't.
So I can't see
it's in line. It's hitting the top of middle.
Yeah, that is well and truly out, and that is brilliant from Bethel. Not so good from Shreyas, but it was a pretty good knock nonetheless.
It was.
It did straighten, didn't it?
Yeah, just a little bit. I think he'd looked a lot less happy against spin.
Yeah.
Than he had, against the pace of Archer and Cars. And so perhaps, England Jos Buttler has made a good move in having spin at both ends for the time being. And not many people would have said, get Bethel on, because he didn't seem to fancy him in the T20s. And then he comes on as, second change, really, or third change, I suppose.
Captain, like when Tony Abbott made the Duke of Edinburgh a knight. The captain's pick.
Oh dear God! Don't remind me.
You probably don't know about this. Henry.
I don't. What you mean, Philip?
The Prime Minister of Australia at the time, Tony Abbott.
Yeah.
In his far right nuttiness.
Yes.
Decided one thing he was going to do when it was time to appoint knights and officers of Australia and thing. He was going to give the Duke of Edinburgh, when he was still alive, obviously, a knighthood. From Australia.
Bizarre. Lovely leg break from Rashid to start the over. Gill comes forward. He might argue that he didn't follow it, and he certainly didn't. But it did go past the outside edge, if by some distance in the end. Was it Tony Abbott who was criticised for touching the Queen?
Yes. No, that was Bob Hawke. That was Bob.
No, it wasn't Bob. Oh, no.
Tony Abbott was.
Sorry, Paul Keating. It was Paul Keating.
Paul Keating, that's it. Sorry, yeah.
Put his arm round.
Yeah, cut shot to back point. There is no run.
Tony Abbott, it's a complete right-wing nutjob, is now on the board of News Limited.
There you go. What news? As in Murdoch.
Yes.
Out to deep point for a single.
Tony Abbott saw himself as a sort of symbol of macho Australia, and to prove his manhood. He once ate an entire pickled onion in an interview.
Oh no! It wasn't pickled. It was a raw onion.
Oh, a raw onion.
Skin and all.
Yeah, pickled onion would be all right. I mean, not that I'm a fan of pickled onions.
You're right. It was a raw onion.
A whole raw onion. Oh my.
Yep.
Yeah.
Jeez, can you imagine the indigestion from that?
No.
But you'd have to spend a fortune on Rennie, wouldn't you?
Well, he's already full of bile. So, yeah.
Into the left hander. It's hit him on the pad, bit high though. It's sorry, I should say who's come into bat. It's this man, left hander. Definite turnout there, isn't there?
Yeah, there is.
He's got legs. Oh, now he's gone for the lofted pull into the onside, and it wasn't a pull. It was more of a slog sweep. And Rashid, I can understand Rashid being a little bit upset about that because he didn't get it fully. There was a deep square leg, but there wasn't a deep mid wicket who would have caught it. And
it was a moral win for the bowler, but 6 in the column.
Well, 4 in the column. 4 in the column.
Well, 4 didn't go all the way.
Right. And he really had to fetch that, didn't he? I think he thought it was going to turn more than it did. I think that's how he read it. We've got a leg slip as well as an orthodox slip. This is played in more orthodox fashion. Out to deep cover. Cars Fields. They take a single, and that is the end of the over. Rashid still to get a wicket, but he'll feel a bit sore that he hasn't got one in that over. None for 26 from 4. India after 17 are 119 for 3.
Jay Grover says, I want United and Coventry in the same league so I can finally prove Coventry fans are far more thuggish and violent on the national stage.
Coventry fans? We're
Yeah.
notoriously polite.
Ah, dear. Steve Bruce says, Forthy and Messi, big love to you guys in Australia, the stalwarts of guerrilla cricket in Oz. Thank you, Steve. Don't you forget Mog as well, who does a huge amount of stuff with us too.
The stalwart, you mean the stalwart that's in bed?
Yes, that one, yeah.
That one, yeah.
When he's due on air.
Yeah. He also says hi to Jason, Ewan Gorilla Guitars, indeed he is. Jason says science fiction has subgenres, e.g. hard science fiction where the physical laws are largely observed, the expanse, etc.
Bethel bowls for the left-handed Patel, who flicks it back to the bowler. There is no run. Do they also have go harder sci fiction?
Oh, definitely.
I'll be looking for some of that.
All the laws of physics are totally ignored.
Flipped away to mid-wicket. Good piece of fielding, I think, by Butler. Again, no run. I mean, talking about three-headed octopi, as we were.
It's octopodes, yes.
Is it?
It's actually not octopi, it's not the plural.
Is it not? This is a bit too short and a bit too wide, but a bit too missed by Axel Patel as he went back to try and launch it. Taken by Phil.
I think we should do that. We should say that wasn't just missed, that was very missed.
That was very missed. Very much a miss. Bethel in again, a little bit of width, but fuller and stroked to extra cover. 4 dot balls. Can Bethel finish this off? Although England need more than one really tight over. They need 3 or 4 and a wicket or two as well. Bethel in again. Oh, he's gone for the big heave over that area. To mid-wicket, and he's cleared it by a long way this time, and so what was shaping up to be a good over has been ruined. It's gone for 6.
I believe in miracles. Since you came to bat, you sexy thing.
It just makes me wonder whether forced off the back foot to extra cover. So the 6 off the over from one shot is all we end up with, 125 for 3. I'm just wondering whether, I mean, Bethel's done an okay job now. He's got that important wicket.
Yeah.
I'm wondering whether it's time for a bit of Joe Root to the left-hander, taking the ball away from him. In the same way that Rashid is taking the ball away from the right-handed Gill. Messi.
I like it.
Jay says the sub-editor's ego is a disease. Kieran says instead of reading The Handmaid's Tale or some Dickensian rubbish, I like taking the family on the horse and cart to look at a wall. It was built back in 1496. We'd sit in silence looking at its majesty.
Nice delivery from Rashid to start his 5th over, which does turn from a roundabout leg stump, perhaps just outside, brings the batsman forward in defence.
Of course, the usurper Henry VII was on the throne in 1496.
Looks like the slider from Rashid. It hurries on, but still gives the batsman time to get on the back foot, force it up to long off, should I say, for a single. But, yes, I was going to say about octopi and octopo. You know, the world is amazing. I'm not talking about the world, but the universe. The more you look into, the more you peer into the universe. But the more you look at science, even if you don't understand it, there are such extraordinary things going on that why not? Why couldn't you have a 3-headed octopo?
No, you could. In fact, you could argue that it's more likely than not that there's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 infinite number of given the number of livable planets there are out there, then it's more likely than not.
Pushed up to long on for a single by Axar. 127-3. Just the 18 and a half overs gone. They're halfway there already. Onto the back foot this time, Gill. He eases that through the gap in the offside. They take another easy jogged single.
One of the sort of paradoxes there, though, I suppose, is there's so many opportunities for those things to exist that we'll never know because the universe is too vast for us to connect up with.
Oh, that's absolutely true. I mean, we tend to think that what's to be found scientifically has been found, and we haven't even scratched the surface. Pushed to mid wicket, and there is no run.
Well, we certainly.
But if we knew everything, the scope of the imagination would be much more limited. I think not knowing is fantastic.
Oh, really?
Well,
I like to know, but not that necessarily knowing helps you a lot. Rashid to bowl the final ball of his over. Tosses this one up, almost hit under right by his feet by Axar Patel. Takes a single up to long on. 19 overs bowled. India romping to victory, I would say. 120 required off 31 overs. It's only 4 and over. They can do it in singles. Axar 13, Gill 31. Messi.
The things you learn. Michael Bedford says in Sweden, Manchester is corduroy. There you go. Steve Bruce says, I don't think I'd last 40 listening to the soothing voice of the gorillas. Jay says to Kieran, I forgot I was a proper autist for a second there. I really thought you were suggesting a cracking day out. I love me some structural histography. Kieran says, I jest, but I do appreciate a good wall or bridge. Swallow Diver says, remember Abbott campaigning with his twin daughters? Oh God, yes, that was.
Yeah, I do remember that. I'll tell you what, I like a good bridge. I'm really struggling to think of a good wall.
Well, I mean, the Chinese might argue they've got a pretty decent one.
Yeah, that is one good wall.
Livingston is going to come on, not Joe Root, and he's hit for 4 first ball. On to the back foot. Axar Patel's looking good.
He's rubbish. I just love dry stone walls. I think they're fantastic.
Oh, yes, they are.
The artistry in there.
Absolutely.
All right, well, let's hear it for the walls. That's good.
Let's hear it for the Rahul Dravids, you mean? I suppose. I like to go and watch a wall. He's the wall that I prefer to look at. Forced to the bowler, who dives unnecessarily to field. And
there's actually some quite decent tracks on Pink Floyd's The Wall, to be fair.
Yes, there you go. So you found a wall you like.
In he comes again, onto the pads this time. Sorry, can I just interrupt you while some cricket takes place? Flicked away to backward square leg. And Archer fields. There is... did they get a run there? Yeah, I think they got one.
I think so.
Well, you see, I think Livingston, as I've said several times during the T20 series, he can bowl wicket-taking balls to the right-hander with his leg breaks, but his off-breaks are nothing like as impressive. He doesn't really get the turn, and I suspect that Root would get more. He's got a bit more variety with his off breaks than Livingston, I would say. Talking about leg breaks, and Livingston has dragged that one down. It was the most horrible ball you could imagine. Gill has gone onto the back foot, and then almost flapped it down long on's throat. And I can't help feeling that Mahmood could have made a better effort than that, and in fact, not only does he not go looking for the catch, he then tries to stop it after it's bounced, misses it completely, and it goes for 4. Oh God, this transitioning England team is terrible. Next ball is defended on the back foot. We're going to have a change in a moment. Jason is coming back in. Better leg break, pitching it just outside leg stump. Gets a little bit of a leading edge out of Gill, who's now moved on to 35 from 40. Axar has 18 from 15. India are 138 for 3.
Nick Vickers says, I've lost all track of the cricket, but this is a glorious passage of play from Hendo, Forthy and Messers. Classic guerrilla cricket. Thanks, guys.
Well, it's going to be the end. It's the end because, it's not completely the end. Forthy is departing.
I'm off to bed.
Oh, you're off to
Lovely
bed.
catch up.
Oh,
Yeah, lovely to catch up with you.
You're gonna
It's,
have. I bet you'll have.
20 to 1 in the
You'll have dreams of hobbits and three-headed octopus. Jason taking over on ball by ball. Messers stays on. Messers, he gets through the work, doesn't he? Standing in for Mog.
He certainly does.
And I'm going to go to summarising. Jason.
And I've changed my background to England's strategy too. Oh, yes.
Yeah. And so there's a bit of turn there for Livingston, but there's not enough controlling the length and line to really make it happen for him anyway. Rashid is going to continue. He's getting more turn than anybody else at the moment out to this pitch. That's played off the back foot down to long off. It's 4-2 easy at the moment for Gill and Axar. They're not really being put under any pressure at all. That was short. I mean,
well, it was. Yeah, it didn't seem to come off the pitch very quickly. There is turn, but if it's a bit too short, it's that's a bit short as well.
And Butler's doing the right thing. I think he realises he needs to take wickets, so he's got an attacking slip in, but he's not being helped by the bowlers. Not really putting it in a position to get an edge, and that one was punched off the back foot by Axar.
I think Rashid will be a bit sore that he hasn't got a wicket so far. I think he's bowled well enough to have had one. I don't know. It's just a bit unfortunate. Anyway. It's just not going. Oh, two
slips now. Yes, and that is a Jaffa. That's pitched right on the line off stump and spun sharply away towards the two waiting piranhas in the slip cordon, but no edge by Gill.
Yeah, he's bowled 2 or 3 of those absolute corkers, and we saw that. What's that missed by? Not by much.
Anyway, that's floated up outside off stump, and Gila swished that out to the extra cover boundary, and the man's on there has picked it up and hurled it back to who? That's Bethel, I think. Is it Bethel on the boundary? I thought that was thrown right-handed, so I think it might be someone else.
No, I think it's Livingston, I think.
And they get 2.
Yeah, I mean, they don't have to play. They really don't have to play. They need 106 off 30 overs.
Yeah, it's only 3.5. Not even. No.
Yeah, and unless they do something stupid like England would do,
they're going to be done by 35-40 overs.
Yeah, and I won't get another session again.
And the ball that's hurried the batsman a bit. That's come on with the arm. Gill plays it off the back foot cautiously into the covers. And that is the end of the 21st over. India 143 for 3.
I just wanted to say that maybe Rashid is a victim of his own brilliance, because
I think people now play him out.
Well, there's partly that. There may be partly that, but I was just going to say about that last ball that beat Gill. We saw the stat just at the beginning of the over where the turn that Adil Rashid was getting, not only that obviously in the England side he gets the most turn, but he's getting the most turn in terms of degrees of any bowler today.
Yeah.
And you think to yourself, that missed the outside edge by such a minute distance that had he only got the 2.7 degree turn of a Jacob Bethel rather than the 3.6 degree turn of an Adil Rashid, he might have actually found the edge.
Yeah, it's also the fact that he's maybe 6 inches further and it would have got the edge when it pitched. It would have travelled just that little
bit fuller, you mean? Just a tiny bit fuller.
Yeah.
It can be
that's always the way, isn't it? I mean, so many good bowlers get players playing and missing because they do that.
But it is such a fine margin. Anyway,
it is.
Leah says, I like that the SA T20 franchise competition is so uncompetitive that they use an overseas slot for an international T20 sensation, Joe Root. Joe Root is a really good T20 player in my judgment. She says, let's have a quick discussion of the Fermi paradox, or let's not. Kieran says, I think I saw a 3-headed octopus on a lake when we did a tour of Sheffield Nuclear Power Station.
I'd be worried if Sheffield has a nuclear power station because it's nowhere near any water sources. You're not missing any play, by the way, because
who's that? Gill.
I think that's Gill is having treatment for cramp, perhaps.
Could be cramp, or it could be calf muscle, something like that.
Yeah. Jay says, I were at the fridge and half heard Forthy saying infinite Liverpool planets. Dear reader, I got fear. He said livable. Philip Shaw says, if God made the Earth and the universe and he created life on other planets, did he have to send his son again to sort it out?
Well, seemingly, because we're not very good at this stuff, are we?
Yeah, we don't learn from our mistakes.
We're not too hot. Yeah.
And Jay Grover is a fan of dry stone walls as well. There you go. There was a good wall in Midsummer Night's Dream played by a mechanical, says Philip Shaw.
I know what
Morning
wall I
all
like.
says Sippo's with us. He says, morning all. Any chance of a quick game update? These 3 a.m. starts are rather inconvenient.
Anyway, play is about to resume. Livingston is continuing bowling his round arm slingy off spinners to left-handers, and punched away by Axar. They throw in, think about an overthrow, sundry, but decide against it.
Slingy. I think we've got better slingy off-break bowlers than Livingston, personally, and one of them is a very experienced player.
Partnership breaker, amongst other things.
And partnership breaker, yeah. He's got 5 wickets in India in an innings.
Anyway, over the wicket now by Livingston to the right-handed Gill. That's right on the line and length, and Gill drops a bat on that because he doesn't need to work too hard to get his runs in this match.
Yeah, this is the thing. India, and part of my talk about, in the chase, when you get on top in the chase, you don't have to be silly.
Oh, that's a good ball. That's a googly. And he's given. Immediately reviewed by Gill. He wonders whether or not that's going to miss leg stump.
I'm not convinced by that one.
I think that's umpire's call at best, and possibly even missing. He seemed to move a fair bit.
Yeah,
it's a good ball.
I've got that missing.
Umpire's call would be all right though for England because he's giving it out.
Yeah.
I was definitely in. Were you definitely in? I don't know.
It's a good ball, just a little tiny bit of drift. Oh, massive inside edge. Massive inside edge. It's not what you don't have to worry about whether that's missing.
No wonder he reviewed it straight away.
That is very. I think I can go before we get to see the ultra edge to say this.
That's a very poor decision by the umpire.
Yeah, there's a deflection, isn't there? Definite deflection. I mean, it wasn't. They were looking side on to see whether it was bat and pad at the same time, but no, because you can see the deflection into the pad. You've got it had a bit of distance still to travel.
Gill survives. That's off a short run. Livingston bowls him a decent ball. That turned a bit, took the outside half of the bat, squirted to point, and there is no run. India 1 for 4 for 3.
Livingston has got ability as a leg break bowler. Not so much as an off break bowler, but certainly has got some ability.
And, I do like this shorter run up from Livingston. I think it puts the batsman under a bit of pressure. That's worked into the leg side, and they trot through for an easy single.
Yes. I mean, but England when chasing, they've got themselves as they did in the fifth T20, was it, or fourth T20?
Round the wicket, and that is driven expansively by Axar, and that beats the man in the ring. It beats the man on the boundary, and it's 4 runs.
101 needed.
Yeah, ended the over. India 149 for 3.
So, would either of you like to give Zippo the summary of play to date?
Yeah, all right. England started brilliantly, 74 for no wicket off, no overs at all. And then in the time that it took me to come downstairs from my bed to my TV, they were 77 for 3. Recovered a little bit. Joss Butler
43.
Well, he ended up getting 50, didn't he? Joss Butler ended up with 52. Bethel got 50 as well. He batted well, but England really got bogged down. They went for several overs without getting a boundary. I'll come back to that.
Yeah, and Rashid in. That's a better shout, but that's just pitched outside leg, I think.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Hands in the air. Another moral victory for Rashid, but no actual notches on his belt.
Indeed.
Rashid with 2 slips. That's flatter and quicker, and turns a little bit and is played defensively off the back foot.
But there's a bit of uncertainty in there from Gill, because Yeah, he was back to that, but in the end he had to be quite sharp to get his bat down on it.
Yeah, he did squat through a little bit. Rashid in again. This looks like the googly, and that swept nicely into a vacant area. Cast can't get round there in time. Makes a valiant dive, but doesn't stop the ball. 4 runs.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary,
That's not ideal Rashid's day, is it? I'm afraid.
A little bit of hopping there by Gill. He's still feeling his.
It's like a hamstring, isn't it?
Yeah,
mind you, he did sort of flex his foot. That suggests cramp to me.
And he keeps on working on that and sort of grimacing as he walks. But he's set up now, ready for the next ball. It's defended in the offside to the short mid-off.
I think it's probably too late now to go to Joe Root, isn't it? I think
the time was when
when Livingston.
Yes,
came on.
exactly.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Here comes Rashid. Shorter, wider. That's well fielded at point, but it won't stop the single by. Was that Mahmood?
I think it must have been. It looked very much like Liam Plunkett for a moment.
It did. That's what confused me for a while.
What's he doing out there? Yeah, that was. Did they come through with the single? I'm not sure they did in the end.
Yes,
they
did.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
And I think that's the end of the over. No, there's one to come.
One more.
India 154 for 3. Gill making his way towards a 50. He's 43 at the moment. And floated up and smeared into the leg side, and unfortunately for Axar, he managed to pick out the one man in the ring.
Yeah, that was Bethel at mid wicket. I thought for a moment, just for a moment, he might have given him a catch there, but I think it was short of him. I think he was trying to get it up and over him, but really didn't get hold of it properly, did he? Messi.
Leah says the plural of octopus is octopi. Well, actually, a lot of people say that, but technically it's not.
It could be
if you want to be correct, it's octopodes, which is
octopodes.
Greek. Yeah. But the English usage is octopuses. There's a couple of people explaining to Mark how the play's been so far.
Sorry, I was going to do the rest of that, wasn't I? Yeah, go on. Carry on.
Yes, yeah. Farang says it sounds like English cricket is in trouble. If Duckett is known as a batsman rather than a bowler, they have failed to realise the situation where they have a talented
quick single by Gill there. That
bowler
was
who isn't
squirted into the leg side off Livingston. Goes for a quick single. The shy comes in at the far end where Livingston's fielding, and he's just home.
I don't think they should have got a single there, to be honest. Although Axar Patel was off quickly, but you would have thought he might have been going to the danger end. It's Rashid. He's probably still thinking about how he could have had a couple of wickets by now. That wasn't far away, was it?
No, he's made it, but only about 6 inches. Good choice to throw at that end.
Yeah,
and that's watched and then left by Axar. It's not close enough to endanger his stumps, and Axar just lets it go by. It does spin a little bit by Livingston.
Yeah, I was just going to come back to the précis of play.
Angling in, and that's chopped off the back foot into the point area, and Axar ambles through for a single.
Yeah, the only latter contribution in the innings late on was from Archer, and unfortunately with the best part of 3 overs
sawn
still
off,
to
wasn't
spare,
he?
he was sawn off by
Saqib
Mahmood coming in and running down the wicket to Kuldeep Yadav.
And that's work to the man at short mid-wicket by Gill. There's no run. India 156 for 3 with 2 balls left in the 24th over.
Is Virat sitting there in the dressing room? Is he in this squad?
He is in this squad.
Oh, okay.
Yes. He would have played if he was fit.
Oh, he's not well, is he?
Yeah, and that's worked off his pad, but he can't get anything on it, and that's no run. Last ball of the over.
He hurt his knee in training last night.
Okay.
And that's up and over by Gill. That's a lovely shot. That's played nicely wide of the man at long off. 1 bounce over the boundary, 4 runs.
Oh. since then, England made a really good start with the ball and got rid of Rowett, got rid of Jaiswal, Archer and Mahmood, and then from having lost those two for 19,
they all went pear-shaped rather
Shreyas
quickly.
Iyer was in and batted really well, played some glorious shots. That said, England's line was poor. Their length wasn't great, and enabled India to build. They didn't even have build. You felt like they went through it really quickly and got run so fast that England just didn't really know what to do. And now we find them about 160 for 3 with half of their innings still to play.
And now I think Butler has pushed the gamble button and he's brought back Archer to try and take a wicket.
Yeah, I suppose.
Yeah, they
kind of
need to.
makes sense.
Will break your helmet, break your heart. Hotter than lava, cooler than Bogart. In your face, at your stumps, on your toes, on your mum.
That's worked off his legs into the wide vacant areas on the leg side for 1 run. Archer did bowl particularly well in his first spell. He had the ball on a string to Jaiswal, who didn't really know to stick or twist, who didn't really have much footwork against him, and was not surprisingly eventually out after having faced a lot of balls.
And he was on. Well, he bowled really well, and then 1 over went for 18. And I think, was it from his first 4 or 5 overs? He only actually conceded 21, but 18 off that 1 over.
25, I think, in the end. I think, and that's worked off his legs by Gill to deep square leg for a single.
I don't know. There seems to be something more. I know we got back to the quick bowlers, but off the spinners, there just seems to be something more fluent about the Indian batting.
They're just so used to it, I think.
Well, we saw Gill play that lovely drive over the top of extra cover. It wasn't. He was prepared to hit the ball in the air, but he placed it, didn't he? He didn't.
He played a shot that allowed him to. It was controlled risk, and that's worked off the sort of hip and rib cage area down to fine leg by Axar, sorry.
It's one of the things about chasing a low score, though, isn't it? You haven't got that scoreboard pressure, or the desire to get something huge. You know exactly what you need.
Yeah, I suppose when you're batting first, you're trying to get as many as you can, and that's. But England do that even in a chase, and that's what annoys me. I think I understand it when they're batting first to a certain extent, but in a chase when they've got on top, they keep doing it.
What can he do over the wicket? And that is chopped down and chopped into the ground and just past the off stump by Gill. Not really a great shot there. Slower ball, so maybe he was foxed for timing very slightly.
What do you think, guys, and whoever's listening, this does for England? If England lose this series 3-0 and they've lost the T20 series 4-1, going into a Champions Trophy, I mean, confidence is going to be right down, isn't it?
Well, I thought it was down before.
Well, yeah, true.
I'm not sure you can say anything about the relative chances of teams, and that's punched off the back foot to the man on the boundary at cover, and that's Gill's 50. He's made it off 60 balls. He's batted very well. Took a little bit of a secondary role whilst Shreyas Iyer was going well, but he's coming to his own now.
You know you lift me with your 50.
And
England are in the same group as Australia, South Africa, and Afghanistan in the ODI.
None of those is a gimme, is it?
No.
And that's worked off his hip by Axar. Trots through for single. Gill's moving a little bit freer now, I think.
Well, I mean, when you've got 50, you don't want to come off, do you? And the competition for places is so high in this Indian team, isn't it? For the batters,
he will certainly find it harder to move tomorrow once the endorphins and the adrenaline have worn off.
Yeah.
Very good point.
Yeah. Jay says, if Sheffield has got a secret nuclear power station, it might explain my school dinners. By the way, Farong's comment about England cricket being in trouble if Duckett is not being used as a talented bowler, he claims came from ChatGPT.
Oh right, okay. I mean, I suppose.
I wonder what the question was.
Oh no, we're not going to get trolled by ChatGPT as well as Jay now, are we?
Do you think? I mean, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what sort of pitches we're going to get in Pakistan. One imagines they won't have been hair dried into spinning paradises.
Think they'll be pace friendly, but still batsman dominant.
I mean,
slow and true.
Yes. England are going without someone like Will Jacks, who gives you two options, doesn't he? He gives you another spinning option.
I would have thought Will Jacks is a good person to put in Pakistan because he's very much a flat track bully, and they'd be liable to get flat tracks. Anyway, Livingston in, and Axar plays it to the leg side, has a think about the run, commits to the run. Gill just makes it in before the bails are broken by a direct hit from square leg.
I think it was Adil, wasn't it? Fielding that. That was a nice little piece of fielding.
Yeah.
Not quite as a sort of terminal run as Phil Salt tried earlier.
Well, that was very much a yes, no, or maybe all right.
When I've looked back at that, it just seems... I'll break off.
Punched off the back foot, doesn't beat cover point. That's a dot ball for Gill off the back foot. 166 for 3.
Goodness me, this is going to be done in 35, isn't it?
Yep. That's a great ball by Livingston. That's zipped away just a little bit, and Gill's covered the line, but it just sneaked past the outside edge.
Yeah, God, now it's bounced as well, hasn't it? It's a really good ball.
I like this two-pace run-up from Livingston. I think it's much better than the longer one. And again, that's chopped into the offside, but there's no point. So
there's no point, full stop.
Travels to the man on the boundary.
From England.
And Axar's worked his way to 30 from 26, so he's done a very good supporting hand here.
Yep. Axel's played very well.
Round the wicket now, and that's floated up for Axar, and he's worked it into the leg side. Archer throws, and we're going to get some. Are we going to get no?
Oh, just the one buzzer. There is a buzzer, but only one.
Yeah. He goes for the glory direct hit, misses. There's no one to field it apart from the man right the way back on the boundary. So Axel gets 2 for his efforts, not really much of which was his. And in the annoyance, Livingston fires in a slightly flatter, fizzier, faster one, and that's just worked very neatly into the leg side for single. And that is the end of the 26th over. India are 170 for 3.
Yeah, I mean, you could make an argument for getting Jacks in this side as well as Duckett, although how you fit them in regards the opening power play, I'm not entirely sure, because they all want to be up there, don't they, really? They're all better batsmen in that position than, say, coming in at 7 or whatever.
If it wasn't for the fact that Brook has such a good record in Pakistan, I'd say he would be seriously at risk.
I really don't think, if you're looking at batting, I mean, you might choose someone like Bethel instead of him as for his all-round abilities, but if you're looking at batting, you've got to have Brook.
I think the answer is no. Jacks and Bethel are playing for the same spot at the moment, and that's rising and dropped into the ground by Axar. Dribbles up to mid-off, and there is no run. As Arsteep has a little chat with all his mates in the dugout. Very relaxed, very happy, very much in control of the game.
And a lot of batting to come. Seriously good batting to come.
Well, you've got Jadeja at 8 and who's at 9? Shami at 9.
Is it Shami at 9? I was thinking offhand.
That's on the legs of Axar, and that's clipped nicely just wide of Bethel at mid-wicket. And takes a single.
We got a super chat.
Yay! Oh well, we got something to keep us going here. Goodness me. Oh, hang on, I played the wrong jingle. This is the one I want.
Super chat cash, super chat cash.
Say, Jay Grovers sent us £2. Says, how on earth am I trolling anyone? Why does Jason hate me so? I'm not trolling, toss-witted, corrid fuckers.
I don't even know what that means.
No, nor do I.
Short and worked very nicely to the leg side. I thought it travelled a lot faster than I thought. And the man at square leg doesn't get a chance to get round to it, and that is 4 for Gill.
Go to patreon.com/Gorilla Cricket. Choose either $2, $5, or $10 per month to keep us going. You know it's a bargain.
Yes, we need your money.
Actually, I've just had a thought. I mean, I didn't play that deliberately underneath the other jingle because I thought I'd turned it off, but it just kept going. I thought maybe if I do that, it'll just seep into your subconscious.
Yeah.
And then you will not know what you're doing, and you'll give all your money to us.
Archer. Full.
I've already done it.
Straight and defended by Gill.
What, you've seeped into our subconscious?
No, I've given you all my money.
Oh yeah, that's true. Sell your house, sell your possums, get rid of the geese. What do geese? What do geese get on the open market these days?
I'd have to pay someone to take it, I reckon.
Saqib looking very disappointed on the boundary. As Archer, working up a bit of respect, comes in. That's wide of off stump. Phil Salt gathers the ball low down and shows it up as if he was claiming a catch, but there's no chance that Gill was going to put a bat on that.
The difficulty here for England is the ball's got soft, and
apart from spinners, it's not really moving at all anymore.
No, and really trying to take pace off the ball when a team only needs 3.5, 4 and over is not going to really help you because they don't have to play those big shots. You're not going to get the missed timings from attempted.
You can wait for the
big
bad
efforts.
ball and just place it into the holes. You know, these people are talented international cricketers. They're plenty capable of doing that. That's flayed away off the back foot past gully point. The man at square point on the boundary has no chance of catching that. It's 4 to Gill. He goes to 59.
I think that was an attempted off cutter, but it's not. There wasn't enough pace off it, I don't think, and it was too wide.
I think he'd be better off going flat out in this spell rather
Yeah,
than
but
trying to take the pace off. But I know
I don't think you can with the ball now having got soft, and these guys are seeing the ball so well. And this is the problem with when you've not got enough runs on the board, or if you're if you're batting first and you're trying to get runs. Oh, we are going to get a bit of Joe Root late on in the day. It's too late now.
Too little, too late. But at least we get a chance to play his jingle.
Absolutely. Although, has it been put in the pot? Yes, it has. Here we go.
His voice is high-pitched and ginger hair like a pick, but massive runs he has hit, so there's that. Introduce yourself. Joe Root. Introduce yourself. Joe Root. Introduce yourself. Joe Root, actually.
Joe Root still introducing himself 12 years after his debut.
And he's got an economy rate of 5.81 in ODIs, which is, anyone would be very happy with that, to be honest. I think, in this day and age.
Round the wicket by Root. Yes, very roundy army because he's bowling to Axar, and that's punched off the back foot down to long off.
Now, will he stay round the wicket? Because he does like to bowl round the wicket, even to the right-handers, doesn't he? So he's got that attempt to push the ball across him.
I do wonder whether he would do it for one ball just to see if he gets it in turn to straighten and put the LW into play.
If he's going to do that, he's going to need a slip, that's for sure.
Yeah. I think I'd have a slip to try and take a wicket anyway, but we'll wait and see as Gill surveys the field, settles down. He is round the wicket.
No slip.
There is no slip. It does turn in, so no, LW is at risk, but that's too short, really. You can easily play that into the offside, which he does without any issue.
Loads of time.
180 for 3 now. Floated up onto leg stump, and that's worked very nicely to mid-wicket. And they walk pretty much a single.
And the only thing, going back to that group that England are in at the Champions Trophy, is the only thing that gives England any hope, I think, unless they just hit form on the day, is the fact that Pat Cummins is out of the tournament.
And Stoinis.
And Stoinis,
Stoinis is announced retired. That's very flat, and that's worked in between square leg and mid-wicket for a single by Axar.
That's probably the best.
Hazelwood's out as well.
Well, that's probably seeing Stoinis out of an Australian team is possibly the best news I've woken up to in many a week.
I knew you'd say that. Who's your new Australian villain?
I'm sure I can think of someone.
Costas. And that's the arm ball by Root, who Gill punches it back, Root fields it, kicks it away from himself, and has to go and chase it towards mid-wicket. But there isn't a run does not ensue.
No. Well, there's Brendan McCullum tapping his bare knee.
Quite stoic-faced Collingwood as well. And that's floated up outside leg stump, and that's nicely swished to square leg. That's going to be an easy 2 for Gill and Axar.
I mean, how well was that placed? England just seem to pick the fielders the whole time, don't they?
End of the 28th over, 184.
So a few messages I haven't done. Nick Vickers says, I saw on YouTube yesterday that fans of the Detroit Red Wings ice hockey team often throw octopuses onto the ice during the game. That's a weird thing to do. Vera Yadav says, to be fair, Root was pretty good in T20s as well. His 2016 T20 World campaign would be remembered more, but Carlos Braithwaite and Ben Stokes had other
he did get rid of Gale in the final in the first over.
That's true, and I mean that's innings. I think Jason Roy got runs as well in that chase at South Africa.
Almost 100.
Yeah, he batted absolutely brilliantly.
Yeah.
Change of bowling.
Yes, we're going to have the bowler with the big arse.
The big arse. It's not Archer. It's this man. We've had Archer. He didn't bowl very well in his first spell of 2 overs down to 21.
No, it was a bit too short and a bit too wide. He's going to start off round the wicket to Axar. That's Fuller, and that just means that Axar swings through the line, pierces it between cover, and it glides nicely to the boundary.
Well, I wouldn't say that I think Carlson was actually over pitching too much in his first, especially his first over, and Shreyas Iyer was just hitting half volleys for fun. And then when he did try to adjust, he bowled so wide that it again gave him a room to free his arms. And well, that's nothing more than a half volley. What's happened to Bryden Castle? He's been brilliant all year.
That's pulled his length back a bit, and Axar tries to muscle that straight with a strapple. Doesn't get any power into it. No run.
Yeah, what do they need?
And that's the forgotten man of English cricket, looking very disconsolate on the. No, Harry Brook. He hasn't come to the party in any of the matches so far.
Well, he got a 50, didn't he? And was it in the? They all merge into one. Was it the third T20? I can't remember.
Cast, chugging in. That's a short ball, and that's beautifully played up and over by Axar. He just waited and waited, then just tapped it very gently, only just far enough over Salt's head that he has no chance of getting anything on it. And that's one bounce to the boundary.
Now my innings going, great guns, I hit the ball, 4 runs, I hit the ball, and it went 4
That's a
runs.
brilliant shot. He's really watched that all the way onto the blade.
It's just
we have another super chat.
Hey, excellent news.
Hombre Nuevo sent us £1.99. He just says super chat.
I'll play him a jingle for that in a minute.
That's sklaffed by Axar. He tries to repeat the same shot, pulls it, gets it high on the bat, and that just evades mid-on and mid-wicket.
Yeah, it's not even that sort of miss-hit's not falling into the hands, is it?
A super chat from a huge YouTube hero. They're awesome and smart and they're paying their part. Super chat, super chat, super chat.
And England are definitely holding out for a hero there, but he's not coming, I don't think.
No, heroes are on their day off today, I'm afraid to say.
Anyway, India 193 for 3, approaching the end of the 28th over. Cast is having a retread. He's changing his boots in the hope that will, in the same way that Stuart Broad changes the bails, will change his fortune.
Well, let me tell you, there are ways that you can help guerrilla cricket, and this is one of the most important.
Is Sagir in the waiting room, Hendo?
Alternative cricket commentary. Bringing you laughs, bringing you jingles, bringing you joy. We are gorillas. We need your patreon.com/gorilla cricket.
Jay Grover sent us £2 more, saying God knows what he's going on about. He says, "For you, hombre, melon farmer." I don't know what that means.
So this is an abuse competition via Super Chat, which I think is to be encouraged.
Okay. I will come back to that jingle in a minute.
Yeah. Cast, that's full and floaty and chopped into the ground and over gully. And that speeds away from the third man to the boundary. And England are losing this at a canter.
4 on the floor, and one more 4 than the 4 before. That's what 4's are for, to get funky on the dance floor.
And this is a very damaging partnership. It's up to 84 now off 77 balls.
I don't think I haven't seen Bryden Cast bowl as badly as this since the first ODI against Australia back at the end of the last summer. He bowled pretty bad and then came back really well. But this is tripe.
Yeah. It's just his rhythm seems completely out. And that is swatted down through square leg. Archer makes a despairing dive but can't get to the ball. And that's 2 consecutive boundaries.
1 and 2 and 3 and 4.
Well, there's no sign of Sajir on the.
Is that the Burr?
No. It may be the Bear. The Bear's due on very shortly.
It looks like I may have another stick.
It's looking like you're going to go the full way. But before you, I do want to get in about Patreon. It's absolutely vital. I'm not going to make any bones about this. We will go out of business, and there will be no Guerrilla Cricket if we can't get our Patreon up to at least £1,500 a month. Because we're going to have to move to a studio. Studios, as you can imagine, in London are expensive. And, there'll be bills on top of that.
Oh my word, that's very, very slingy and round arm by Root.
So what I would say is that, although we have made some steps in regards to picking up our Patreon contributions, we need more. It's as simple as that.
And Root is very much going for the collapsing slingy Kedar Jadav moment here. And that's chopped away by Axar into the offside. And they take a single. India 202 for 3 now, less than 50 required.
As you said that, Hendo, I received an email from Lottery West, who does our lotteries, to say, congratulations, you are a winner.
How much have you won? How much have you won?
I thought, this is the moment, and I won almost exactly what I paid.
So you put in 1,000, did you?
No, I wish.
And Root eschews the slingy darts and goes for a floaty ball on leg stump, which is defended, no run. And then goes back to the slingy darts, and that is also defended into the bare mid-wicket position. So, despite the slingy dartiness of this over, he's actually gone for not running so far. But that might change. That ball is swept, and swept well, and into a vacant area just behind square, and that brings Gill another 4. It's me and you and Messers, I think. Oh, Sagir, I think.
A dog named Boo. Sagir's not here yet, but well, either England have got their field placing wrong, or these batsmen are placing the ball extremely well.
They're playing well, but then being allowed to play well, and that's defended to mid-wicket. That's the end of the 30th over. India at 206 for 3, just need 43 with 120 balls remaining. This game is going to finish in a hurry.
Yeah, and since I probably won't get back on again, I just want to say patreon.com/Guerrilla Cricket, as much as you can afford on a monthly basis, would really help us. If you don't, it's not. We know that there are people out there who have gone above and beyond and given us a lot of money, but we have a lot of listeners, and the vast majority give us nothing, apart from the odd entertaining tweet. So please, if you haven't already become a patron of Guerrilla Cricket and you do value our service, maybe you don't, maybe you only want it when you want it, but if you do, please go to patreon.com/Guerrilla Cricket and give us what you can possibly afford. I'll make way for the Bear. Cast is going to continue. Oh, has he got an edge there? No, nearly, but not. It's 206 for 3, 30 overs bowled. The Bear will come and take over.
Welcome, Bear. Who's
just apropos that, Jay Grover says, Hendo, I've given enough just via sentimental alcoholism, all self-inflicted. Heaven knows how much you can get from me using psyops. Yes, well, Jay is one of our heroes who has given a great deal over a long period of time. A great example to everyone.
Jay is our hero, or one of our heroes. Yeah. You're all heroes who donate to us. That is chopped by Axar down towards backward point, and there is no run. So in my absence, I won a bet for the fall of the first wicket, but it's all gone downhill since then.
There was a very telling actual stat that came up just now where they showed you the splits by 10 over breaks, and after England's first 10 overs, they were about 40 for 2 every spell since, whereas India have been 71 for 0, 68 for 1, 71 for 1. It's we can't get any control in this.
Well, that's sconned Axar and gone very fine down to a very fine third man. They'll get a bye for it, or a leg bye, one for the over. And will they have to give him a concussion test?
He should have a concussion test and a new lid.
Yeah, doesn't look like it's going to happen now.
That's the best thing.
Oh no, he got off the bat. That's why. It was not.
That is the best ball that Carter's bowled in his day's work, I think.
I haven't seen anything of him.
Oh well, look at it.
3.3 overs for 39. He's got a bit of tap. I saw the last over. He got tapped in that. That's the problem. I mean, England really never got enough runs on a board, did they? At various times, it all went wrong when Phil Salt ran himself out, or was run out, whichever way you want to put it. Shubman Gill goes back on the leg side. He's followed by Cast. He's bowling over the wicket at him, and he just drags it to mid-wicket.
Outside chance for Gill to get a ton here if he gets more than half the remaining runs. He needs 26 with 42 runs required.
Oh, what, were there any entries in the GPL today? That's a good point.
Any in range, I wonder?
No, there were no entries today. You didn't enter, Messi?
No, I didn't get around to it. I was all over the show.
Yeah, fair enough. Oh, now! Oh, fuck. Shubman Gill's got himself in a horrible position. I thought he just popped it back to the bowler, but he just popped it up literally about 3 feet in front of him.
I'm not sure that hit the bat. I think it hit the body and died on the body instead.
Oh, okay, that would be why it didn't bounce very far.
Let's have a look in slow
motion. I thought it came off the splice. Oh, I think it did come off the bat.
Oh, he's a very lucky boy then.
Yeah, he's a very lucky boy. It's just popped up and gone nowhere.
But yes, fair to say, I don't think Cast has got the rhythm quite right today. It just looks a bit wrong. He's a bit too short, or he's a bit too full. He just can't find that happy length.
Yep. That is Shubman Gill, who pulls that out to deep packer square leg and get himself a single.
And it looks like it's a struggle for him as well. He can't find. He doesn't seem to be running in with any rhythm at all.
No, it's true. He needs to find it again before next week or 2 weeks' time, whenever it is. 22nd is the first game of the Champions Trophy.
19th, I
19th.
thought.
I don't know.
Yeah, I think 22nd might be England's first game.
Oh right.
Okay. Brown in Brisbane says, home now to watch England again wither on the vine. This so-called England positiveness has generated a sheer ignoring of any problems. Omri Nueva says, I have no words, wise or other, or most likely unwise to impart. Jay says, now Hender complains about people sending him money. Naught to do with you, just wanted to beat you by 1 penny, he said, in terms of his super chat being 1p more than Ombre Nueva's. I respect you as a man and admire your art. I just like saying melon farmer.
Wow, lovely. Adam Rashid is in. Looks like the one that comes out the front of the hand, and Shubman Gill just plays it back to him, but there's no run.
Yeah, this is the last roll of the dice really to get a couple of quick wickets, but
yeah, that's not really going to help.
Rashid's been unlucky today. He's bowled some beautiful balls and they've just fizzed past the outside edge.
Well, when there's no scoreboard pressure, you know, it's easier for them to let you go, isn't it? They only require 41. That was just left alone by Gill. There's only 41 required of 112 deliveries. It's a walk in the park. It's a
bear game.
It's very much a bear game.
This partnership must be over 100 now.
I don't know. I don't know when the last wicket fell, to be fair. Tossed up, defended back by Gill to the bowler, and there's no run. Looks like they're trying to play out Rashid.
Partnership's 95 runs at 6.19 and over.
Yeah. So 95 off about 87, 88 balls.
93 balls.
And even if England got 320, mind you, the game would have been very different. It would have been 320 on the board, I suppose. More pressure could have been applied. That's just defended square on the offside, and there is no run.
Yeah, they're just plopping onto the pitch now, these leg breaks.
Yeah.
The hardness is stopping the ball from bouncing now. There's still lateral movement, but
no real intent from the batsman. Just clipped out to Brook, who's at mid-wicket. No run.
I'm very pleased that Cricket Info's win probability goes to 2 decimal places. So they've got India at 99.52%.
Good.
So 1 in 200 chance that England win on.
Reverse sweep. Doesn't beat the man at short third man.
Good stop.
Yeah, it's Jacob Bethel, was it? Yeah, it was. Good stop. It was going pretty quick. Shubman Gill reverse swept that one. It was no ball. It's a maiden. 32nd over was a maiden. 41 required still of 108 deliveries. Messi.
Jace said something I don't understand. He says, I was so disappointed when I realised it was a TV edit, although I thought Alex Cox was a genius. What was that in relation to?
I presume that's a conversation with somebody.
It's about melon farmers? I don't know.
Who knows?
Anyhow, we're up to date there, but do feel free to put in your strongest profanity with a super chat, and we will read it out, whatever it is, as long as there's money attached.
Yeah, Cast in. Punched by Axar Patel. Wide enough of mid-off that they'll get through for an easy single.
Yeah, Akhtar's moving in on a 50 here. He's now 48 off 42.
Yeah.
And he's batted really well when he was... I don't think he was carded to bat at 5.
Probably not. He is one that has been moved around the order.
There are a few floaters in that order that can bat between 5 and 9.
Yeah, they definitely see him as a bit of a hitter if they want to speed things along.
I think it's a left-right combination more than anything else.
Yeah, there's that too. Yeah, true. Cast in. That's pulled sweetly in front of square. Yeah. And there's no one out there. Basically a sort of wideish cow, straightish cow. And it's 4. It's 4.
And
really nice shot.
He moves ever closer to a ton, which Axar may just deny him.
Well, yeah, you wonder at some point when they get within 20, they just go all out crazy, don't they? Usually that's what happens. Game is pretty much done, and then
when you got Pandya, Rahul, and Jadeja still to come. You know?
Yeah, exactly. That's the 100 partnership. 98 deliveries, 51 for Gill, 48 for Axar. Pretty even. Axar only taking 42 balls to get his 48. Gill going less than 100 strike rate.
Yeah, Gill did take it a little while after he got his cramp treatment to get back to it.
Yeah, exactly. But hey, with such a small score on the board, it doesn't matter, does it? Casters around the wicket to Gill, who pulls in between, just wide of a sort of square leg. It's Brook there, missed it. Goes out to the man at mid wicket. There's a single, 6 off the first 3 balls of this cast over. It's been going at 10 and over so far. And it was a no ball, and there's going to be a free hit. Oh, fuck it off.
Oh, well, get it over quickly.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
Well, you reckon 35 overs? I was supposed to pick up my daughter at 3:20.
You might well make it there.
I think I'm easily going to make it there. It's only 2:30 now. I'm only doing these 10 overs as well.
How was your viewing?
Oh, fine. I'm doing viewings for Viva, so I just have to show someone around. That's fine. Here's a room. Here's another room. Here's another room. Talk some bullshit about the lease. Get out. Nice. I hope no one at Viva's listening. That's pulled out to deep mid wicket. No, not deep mid wicket. Mid wicket. Who's Bethel on the edge of the circle. mistimed by Axar. Straight to the man, no run.
Bethel's had, in a losing side, not a bad game. 50.
Yeah.
Fielded well.
Has he had a bowl?
He's had a bowl. He did go for a few in his bowl, but that was when at peak Aya and Gill when they were.
Oh yeah, Aya went off like a train, didn't he?
Yeah.
I'm just really pleased, Bear, that you've put to use the sales training you got selling encyclopedias in Australia all those years ago.
Yeah, well, I've had a lot of practice doing viewings on my house as well, on this flat. And that's left by Axel through to the keeper.
It was a loopy sort of slow bouncer. And left on the basis that it might be another wide or no ball.
Wow.
But wasn't quite high enough.
It's still gone for what?
12, no, just under 10 and over.
Yeah.
So just over 10 and over.
7 in this over. 2 balls left. Cast around the wicket to Axar. Plays off the back foot, up to mid-off, and there is no run.
Oh, now don't. He did sort of pull up rather sharply there. I'm hoping he hasn't done anything in that. Or maybe he's just disappointed. Ooh, 2 out of 3. Oh dear. Sunil Gavaskar, Kevin Peterson, deep dash scooter.
Yeah.
Kill,
Jesus.
don't kill.
Yes.
Well, Sonny's not offensive. Kevin Peterson is.
Yes.
That's the thing.
Yeah, Sonny's just old school. Cast around the wicket. Short. Probably going to be a wide or a no ball, maybe. I don't know. It's going to be a wide. Too short, too high.
Too often in the over.
Yeah. 216 for 3.
Well, 20 required by Gill, 32 remaining.
33.
It's about the only drama left in the game. This.
Well, it is.
Whether he gets 100 or not.
I'd like to say thank you to Brian if you're listening.
Yes.
I saw McDonald when I arrived back.
Yes, that I left you half of what was sent, and that was plenty.
Yeah. I had a burger. That was a good burger, actually. Oh, and that's played in the air, just short of the man. Made off. And of course, because England are getting hammered, it bounces. In his attempt to stop it is fluffed. I think there's a skipper, isn't it? Butler. And it's raced on down to the boundary. 4 runs.
That is Axar's 50.
Ooh, well done.
Drawn out grinds and flashing cameos. Quite accumulation that just grows and grows. Lucky or lucky inducing reverie. These are a few types of half century.
And it's the perfect foil for Shrubman. 52 or 46 balls. He's been no slouch in his own right, and no, the two have batted very well together.
Yeah.
We're on a drinks break, so I'll catch up on a few messages. Aubrey Nueva says, perhaps Mary Whitehouse was an unsung comedy genius that no one recognised. Well, the funny thing is, if you look at Mary Whitehouse clip now, it's just so laughable as to be comedy in its own right, almost.
It's like a very prim Edna Everidge.
Yes, yeah. Philip Shaw says, have you tried going on Dragon's Den for the money? That's desperation, I think.
I think they want too much control.
Yeah, I don't think they see where the money's coming from.
Yeah. Jay says, Melon Farmer was an edited version of MF in the film Repo Man.
Oh.
Being FK,
So-
whatever that is.
so-
I thought it was hilarious and only realised decades later it was a TV edit, which made me feel less of the film. This is depressing, huh? And he also says, who could fail to succumb to the bear's strange and unnatural beauty?
Interesting.
And he also says, Gavaskar can be pretty damn offensive depending on your politics.
Is he a BJP man?
Casting,
I think so.
Yeah, they all seem to be.
yeah, I think so. Yadav says, Cast doing his best to deny Gill's century. And Jay says, Mary Whitehouse and I both rate Brief Encounter as one of our favourite films. Well, you have something in common apart from the number of legs then, Jay. Yeah. Oh dear.
As we watch a montage of all the shit bowling that England have produced.
Yeah, a lot of fours there.
And some good batting, to be fair, of Indian batsmen.
Yeah, it's rather long drinks break.
Well, they've got a lot of
apart
air to
from
fill.
Yeah, true.
Yeah. Apart from Archer and Rashid, the England bowling has been pretty shit, hasn't it?
It's a bit toothless once the hardness and pace has got out the ball.
Well, this is it. You've only got one proper spinner in Adil Rashid, and the rest are part-timers. I mean, England's problem has always been, even in Owen Morgan's era, it was always about the batting, wasn't it? Getting more runs than leaked with the ball.
We will score more runs than you can chase.
Exactly.
Oh.
So they're not so fussed about what their bowling's capable of as to think that their batting can get the runs, and unfortunately at the moment that's all backfiring.
Because their batsmen
I
are
noticed Joe
way
Root.
out.
Yeah, there was an article in the Times yesterday, the day before, Joe Root sort of building up this coming back in the ODI side and how it was like when Owen Morgan was building the side towards the World Cup. And I thought, yeah, that's a lot of wishful thinking as far as I can tell.
I think there's something to be said for the fact that Owen Morgan was a force in his own right with that ODI side, and the thing is, he changed English cricket, so everyone sort of went along with him. Now there's a kind of template; they're all trying to fill in the numbers on the join the dots diagram. Is that out? No. Oh, for fuck's sake! And we're back to live. Are we on live? That was a quick replay.
I don't think so. No.
No, we're not. I wasn't live. That was one that didn't carry down to someone at long on. Sad mood.
Now we're live.
Adil Rashid, is back in for his 9th over. That first ball, Gill just defends. And they just don't have to take any risks against.
They can almost play him out. It just means they'll win in 36 overs rather than 34.
Yeah. 29 to win. They could do it in an over. Defended by Gill. No run.
Since Rashid's come back on, Gill has almost gone back to just shell almost.
Yeah. Well, he's no scoring at the other end, isn't he? He's just not bothered about scoring off Adil Rashid. There's no need to take any risks. As he comes in, he's over the wicket, Adil Rashid. That one's, I don't know if it was a googly or not, but nicely driven by Shubman Gill. Out to deep cover. They won't even think about running a hard two. They just amble a single.
Yeah, a bit of anger in the throw though from Brighton Cast.
Yeah.
Who's persevering, but it's just not happening for him.
Yeah.
A bit like Rashid with the leg spinners.
Well, when it's such a small total, and Shahzad got moving along, and then suddenly it's all easy, isn't it? Get ahead of the rate, don't lose the wickets.
Yep. I did say we needed one more wicket in the power play, and it just didn't happen.
Yeah, that's tossed up. Oh, he's bowled him, I think. He has indeed. That is a fantastic delivery by Adil Rashid. He's given that a lot of air.
He's done him for pace and then turn. It's a fantastic ball because it's floated up well above his eye line, and Axar initially thinks, I could drive that, and then suddenly it dips viciously on him and turns.
Yeah.
And it's wide enough that
he's just tossed it up, hasn't he? It's got a lot of dip, and it's turned quite sharply and taken his leg stump. It's a fantastic delivery. Too little, too late, but gets a well-deserved wicket, and we should give him a jingle.
Axar looking at Rashid saying, where did that come from?
He's always got it in his locker.
No, because he hasn't bowled that at all in previous spells, mainly because as soon as he comes on to face, the ball is given to somebody else to bowl away.
Yeah. The ball turning away from the bat.
That's the textbook definition of how to gate a man from round the wicket.
Yeah, perfect example. Excuse me, a bit of a hiccup there, just had a beer. Nice.
Right, who's come out now?
It'll be KL Rahul, won't it? With his luscious locks that he
it
has
is
now.
KL Rahul to finish the game.
And he has a jingle. He would have a jingle if I could find it.
Yes, the first ODI, there's some people still from the T20 squad where we haven't put in their ODI equivalents.
Yeah. Why is he here?
Gautam Gambhir.
He was put there so because we had Gambhir cam, so every time it was on cam, we would do Gautam Gambhir. But he's been noticeably absent from the camera in this match compared to the T20s, where sometimes he's disapproving milk curdling's visage was on, as that is defended into the offside of his first ball.
Get rid of all these people because. So let's find a KL Rahul jingle.
Anyway, as the Bear does some tech work, that just shoveled into the leg side by Rahul. But there's nobody within 40 yards of it, so it's an easy single. The ball hits the stumps and ricochets, but I don't think they're going to get to that. And that's the end of the over. 2-2-2 for 4.
Well, they're not breaking their necks to try and get Gill his century, are they, if they took that single? Gavaskar can be a bit of a sleazy uncle, says Leah. He tends to keep his mouth shut about politics on commentary, thankfully. And Jay says he's no Gambhir. True, he does own one of the most misnamed autobiographies ever. He seems to have no sunny days. Jay says, why sleazy uncle? Not disputing, just never picked up on it. And Farong says Rashid bowled out. I think he's got one over left, hasn't he?
Yep.
Batter bamboozled by that delivery. Continue the confusion. Give Duckett a bowl.
Yes, God. One day it'll happen.
Yeah. Well, we've injured 3 pace bowlers and we need to find somebody.
Yes. Saj Mahmood has come back into the attack as well. 4 overs, got 1 for 29. And he's bowling at Rahul. And he falls over with his first delivery. Hello.
Not
Woody. He's driven up to mid-on and there's no run.
Oh, hopefully that's nothing serious,
I
but
think
he
just banged his knee when he fell over, didn't he?
Yeah. But you never know. They're such highly strung beasts, these fast bowlers.
Wow, yeah.
There's been a lot of it going on. One of the English bowlers in the Women's Ashes, I think it was Lauren Fowler, kept falling over as well.
She did, and Kate Cross, of course, famously didn't get into the side because she had issues with her fitness in the test in the series before.
Yeah, the earth went away from under his foot as he delivered there and just made him slip.
Oh, England Brains Trust trying to work out what to say after the match.
Well, let's send that Butler, go and do your talk again. Carroll guys it down towards third man and be a single.
I think if I was a journalist, I'd be screaming for Brendan McCullum to be at the press conference so I could ask some pointed questions to him.
Yeah, everyone wants to have a go at Brendan McCullum, man. He's just come into the fucking job. I mean, look, it's disappointing. I don't deny it. And we weren't doing any better beforehand. We're not doing any better now. And the point is to, I guess we got a competition coming up, and he's brought in a bit late. And blah blah blah. But you know, he's had 4 T20s and an ODI so far.
And the squad membership has hardly changed since the previous team.
Exactly. Maybe he will prove to be not so good at it, but I think he gets a lot of stuff that I think is a little bit unfair.
Some deep chortling going on.
I think England have been a breath of fresh air since he's been in charge.
Mer Fawad says, Joss doesn't deserve to be the skipper. In the last 2 years, he was 1-0, which is exactly the period he hasn't been skipper.
That's defended, timed nicely by Gill, but straight to mid-off, and there is no run.
Did I see an on Hayden? They really are going to pull out the funky field right at the very end.
You did see an on Hayden.
Joe Root is chunting away to himself, all by himself on the boundary.
Since 2021, in the last 4 years, he's played 101 innings and scored 5,000 test runs.
Jesus Christ.
That's fucking fantastic, isn't it? Considering we're only at the beginning of that. 5th year. That's guided down to long leg, and there's a single.
Oh yeah, he's had 4 consecutive over 1,000 runs a years in tests, I think. Including one that was nearer 1,700, I think.
If he gets another 3 of those, if he gets another 3 or 4
2 of
years,
those would do it, I think, to get
to
pretty close to
Tendulkar. Yeah, he's on 12,000 now, isn't he?
Yeah.
Averages 47 in ODIs. He's a class act. Got done today by Jadeja. Mahmood is in. Shubman, KL Rahul plays it up towards mid-wicket fields, and there is no run. They've really slowed down here.
They have. They're delaying my departure.
Yeah, absolutely. Come on, just smash it. I only need 6-4, wasn't a single.
The bear wants to go home.
No, I've got to go and pick up my daughter at 3:20, and I actually want to prepare for Sunday because I'm not going to be in. So I need time to do that before I leave, because I don't want to have to come back here later. And otherwise, I'll have a cry.
You can't trust Tony.
Well, no, I can't at all. I'll have a crying.
Because you know you get a phone call.
He gets confused by the fact that I changed the monitors around, and the bigger one now has the wrong thing on it. It's just like, why can't you just fucking figure it out from which computer and then where you move the mouse? You know. Sorry, Tony, if you're listening. That's worked into the leg side, and there's no run. He was sharing the wrong screen just because he thought he had to share the big screen to the small screen.
4 runs in the last 2 overs. I don't know. Farong says BRU exclusive advertising revenue down a whopping 88%. Tata, Seat, etc. considering removing Rohit for Kohli. Unbelievable. Too serious without Kohli cam. Jay says Farong is a shaman. He channels the spirits and sees things as mortal men cannot.
Absolutely.
Stephen Kelk's back. He says he escaped from the boss man. Not going to be a tight finish there.
No. It's definitely a bear game.
Yeah. He said the escape is only temporary, unfortunately.
Such is the way. Shubman Gill counting out the field, figuring out what he needs to do. Hit some 6s is what you need to do.
Yeah.
3 of them will get you to 100. Well, that's swept down behind square. Joffre's down there, and we're single.
That was close to a no ball with his back foot. His front foot was well outside the popping crease, or sorry, return crease.
Yeah. Okay, Rahul will face up. It's interesting. He's bowling around the wicket into the rough for his last over to a right-hander. It's not a test match.
You just want to go for 50 in 10 overs. That's why.
Draw out the runs. Oh dear, horrible shot from KL Rahul. Flat-footed waft.
Yeah.
Beaten in the flight.
Slightly quicker and flatter.
Yeah.
And it was through him before he knew much about it.
Yeah. Just didn't move his feet at all. Stepped back a little bit to give himself some room, and then just drove flat-footed through the ball. Missed it. Could have quite easily caught an edge, but nah.
It's almost as if at the drinks break somebody said to the Indian batters, look, we need more TV revenue from advertising, so stretch it out for as long as you can.
Why are they reviewing that? Do they think you got a tiny little scratch on it?
No, sure. Nah. Aren't they reviewing it? Someone said review it, we need some more TV revenue.
Or is it a stumping attempt? I didn't see him take the bail though.
No, I don't think so.
Wait.
Oh, yes. Yeah, no, he never lifted his foot.
No, he never lifted his foot. Oh, for fuck's sake. Yeah, that was definitely a little word in the show like of the umpire. Can you review that, please? We need to stretch out some time. Hand over the sheet. It's on the leg side.
Well, that's a good ball, but it's outside leg stump.
It's pitched outside leg stump. Might have turned and may have been hitting off stump, may have been going over the top, but definitely pitched outside leg. There's no run. Sharp turn. Good delivery.
Well, I reckon that Farong is right. At the end of this over, you might as well put Duckett on. Let's face it.
The good
Put
old
Brook
days.
on. Brook's done nothing else.
Well, yeah. That's driven and out. And Adil Rashid is going to get another wicket in his last over. KL Rahul, he's been pretty tedious for 2 off 9.
Yeah, it's pretty torturous, wasn't it?
It was, just plodded one back to the bowler. And if England had another 80 runs on the board, it suddenly might have been getting a little bit interesting, but nah, they didn't. So he nearly dropped his own catch, but he didn't.
Made a bit of meal of that, but he's got away with it.
He has indeed, and so we shall give it a wicket jingle.
Still, we had a pretty good day with the gloves.
Yeah, that's true. Shane123 says, should England make Harry Brook captain? Maybe some young blood leaving the pack?
Well, I do think that's the eventual long-term aim, is to make Brook the next long-term captain after this Champions Trophy World Cup cycle.
Yeah. I mean, it says I guess I was wrong to predict 2-digit 5 wickets down for India, but now I point out the irrelevance of Rohit Sharma as a player, to which Jay says I counterpoint with the irrelevance of England as a cricket team.
Well, this
Not
is going
really,
to finish
just
the
caught
game.
a bit of hendo.
This is going to finish the game in a hurry if he gets hold of one.
Yeah, it's hopefully he's been sent out to do that. It's this man.
And in breaking news, Hardik Pandya.
Though in the last couple of internationals, he has taken them a while to get going, but once he's decided he's going to launch it, it's gone a long way.
Well, 2 slips in for Adil Rashid as he bowls 2 balls. His last 2 balls of a spell. His first one,
too short,
stands up, takes a bit of time to get through, and there is no run. Driven straight back to Adil Rashid, who bobbled his own bowling but eventually called it. Last ball of his spell is short and heaved long, and well, you never know. Adil Rashid has been spanked for 6 over long on. It's a little bit too short. There's no one back at long on, and well, it's one
Gill
of these.
needs all the runs now. Not going to happen.
No, it's not. If Varong says if England call for a ball change, then someone is trying to assist the advertisers. Jay says no, Yorkshiremen should never be in any position of authority. We are horrible people. Privy says it ain't over till it's over. Mark Zip says, well, not exactly the best way to start the day of my birthday, but thanks for the coverage anyway. Happy birthday!
Happy birthday, Mark.
Shame
you kept that one till the end, didn't you?
Yeah, you did.
Bury the headline.
Mahmood is going to bowl to Shubman Gill. He comes down the track, drives sweetly, beats the man at mid-off. Maybe this is the over where they go, fuck it, this is over. Because they're taking pity on us. 4 runs.
1, 2, 3,
Maybe Shubman Gill's realised I've got to get all the runs and I better get them in this over. Otherwise, I won't be able to get 100. I mentioned it earlier, but I'll mention it again. We have a special guest on Sunday, as I mentioned earlier. We have Count Binface turning up on Sunday. Don't know if he's wearing his bin face or not. And that's horribly hoiked by Shubman Gill, and he's not going to get 100 because he's given it away because Captain Josh Butler has caught it.
But he was going for it.
Yeah, he was going for it. 235 for 6. Could England win suddenly and bowl them all out? How many overs has Josh Archer got left? Gill gets himself out for 87. And,
probably bowling the next over, I imagine.
Well, yeah.
Got to go for broke now with what?
Well, they need 14 runs, don't they?
Well, he double hit that, didn't he? Came off his glove onto his bat and he just spooned it up.
Yay, we have a super chat.
Yes.
Jay, you wonderful man, sends us £5 saying happy birthday to the stalwart genius that is Mark Zip. We all endorse that. Thank you so much, Jay.
Super chat cash.
and keep on super chatting us because the chances to put them in is diminishing rapidly.
It
in
is
this
indeed.
match.
All that goes on in this time of year is adverts about fucking holidays that I can't afford. It's really annoying.
Well, it's when people book their summer holidays.
I know.
Mind you, now that your youngster is at university, she doesn't have to go with you anymore.
No, it's true. She came with us last year, but she didn't act like she wanted to be there. So.
Mr. Poward says Brooke is wasting his talent. Attitude of I don't care will destroy his career. I think that's a bit mean at the moment. Jay Grover says, "Oh shit, happy birthday, Zippo," and Thrifty says, "Glory roll messages. These seem hip hop related." What the glory roll? And Jay sends us another £2 for the fuck off jingle. There you go.
Okay. You can have that one, definitely. Jadeja lets that through to the keeper, and there is no run. You can definitely have that one, because this is what England should do.
Fuck off! Just fuck off!
Bowl some half trackers so they can hit 3 6s or 2 4s or 3 4s or 4 4s or whatever it is they need, and we can get out of here.
Stephen Kelk says, "Has the University Cub of the Bear discovered beer yet?"
No! She doesn't drink at all. Although that could be a lie.
She's yours?
Well,
are you sure?
Oh, exactly. Well, no, we did discover a tin of some sort of vodka drink that was in her room. But
What, an alcohol pop?
Yeah, it was a little bit, but then that was just played to the square leg and there's no run.
This is good news, Bear, because that means you can have her share.
Well, this is true. She's probably seen me and thought, nah, I'm not going to drink or do drugs or do anything.
So you are a good role model in that sense.
Yeah, in that sense I am a good model. Oh, look at this. We've got a funky field. There's three. Well, there's an off-Hayden, there's a straight cover and a square cover, all in a line, 7 metres apart. And it's driven down to mid-off instead, between two of them, to Jofra, who is between two of them, a straighter two. And there'll be no run, one run, sorry, which will bring Hardick on strike.
Yeah, Stephen says, "I heard she was being Gen Z and sniffy about the joys of alcohol."
Yeah, and drugs. I mean, come on.
Well, apparently the new norm is for the oldies to be drinking more than youngsters.
Well, I do know people of my age who go daytime raving still and popping pills and shit, and all our kids are really, really fucking straight. And, you know, I just think
they don't have so much money either, do
well,
they?
they don't, but they're also of a generation, I think. You know, I think they've probably seen their parents being spammed out so much as kids, as that's played out to deep mid-wicket for a single. And,
oh dear! Now it's going a bit pear-shaped.
Yeah.
Mark Sipp sent us a $2 super chat saying, "Birthday plus super chat equals Dane Pete jingle."
Can't play that Dane Pete jingle. It clicks off.
Dinged.
It dings YouTube. YouTube has forced me to ditch it. It's very annoying.
That's the one good thing about YouTube.
I knew you'd say that.
What would you like instead of that, Zippo? Sane123 says England needs another quality and full-time spinner with Rashid. It seems, especially with the Champions Trophy pitches. Root or Livingston won't cut it. I agree entirely with that. But
yeah,
where are you going to find
Livingston is not the man.
No, exactly. But we don't have any other options. Livingston is in. That's an appeal for LBW, but it's pitched outside leg.
It's a good ball.
It was a good ball. It's fun. Hit the back leg of Pardick, but no
you
run.
know that he's going to bowl one bad ball this over that Hardick is going to lump over the boundary.
I'm hoping so. 2 shots of 6 and you could be over in 2 balls.
But
they really fucked around with this, haven't they?
Yeah, they've taken fucking forever. That means tossed up. It's going to be not out. He's got a massive leading edge as he tried to chop it to the leg side. And it's ballooned over the top of Livingston into no man's land. And everyone's having a good laugh about it. No one knows how he didn't get out. Anyway, he didn't, and it was 1 run. He closed the face on the bat. He stopped because he realised he was way too quick for his shot. And just the big front edge of the bat just ballooned it up over the bowler's head.
And everyone's back on the boundary expecting it to be absolutely tried to tattoo out the pitch.
Yeah.
And poor old Livingston couldn't run back far enough to catch it.
Yeah, that leading edge was quite big. 11 to win off 76 deliveries. 4 wickets in hand. Hatcher could be interesting.
Yeah, but can you see that happening? I can't.
No.
That really would be a mug's bet.
Yeah. Jadeja faces up to Livingston and he just plays it back to the bowler and there's no run.
He's no fool, Jadeja. He knows he can run this in singles because he's quick.
Yeah,
And
you
they
know I've got to go and pick up my fucking daughter. Come on.
So Zippo's got a request as an alternative, either Samit Patel or Ian Bell.
I think we'll have Samit.
Yes, a little bit of
I
Samit
love-
because
I
it
love
does
the
go on
Samit.
for a long time. Damn it, Samit.
Classic Samit.
Yep.
Samit Patel. God, I haven't heard this in a while. I'll play it and it'll come up and down as it goes on for quite a long time. I'll start it after the next delivery. Livingston is bowling and it's chopped nicely this time by Harding out to the man on the boundary, and there is a single. Here we go.
Hey, Summit.
Yes, Dad.
I've got something to say.
Uh-huh.
I really love the skillful way you beat the other players.
Oh my word.
To the lunch buffet.
That should have gone for 6.
Dad,
It was a full
Dad.
toss that was mistimed by Jadeja. He ballooned it back towards long on. Got the halfway there and it was a single.
But please don't take pomegranate. I've one thing to say, and that's damn it, Samit. There's Irish stew. Your belly's no longer like granite. The corset's not working, let's can it. Your moves are approaching Titanic. I've one thing to say, and that's damn it, Samit. There's death on croup. Andy Flower thinks that you're a joker, and you need to share the stone or two. But your diet plan is mediocre. So S-A-M-I-T, let's try a poo-a-oo. Oh, this jingle's nicer than Ravi Bopo. Now I'm full of
Driven next ball. Oh, nearly a 4. Nearly a fantastic fuck up on the boundary as it's driven out to deep cover by Jadeja. It's chased down by Livingston. He sort of pulls it back, but he pulls it back into his other hand, which then knocks it back towards the sponge. But fortunately, he manages to stop it and not lose balance and go over the sponge. So it was only 2 runs. 6 required to win, 71 balls to do it. Can we have a 6, please?
Don't think it'd be Jadeja.
Yeah.
I think he'll just work it for a single and leave Harding to do the heavy hitting.
Well, yeah, Jadeja.
Oh, is anybody there? I don't think there's anyone there.
Oh, there is anyone there. Jadeja, well, they only need 6, so everyone's up inside the circle, I presume. Jadeja comes down the track, whacks it back past Sajid Mahmood, and that will be 4 runs.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
And yeah,
That's going to be almost perfectly timed for you, but you might need to hurry a little bit with the end of match stuff.
well, I've got 17 minutes. I can easily get it all done. Sakib Mahmood is in. Jadeja tries to guide it down towards third man, and he doesn't succeed. Goes through the salt, and there is no run.
But this has
As
been
Jay Grover says of that jingle, still one of the best. It really is. Yes.
It is. I wonder what's happened to Prikey and Unic. Haven't heard from him for years now.
it's what happens when real life gets in the way.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe his love for cricket has dissipated.
I don't think that's the case.
Don't know. Don't even know if he's still on Twitter. Or
Gautam
anything like that.
Gambhir still looking like a Waspers. No.
Oh, well, that's the end. I don't know if he got an edge on that or he just missed it. Well, whatever.
he did.
Oh, he did. Yeah, Salt missed it too. He didn't catch it, and so Jadeja ends up getting a streaky 4 through to a very fine third man. That is the end of the game. England have lost. India win by 4 wickets, and England's losing streak continues. They've won 1 T20, lost 4, lost 1 ODI so far. Still 2 to go though, followed by the Champions Trophy.
Oh, that was like pulling teeth at last 30 odd runs.
Well, they kept losing wickets, so they just made sure they got there in the end, didn't they?
Yeah, it was something like, 224 3?
Yeah, it was.
And then they were suddenly they were for 6.
Yeah, well, they kept trying to bash it and getting out, didn't they? And they could have lost another 2 wickets there at the end, really, when you think of poor shots by Hardik and Jadeja that managed to land into no man's land. But England will be pretty disappointed by that, and it all started falling apart after the stupid run out of Salt.
Well, it's the batting that is their problem.
At the moment they just aren't producing the runs, are they really? The top 7 aren't firing. Salt has now started to fire a little bit. Duckett's been not quite at his best.
Well,
Root's back in the side, but got out today.
Duckett's dismissal was in the context of the game, fairly important to once Salt's gone to steady the ship and
he's always
build a partnership.
He's always going to play like that. That's true. I mean, that's what we expected of. This is it.
But it was a great catch by Jaiswal.
It was a great catch by Jaiswal. But we always expected that of Roy and Bairstow. Generally, one of them went on to get a score if one failed. And then every once in a while, both of them did it. And that's the best ODI partnership England have had for quite a long time as openers, most successful. And you need consistency. If you can consistently get a decent opening stand, India back in the past when Rohit was king of the ODIs, he'd often get hundreds and big scores at the top, which frees up everyone else to score. But England once they lose, they tend to use wickets in clusters at the moment and too easily, and then they're losing too many wickets with too many overs left, so you never got the opportunities to expand your game and spread your wings towards the end of the innings and put on the big runs in the last 10-15 overs, because basically they're 5 or 6 down and they don't bat deep enough, and so you've got to sort of hang around. You need to get to in those glory days England would often be to the 30th over maybe only 1 or 2 down, and so people could
allows people like coming in later like Morgan to actually smash it around.
Exactly, and Butler and Livingston and all those people just to go for it, because you've got probably 200, 220 on the board for 3 with sort of 12 to 15 overs left. You can go on and get a really big score, but if you're 7 down with 15, 20 overs to go, you're in trouble, aren't you? Such is the way of life. Anyway, anything else to add? Because really
update people, the Ireland versus Zimbabwe test in Bulawayo. Ireland made 260, Zimbabwe are 56 for 1 in reply. Andy McBride made 90 not out, and Mark Adair made 78, so there would have been stuff without that.
Wow.
And for Zimbabwe, Blessing Musabarani took 7 for 58, which is pretty decent return. Beyond that, the question has been asked, who would you change for the next game? By saying 1, 2, 3.
I think Mark Wood will play for somebody.
Yes, I think that's right. I think Archer will be given a rest probably. Jay Grover says, thank you all very much. I'm crying blood out of tedium. Off to watch some Oak horror movies for science. And Stephen Kelk says, if the top 7 aren't firing, this seems like quite a major problem to me.
It is. I think I think on another day Root will get runs. Brooks, a bit of a worry, isn't he? Really, he has not scored many runs recently, but I back him to come good sooner rather than later. He did score 50 in the T20s, and he's definitely got it in his locker. So,
and he is going to Pakistan, where he scores runs for fun.
Yeah, well, that's true. He does like Pakistan.
Yep.
Right, that's it. We're out.
Okay.
We're back on Sunday. I'm not in on Sunday, but Count Binface is in on Sunday, and you should all look forward to that.
Indeed.
Hendo and I are both in. I think
Tony's in as well. I was going to be in, but then my son's footy starts at 10:30, so I've got to actually be at Sig Cup for 10 o'clock, which means there's very little point coming in. So I shall help Tone set up from home. So until Sunday, you all have fun out there, and we shall see you anon. Goodbye.
Thank you very much. Bye.
guerrilla crickets. Whoa, guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time has come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than red counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pasco, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. Would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara.